Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our new text on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI's generation for creative strategy purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter rose as the Dark Lord of Durmstrang. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Cast aside by his family and sent far from Britain, Harry rises through Durmstrang's tough halls, mastering dark magic, commanding respect, and claiming power no student ever dared touch. As he ascends as Durmstrang's new Dark Lord, the wizarding world must face the terrifying force it created. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. June 7, 1992. I had been waiting 3 days to see my brother. Eventually I got tired of waiting, and threatened and blackmailed several board members and Dumbledore into compliance using some information Lord Arcturus Black gave me. They were concerned I would steal Hogwarts secrets. Honestly, I already had several of them and kept them. I was now at Hogwarts, going to visit my brother with unrestricted visitation rights, due to being a distinguished former student, and known be an exceptionally trustworthy person. Which, while both were true, they were only saying that because they needed an excuse. I still had to wear my Durmstrang uniform to announce my allegiance. Though, I honestly didn't mind that. I was proud to be a student of Durmstrang, the greatest school of magic in the world. I had just entered the Hogwarts hospital wing, and saw a nervous Madame Pomfrey. "This way, Mr. Potter," she said nervously, gesturing me to a curtained-off bed. "I would like you to check my brothers for potions," I said, causing her to raise an eyebrow. "It's regarding a current legal matter. Please also check for residue. I'm requesting this as Heir Potter, not just a concerned older brother. The results are to be reported directly to my parents or myself, ideally in a private manner." "It will be done, Heir Potter," she said, in agreement and understanding. "What happened to him?" I asked, beginning to cry, as I saw how pale he was. "Rope burns from an incarcerous spell, as well as several other burns, and the Cruciatus curse. He was placed into a form of magical sleep so he could heal faster and without re-injuring himself," Madame Pomfrey said. "That sounded like something he would do." "Who did this to my brother?" I asked coldly, hatefully, my murderous intent obvious to all. "I'm not permitted to say. Your parents and the headmaster didn't want to worry you, and forbidden the staff from causing you trouble." Seeing my anger, she added, "If you did want to learn more, you could ask Hermione Granger and Ronald Weasley." "Thank you," I said, gratefully. For the loophole in their orders, I left unsaid. She returned to her duties and I became lost in thought. It was too risky to look into James' mind while he was asleep and was recently traumatized. I might cause more trauma or encounter accidental shielding. I decided, I either had to interrogate a staff member, student, or Ron the moron in Granger. Sadly, my brother's idiot friends were probably the best option. On that unpleasant note, I began my walk to the Great Hall. I arrived near the entrance, minutes later, thankfully much calmer due to my skill in occlumency, which, according to Demos, I had mastered and was a natural at. I entered the hall and observed that Dumbledore and McGonagall were both thankfully absent. My blood-red robes attracted the entire hall's attention. I rolled my eyes and walked toward Weasley and Granger, who were both looking nervous. "Now," I said, coldly, "perhaps both of you idiots could explain how my brother got so badly hurt." "It was Quirrell," Hermione said, after briefly hesitating. "He tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort and we went to stop him," she said, causing me to laugh and shock the entire Great Hall. "You idiots thought you could stop one experienced wizard and even Voldemort? Oh please. Ron's so stupid he needs your help to pass and still only remains here because his family sold themselves to Dumbledore as essential vassals," I said mockingly, causing most of the hall to laugh. "And Granger, your sole talent is memory retention, and even that seems to cause a certain level of arrogance in you. Well, allow me to humble you, you're one above average girl, in a school for the average and unexceptional. But, don't worry, I don't blame you for the stupidity of facing a wizard who's probably the third most powerful in the last 100 years," I said, before focusing my attention on Ron Weasley. I blame the idiot who's so desperate to become better than his brothers that he would encourage mine to his death. Ron rose, with his wand out, but his brother Percy stopped him. Smart, I said. Your brothers have already attacked me once, that's 2 years in Azkaban each. And I really dislike and distrust your family. I said, making my point clear. He glanced at my hand, and saw that I was heir apparent of 2 houses, and he seemed to have realized just how much power I wielded. It won't happen again, Heir Potter, Percy said, fearfully. Good. Because if Ron draws his wand on me again, I'll cut off his hands and then send him to Azkaban. Are we clear? Yes, Heir Potter, Percy said, still preventing Ron from continuing his attack. Wonderful, I said, before turning my back to them and walking away. I think I just made my point. I didn't consider the Weasleys a threat to me. Internally, I was enraged. Quirrell served Voldemort, that much was obvious. The training I was given was likely intended to corrupt me and divide my family, or most likely to turn me into his follower. He was far too arrogant for his own good. My family came first, the rest of this world could F. King burn for all I cared. I wouldn't let myself become corrupted by dark magic. I wouldn't give Voldemort or anyone that satisfaction. I arrived at the hospital wing and entered. To find my parents, Dumbledore and McGonagall. Explain yourself, Mr. Potter. You threatened a member of my house, McGonagall said angrily. Oh, I'll explain, I said coldly, my hatred obvious to them. Which unnerved them all. He attempted to attack me, again. Me, an heir apparent to a most ancient and noble house. I merely threatened him with time in Azkaban and loss of limb if he attempted to attack me again. But let's focus on the more important issue, I said, getting some confused looks. My brother came to you with a potential threat to an object that can grant immortality, and you stupidly dismissed him, you incompetent, senile old hag. I yelled, shocking them all. Not only did you fail as a head of house, but as a capable protector for said object. 3 first years conquered your challenge. All of the idiots employed in this horrible school were outperformed by first years, all of unexceptional ability. You're both disgraces and embarrassments to an already mediocre school. Putting bait for a mass-murdering Dark Lord in a school full of children. He could have unleashed fiendfire on this place and killed them all. You get angry when I threaten someone who deserved it. When you could have caused hundreds of deaths, the deaths of children. You are both unworthy of your positions and evidently too careless to have them. They were all shocked by my rant. McGonagall was even crying. My mom seemed to agree with my opinions, and Dad looked torn. Dumbledore looked torn between anger and agreement. I gave Dumbledore one last look of disgust, and went to check on my brother. July 8, 1992. James Jr. Pov. Good afternoon, James, I heard Dumbledore's reassuring voice say. I stared at him, before suddenly remembering. Sir. The stone. It was Quirrell. He's got the stone, sir, quick. Calm yourself, dear boy, you are a little behind the times, Dumbledore said. Quirrell does not have the stone. Then who does? Sir, James, please relax, or Madame Pomfrey will have me thrown out. I obeyed and began looking around me. I realized I must be in the hospital wing. I was lying in a bed with white linen sheets, and next to me was a table piled high with what looked like half the candy shop. Tokens from your friends and admirers, Dumbledore said, beaming. I had hoped to talk with you longer, but I will have to be brief. Everyone knows what occurred in the dungeons, including your brother, who was not kind to Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. He sighed. He insulted them and Ron nearly attacked him, but Percival stopped him. Harry threatened him with time in Azkaban if he tried it again, which would be a third attempt by Ron. He said, to my shock and horror. What about the stone, sir? I see you are not to be distracted. Very well, the stone. Professor Quirrell did not manage to take it from you. I arrived in time to prevent that. We were going to have the stone destroyed, but your brother talked to the Flamels and they left. I'm not sure what was said, but they all looked quite pleased, and Harry refused to tell me anything. I'm not sure if they will destroy it or not, and Harry won't tell me. Why doesn't Harry trust you, sir? I asked, in confusion. I have made a lot of mistakes, James. When I learned of your brother's secret self-studying, I tried looking into his mind. He forcefully pushed me out of his mind and counter-attacked. That time McGonagall and Snape had to carry you out of Potter Manor, I exclaimed. Yes, James. He said, with a sad smile. He used a powerful and obscure skill relating to mind magic. He essentially drove a spike into my brain. He said, causing me to gasp in horror. It took a week of medical attention to become functional again, and another month of potions to completely recover. I looked into his mind. I shouldn't have invaded his privacy, and in doing so I lost his trust. That, combined with my introducing you to the Weasleys, and placing bait for Voldemort in Hogwarts, has eroded all trust he might have had for me. I failed him again this year. How? I don't allow teachers to allow advanced studies. I deem it too dangerous. Had I known better, I could have prevented Harry from going to Durmstrang and could have prevented him from studying under Quirrell. He said, to my shock and horror. By the time he had left, he had mastered all 7 years of Durmstrang material and had tested into the mastery course. I felt tears begin to form. My brother was lost to the dark arts. I read Quirrell's journal after his office was searched and read a full report of his progress. Harry had managed to defeat Quirrell in 3 practice duels. Dumbledore looked at me sadly. I'll leave you to rest, James. Harry's POV, June 27, 1992. We were eating breakfast, preparing to leave to pick up James. I picked up my copy of Wizarding World News. Damn, I said, getting my parents' attention. Language, Harry, Mom said angrily. I was too distracted by the headline. Ermengarde destroyed. Lord Grindelwald dead. On June 4, 1992, Ermengarde was besieged by a small, elite force of unknown people. During this siege, 40 ICW Aurors were toughly slaughtered, and Grindelwald was confirmed to have been murdered. At this time we have no further information. We will inform our loyal readers as soon as we do. I handed it to my mother. They looked relieved. I suppose they were expecting worse news. Hours later, we were at King's Cross Station, waiting on my brother. So, Harry, how are you liking your new school? Mrs. Granger asked, trying to be polite. I love it. Only 1/2 term there, and I'm already skipping several grades. I've tested into 3rd year of the Charms and Transfiguration Mastery courses. Tested into 2nd year of my Potions Mastery course. 1st year of the Herbology course. 5th year Dark Arts. 4th year Spell Creation. I said breathlessly. Didn't you enter 1st year of a Potions Mastery course? Mr. Weasley asked, butting in. Yes, I'm only 3 weeks ahead of studies. I need to free up time before I start skipping years in that class. I said, politely. I'm actually self-studying this summer to test out of Transfiguration, and I have made great progress so far. Though it's incredibly difficult, and if I feel I can pass, I'll need to return to Durmstrang 3 days early and after scheduling a test. Should you be studying during summer? I was told it was illegal to perform magic outside school, while under the age of 17, Mrs. Granger said. I live in a magical household, so they can't prove I did it. Even if they did, I'm the heir apparent to 2 most ancient and noble houses. I'm untouchable. Unless I hurt or kill someone, for reasons other than self-defense, or cast an unforgivable curse. I refuse to do any of those things on a matter of principle. Why did you threaten our children with imprisonment in Azkaban? Mr. Weasley finally asked. Honestly, Fred, George, and Ron seemed like they needed to know their actions had severe consequences. Percy is very well behaved and mature, and will no doubt be a boon to your family. I hope your children will aspire to emulate him, or your older children that I've only heard good things about. To force them to re-evaluate their behavior, I threatened them. Make no mistake, I won't hesitate to follow through on my threat, if they attack me again. He seemed to understand my position, even if he wasn't pleased with it. I was, of course, lying and playing him, but my actions could serve that purpose. I heard you were studying the Fidelius charm. How is that going? Mr. Weasley asked. It's extremely difficult, especially when you're trying to make yourself the secret keeper. I successfully cast it, but it took 15 minutes to cast. It took an hour to dismantle, but my time on casting and dismantling has improved since then. The Hogwarts Express had finally arrived. Percival Weasley was the first to arrive. He gave me a polite nod, which I returned. Arthur noticed this and seemed to approve. Fred and George glared at me. I rolled my eyes and they reached for their wands. Arthur stopped them with a glare that promised punishment. That made me very happy. which I thankfully concealed with my skills in occlumency. Finally James, Ron, and Hermione got off the express and began walking over to us. I noticed Hermione and Ron looked annoyed by my presence, but I didn't care. They were unimportant and their hurt feelings meant nothing to me. Everything I said was true, and if they can't handle it, that wasn't my problem. Potter, Ron said, hatefully. I began, with falsely polite smile. My father cut me off, by covering my mouth. I gave him a hurt look, which made his lips briefly shift into a smile before he stopped himself. Anyway, hey little bro, I said, with a smile. Hey, Harry, he said, glad to see me. We all began saying our goodbyes and my parents promised James he could invite the Weasleys over, much to my disdain. Sadly, it was proven by Madame Pomfrey that he wasn't under any potions. I really wanted a chance to deal with them, just so I could quit worrying. Potter Manor. July 31st, 1992. Why does my family love having birthday parties? I was currently dealing with the annoying presence of the loud-mouthed, classless, Weasley filth. So far I had been receiving glares from the twins, Ron, Ginny, and even Hermione. None of them were stupid enough to cross me, yet, though I was certain they would. Even Hermione's parents were angry at me. They must have been told what I said to their daughter. Fortunately, I was too pleased with my progress in my studies and magical growth to be very angry. I suppose we should address the elephant in the room, Mom said, finally. I dare you to ask anyone, if they want to see your trunk. I whispered to Sirius, causing him to snicker. Remus looked like he overheard what I said, if his smile was any indication. My parents looked angry, so Remus explained what I said to Dad, who laughed a little. He explained it to my mom, who was still angry. We'll be talking later, Harry. Arthur, Molly, your children are poorly behaved and even attacked Harry. That is not okay, and will not be tolerated any longer, Mom said, to Molly's anger. She began to open her mouth, but Arthur silenced her with a glare. Your children attacked my son, were defeated and now hate him for defending himself. I don't know why Fred, George, and Ron behave that way. When your elder children were all known to well-behaved and model students, this includes Percy too. At least none of our children are dark wizards, Molly screamed. They're well on their way to being dark, even if they don't use technically dark magic. I personally predict that Ron will become a practitioner of the dark arts, within a few years. I interjected unhelpfully. Arthur looked shocked by that statement. Molly just looked like a mad woman. I personally identify as gray rather than dark, by the way. This is the person you made your heir? James deserves it more, he's a good boy, Molly yelled. James almost ruined our family when he committed a crime. Harry salvaged the situation to such an extent that James only received a stern talking to. Harry has worked hard his entire life, and will even have multiple masteries within a few years. James had almost cost us our position in the Light faction, Molly. Dad said angrily. Your children are no longer permitted to associate with my sons, he said, having finally had enough. Molly rose, looking downright murderous. Enough, Molly. Arthur said angrily. Lord and Lady Potter, I apologize on behalf of my family. We will leave your manor at once. Molly glared murderously at him. Arthur nodded to Percy. And Percy stunned her. Yes. I just might have a new Patronus memory now. Arthur levitated her limp body out. My family left to escort the Weasleys out of the manor. I was left in the company of the Grangers and James. That was interesting, Mrs. Granger said neutrally. And unfortunate. I added, in agreement. James, I'm sorry you had to hear all of that. Did one crime really do all of that? He asked sadly. Yes. I spent several days thinking and managed to devise counters for most damages. We still might have to declare a feud against a few families, and one of us might have to become betrothed to curry favor. I said, to the shared shock of the Grangers, and my brother. Though, there aren't any actual plans to do. It's still an absolute last resort, that I opposed so much that I didn't even mention it to our parents. I'd really not marry some worthless pampered princess with no talent. Knowing you, you have already studied females and have a list of desired traits, James said in amusement, which the Grangers mirrored. He just guessed correctly. Am I really that predictable and obvious? You do, he said, in amusement. I'll try falling in love with them too, I said, defensively. What's on the list? Hermione asked. If I had to guess, she intended to do the same. Above average height and intelligence, ideally genius or near genius level intellect. Ideally they will have magical abilities in their family history or confer some other benefit through their lineage, like greater political power, wealth or connections. I'm willing to overlook certain shortcomings, if they have specialties that would be a boon to the family. I'd prefer to be in love with them. Purely political relationships are an absolute last resort. Okay. This conversation is disconcerting. So, Harry, how are you taller than your brother? I was told you were only 7 minutes older, Mr. Granger asked. Well, as twins we were likely born near equal magical power. I simply trained mine since the age of 3 and grew in power. Magic has several passive effects. Healing, it plays a factor in growth and how quickly you age. The average wizard life expectancy is 137 years, but that is the average wizard, and the oldest wizard on record is 755 years old. The thing you need to understand about magic is that it can best be described as a muscle, rather than a fixed power level. I've been training my muscle since I was 3, and now have power greater than the average adult wizard, at age 12, no less. This power that is coursing through my body has caused me to grow more than my brother, and make me look years older, and even start puberty slightly earlier, I said, causing Hermione to blush at the last part, and her parents and James to laugh. Isn't that dangerous? No, it's awesome. I don't have acne because my magic is preventing it. That's the one bad thing about puberty, and I don't suffer from it. My magic is supercharging my body, and I feel awesome all the time, I said, to the amusement of Mr. and Mrs. Granger. My family returned a few moments later. Sorry about that, Mom said, with a sad smile. It looked like she had even cried some. It's fine. Harry explained how he was taller than his brother, which was a very interesting explanation, Mr. Granger said. Did he mention the correlation between greater magical power and a larger beep size? Sirius asked, jokingly, in clear amusement. Sirius? Mom, Hermione, and Mrs. Granger exclaimed angrily, while everyone else laughed. My summer vacation was spent wisely. I had achieved an immense 10% in magical growth, though it became increasingly difficult, because I had to work even harder the more power I gained. I came back to Durmstrang on August the 18th and successfully tested out of Transfiguration. Professor Ivanova guessed my reasons and wasn't happy, but couldn't deny me considering how well I did. This freed up more time for me to study the Native American animagus method. I even managed to test into 4th-year charms. I met the new dark arts teacher and Alexis' grandfather, Zeus Megalos. He was intimidating to say the least, not very talkative either. He seemed to silently judge and appraise me, but I wasn't sure if I passed or failed. I could tell he was very powerful, around my own power level. He just seemed more confident in his power and seemed to know he could defeat his fellow teachers. Karkaroff in particular even seemed to fear him. As I contemplated that, I was walking by his classroom. Ah, Mr. Potter, he said, exiting his classroom. I was just heading to the welcoming feast myself. I shall join you. We will talk about your private lessons that you will having with me. I kept my expression under control. Who did this old man think he was? Demos asked me to personally teach you advanced magic, and I agreed after hearing of your skill. Your lessons will begin tomorrow after classes, and I will push you to your magical limits, but your powers will grow like never before. Especially after you complete that ritual with Miss Abig. Professor Megalos said, enjoying my look of shock. Oh yes, the pro-Grindelwald families are all aware. Everyone wants to see what you're capable of, Harry, even I do. Your having access to the Potter, Peverell, and Black family libraries provides truly exciting possibilities. He said, to my confusion. I fought alongside of Arcturus Black, Charles and Doria Potter, and members of the Abig, Megalos, Xanthopoulos, and Aesolon families. Arcturus Black and Doria Potter nay Black rained courses upon Grindelwald's enemies that reduced them to puddles of human goo. Charles Potter ripped the life from hundreds and turned them into undead Avs using Peverell necromancy. He said, watching my expression of awe. Grindelwald's supporters bathed entire armies in fiendfire and Greek fire, though the Greek fire was mostly provided by the Megalos family. And then, when we were near success, it all came to an end. Albus Dumbledore, Henry Potter, Fleeman Potter, Alistair Moody, Newt Scamander, and Tina Goldstein all attacked Grindelwald's elite. They were barely winning, but your grandfather and great-grandfather were very powerful and managed to eventually defeat Charles and Doria. They began to aid the weaker of the force, Newt Scamander and Tina Goldstein, and within 2 tiring hours Grindelwald's elite lay defeated. An hour later and Dumbledore had managed to defeat Lord Grindelwald, with his servants as witnesses. You have access to all that powerful magic, Mr. Potter. You simply need to train hard and learn it all. He said, and I decided that I was going to. I needed that powerful magic at my disposal. I will. What will I be learning from you first? I will be making sure you can duel at an acceptable level and utilize your magic to its fullest potential. I will provide you with lists of spells for you to learn that you won't find here at Durmstrang. You will also study the restricted section and try to test out of several classes to free up more time for me to train you. His demanding personality was beginning to get on my nerves. I know much of what Lord Grindelwald knew, and should be able to guide you to a similar level of power. All right. Thank you, I said, politely. Just work hard. I know you're not adverse to rituals, and can always remove your need for sleep, or attain greater power. I nodded in agreement, but I didn't want to do that ritual. I didn't have the expensive ingredients anyway. I can provide you with the ingredients if needed. I have more than enough stocked up. I nodded gratefully. So, are you looking forward to becoming an animagus? Of course. I'm excited about the possibility of having multiple forms. I hope one of them is magical. I'd really love to be a phoenix or basilisk or dragon. I said, to his amusement. Good luck. It's believed to be a 1 in a million chance, and you have to have similar personality traits, and enough magic to handle the transformation and the strain of it. I'm surprised you didn't have a Nundu for one of your desired forms. Well, now that I know personality traits play a factor, I'd probably have to possess a permanent case of gas or halitosis, and be deeply ashamed of it, I said, causing him to laugh. If you test that theory, wait until you graduate Durmstrang or decide you have learned enough. I don't want to smell that, nor does anyone else, he said in amusement. Which includes me, also, sir, I said, as we neared the doors of the dining hall. Well, I'll let you join your friends. Be gentle with the ladies, he said, with a teasing smile. I'll try, I said, in slight embarrassment. I really didn't mean to hurt Alexis, and I wished I hadn't. I walked away, to join my friends. Hey, Harry, Alexis said, with a smile. Hey, Alexis, I said, with a smile in return. Looking forward to becoming an animagus this year? Alexis asked. Of course. Your grandfather and I were just talking about it. Looking forward to persuading me to teach you? Abigail asked with a flirty smile, which amused Ajax, Andrea, and Alexis. Yes, I am. When do you want me to persuade you? I asked, putting persuade in air quotes. Tonight, she said, excitedly. Excellent, I said as High Master Karkaroff entered. Before you begin to eat, I have an announcement. We have a new dark arts professor, Zeus Megalos, he said, causing murmuring to break out. The Megalos family is infamous throughout the world as being extremely powerful, and is commonly derided as dark. Alexis explained, looking at the hall in disdain. Ah, I said, in understanding. Silence, Karkaroff ordered. You will treat him with the appropriate respect or face the consequences. The food then appeared on the tables. You may now eat. Dinner passed in oppressive silence, which most of the students belonging pro-Grindelwald families found very amusing. When it was over, I retired to my room, followed closely by Abigail and Alexis. The next day passed in a blur. Classes were somewhat challenging, but I still thrived and made great progress. Finally, it was time for my first lesson with Professor Megalos. I entered his classroom nervously. Good, you're early, he said, with a smile. Set down your book bag and prepare yourself. I quickly obeyed, and sat my bag down in a place with natural shielding in the form of tables. Okay, he said, getting my attention. Only the killing curse is forbidden in our duels. Prepare yourself, because I won't be gentle with you, he said in warning. I drew my wand and assumed a dueling stance. He began with a powerful bonebreaker, which I deflected away. He seemed to approve, because he smiled, while still studying me. He quickly sent 2 more at me, from his wand in hand. I quickly deflected the 2 spells, That appeared to be the first of many spells in the form of barrage. I quickly pushed my body harder, deflecting spells with my wand and with wandless magic. When his barrage was over, he looked pleased. I felt his magic surge and smelled ozone. I knew what was coming, and immediately countered with a rope of fire, and it met his lightning curse head-on. I pushed, experimentally, and felt his power briefly become overwhelmed, before he suddenly ended the beam struggle and blasted me back. I barely managed to stay on my feet, but I managed to send a blasting curse at him. He shielded and managed to not even be knocked back. I began my counter-attack with a barrage of wanded and wandless bone breakers and bludgeoning curses, but his shield withstood it with ease. He smirked at me. I called up more of my power and was hit by a red light. My last thought? I hope that was a stunning spell. I was reawoken an unknown amount of time later. Your performance was just okay. Your spell deflection was incredible. You managed to identify the lightning curse and counter it, and would have overwhelmed me in a beam struggle. If I were much more inexperienced, you managed to recover from my counterattack and make your own during that. Your wandless magic will need to be fully demonstrated to me, then I can identify any weaknesses in it and help you improve it. You need to make calling up more power second nature and effortless to do. I recommend practicing on training dummies and building up your time. You need to be able to do that while maintaining a solid defense. You need to incorporate transfiguration into duels too. I wasn't sure if you were omitting that because of what class 1 teach. I nodded along, making mental notes. I was omitting it, but I'll likely need to practice with it, I said, to which he nodded in understanding. Then you will now have your chance, he said, and I readied myself. Begin. I quickly conjured objects and transfigured them into lions and sent them to attack. I quickly conjured several flocks of birds and sent them to attack. I turned all the desks into pigs and had them attack too. He destroyed the lions and birds with highly controlled fiendfire and untransfigured the desks, while I sent arrows at him. He had to dodge the arrows, and I took this time to repeat my earlier strategy with a couple modifications. He easily countered my strategy. That just wouldn't work. Fumos, I thought. The smoke screen spell did its job. I quickly transfigured the smoke into daggers and launched them at Professor Megalos. I was rewarded with one hitting his arm, before he suddenly shielded, causing them to shatter. He dropped the shield, and I launched the shards at him, and held them an inch from his body. Yield? I asked nervously. I knew I had gotten lucky. I was fighting with textbook methods and decided to try imagination at the last moment. Yes, I yield, he said, and I quickly vanished the shattered daggers. Your transfiguration was textbook and uninspired, at first, but you seemed to detect that and then used a brilliant and simple strategy combining charms and transfiguration. You have the knowledge, but need more experience at duels involving transfiguration. I take it most of your magical combat was more direct, and to the point? Yes, it was. I haven't had a chance to truly apply it in a duel, so I'd like it if we had more of these duels. And we will be having a great many of them. I intend to push you to your limits, and shall not rest until you can defeat me with ease, he said, looking truly excited at the prospect of being defeated. Well, I'll strive to make your dream of being defeated come true, I said, in amusement. Good. You need to begin studying for that event, but now you need to demonstrate your abilities in wandless magic. Hours later, I was just returning to my room, quite tired from demonstrating my skills, and noticed Abigail and Alexis waiting outside my door. Hello, ladies, I said politely. Ready for your first lesson? Abigail asked, with a smile. Of course, I said excitedly. I quickly unlocked the door to my room. When I entered, I sat my book bag down on a table. You'll need to move some things to make room, Abigail said, to my confusion. Sometimes you can get large forms. All right, I said, beginning to levitate my furniture out of the way. I managed to create 40 feet of open space. Okay, please take a seat on the floor, Abigail said. I obeyed. I'm going to cast a spell on you that allows you to bond with and communicate with animal spirits. When I cast it, you will go into deep meditation by tuning out all thought and focusing entirely on entering the meditation, including ignoring all sound and smells. That might be difficult. Your skill in occlumency should greatly help you. When you succeed, you will see your form or forms and will need to go halfway to them. Do not go any further, you will know when to stop, she said, making sure I understood. They will come the rest of the way to you. When they do, you should exit the meditation. They cannot hurt you, but they can be spooked and abandon you if you haven't fully integrated them into your being. Some animal spirits will leave if you disgust them. That is why there are so few phoenix and unicorn animagas in history. Most phoenix spirits leave before the holder can even become aware of them. I'll cast the spell now. Adanvido adudavdu, she said, holding her palms facing me. I was quickly enveloped by the blue light that left her hands. Begin meditating. I obeyed and quickly closed my eyes, emptying my mind of all thought and even emotion. I was not sure how long it took, but eventually I appeared in a field and saw 3 forms. I focused on them, and saw a black cat, a large tiger, and a massive snake. I felt that I could safely approach and began walking towards them, making sure they didn't see me as a threat. As I got closer, I noticed that one form was a black panther, the others were larger than normal tiger, and I couldn't identify what kind of snake the other one was, but it was massive, at least 30 feet long and powerfully built. I got halfway there and stopped, and began the waiting period. I just hoped that I didn't have to wait long. I stared at the animal spirits without fear. The first to approach was the panther. He stared me down one last time, before he placed his head against mine, and disappeared. The tiger approached next. It got in my face and roared, but I sat unfazed and seemed to pass his test. He placed his head against mine and disappeared. The snake approached me next. I could feel its apathy and coldness. It seemed to be radiating it or otherwise conveying the emotion to me. It was a predator and it did whatever it had to survive. It was beautiful and terrifying. It placed its massive head against mine and disappeared. I exited the meditation. When I opened my eyes, I saw Alexis and Abigail almost dozing off. "Wake up, ladies," I said, with a smile. "Welcome back. You were gone for hours," Alexis said, with an undertone of concern. "That's surprising. I only had 3 forms, a panther, a tiger, and a massive snake. To transform into your forms, you simply find your recently assimilated spirits, accept it and let your body fill with magic. You need to use occlumency or strong willpower to prevent the spirit from completely taking over, specifically your mind. You simply need to call upon the spirits and allow them surface. Just make sure you have and retain control. You can try one now, just start small," Abigail said. She seemed to be eager for me to finish. I called upon the panther animal spirit and felt a foreign presence in my mind and my body began to tingle. I accepted the bodily control and began to fill my body up with magic. My physical body and my clothes disappeared. In my place was a mighty black cat, a panther, with my green eyes. I had successfully completed my first animagus transformation. "Congratulations, Harry," Abigail and Alexis said. I growled in response. I already missed being able to talk. I began to move around, getting used to my transformed body. 10 minutes later, and I had memorized the feeling of the form. "To return to your human form, you simply need to focus on it," Abigail said. I quickly did so. "I think you can handle the rest alone. This method is better and safer, with barely any risks. Any questions?" "Yes. Why do I feel suddenly stronger?" "It's a beneficial side effect. It allows users of this method to become much more physically stronger than users of the other, inferior method. More forms equals more strength, speed, and agility while in human form. Any more questions?" "When can I thank you ladies for what you did tonight?" I asked, with a smile. They knew what I was asking. "Whenever you want," Alexis said, in amusement. "Great. Are there any spells to counter accidents with this method, and can you teach me that spell sometime?" "Yes, there are and I will teach them to you this week," Abigail replied. "Okay. That's all the questions I have. I'll walk you ladies back to your rooms." "No need for that," Alexis said, in amusement. "We'll spend the night." The next morning was memorable. I had fully recovered the magic I used and did my exercises while Abigail and Alexis were asleep. When they woke up, we decided to do the funnest exercise known to every species that enjoys say. When we finished with that, I experimented with my snake animagus. After it was mentioned to resemble a boa-type snake, I decided to call it Titanoboa. After getting comfortable with that form, I tried my tiger form, which was identified as a large Siberian tiger. It was similar enough to my panther form that I easily became comfortable with it. My day passed in much the way as yesterday. Classes were easy for me. Sadly, Professor White was trying to get a mastery student to tutor an idiot who had Karkaroff's favor. I refused, citing my poor progress in mastery potions, a full schedule, and my advanced post-mastery studies in transfiguration and dark arts. He caved and passed the burden that was Victor Crumb onto someone else with a less busy schedule. Finally, it was time for my next private lesson with Professor Megalos. I nervously entered his classroom. Good, you're early. Feel free to make that a habit. I intend to. Good. Have you begun studying any books from the restricted section yet? No, I haven't. I spent part of last night and this morning getting used to my 3 animagus forms. I checked out a book earlier today though, and I'll read it in my spare time. It's regarding battle transfiguration. I chose it because that seemed to be my biggest weakness, I said, to his approval. Good. Then I'll teach you obscure and rare magic that you cannot learn here and would have difficulty learning elsewhere. Great. What's first? I asked excitedly. I'll teach you some soul magic, blood magic, and necromancy, he said with a smile, obviously amused by my excitement. November 23, 1992, 3 months gone, and my power had grown a fair amount, but my knowledge had grown immensely. I took to the dark magic taught by Professor Megalos like a fish to water. He thankfully already had deceased Muggle bodies stored in a secret room. I refused to commit murder, and he was surprisingly supportive of the choice. He even informed me the bodies were stolen from Muggle morgues and other places with plenty of dead bodies. My studies into soul and blood magic had granted me several interesting abilities and has given me leads on realizing some of my future plans. I had even managed to progress through the 4th year spell list for my master studies in charms and became somewhat proficient in them. Most of my focus was still on my lessons with Professor Megalos, but I didn't neglect my other classes. I memorized the books for 1st through 4th year in herbology, and spell creation books for 4th through 6th. Oh, I intended to focus on my electives next year and possibly get even more masteries in subjects. Abigail taught me all the related spells for teaching the Native American animagus method, which had to be cast wandlessly, because no one had ever adapted them to used with a wand. My skill in battle transfiguration has come along reasonably well, at least in my opinion, and Professor Megalos seemed to agree. Sadly, my wonderful academic life was marred by my concern for my brother. Before I left to return to Durmstrang, we had a visitor in the form of a house elf named Dobby. He tried bullying my brother into not returning to Hogwarts. James, of course, refused and even tried getting information. According to a letter from my brother, he prevented him from returning to Hogwarts the normal way, and our parents had to disapparate him there. Thankfully, there weren't any other issues, well until recently, when Dobby tried killing my brother. On top of all of this, there was an unknown force petrifying the students at Hogwarts. Now, it was once again time for an exhausting lesson with Professor Megalos. I calmly entered his classroom, early as always. Today, we will be dueling again, Harry, he said, with a smile. He had become fond of me, that much was obvious. Okay, sir, I said, excited to discover how much progress I had made. I assumed a dueling stance. He began with a spear of fire, which I dodged, before responding by conjuring a spike and banishing at him. He blasted it into shards and banished them back to me. I banished them back, and then banished again. The shards hit him and knocked him back into his desk. He glared murderously at me and I became nervous. He pulled the shards from himself with a spell and healed the wounds. He still looked incredibly angry. Crucio, he called out. I quickly dodged and sent a wandless punching hex at his groin and stunning spell from my wand. He batted aside the red light of the stunning spell, and was hit by the near-invisible punching hex. You little bastard, he said angrily. Oh no. I pissed him off. He sent a bone-exploding curse, which I wandlessly deflected into a desk and sent a stunner at him, before banishing the remains of the desk at him. He redirected the shards into the wall and deflected the stunner into the floor. He quickly cast a fire-infused cutting curse at me. I dodged and tried binding him with several chains, which failed epically. He cast an extremely powerful concussion curse at me, which caused me to form a shield with immense power. When the curse hit, I was blasted back into a wall. Crucio, he said, I barely dodged it. Imperio, he said, I wasn't fast enough to dodge it. I felt the textbook described floating sensation, and my every thought and worry was forgotten. I felt so relaxed, but I quickly shook off the spell's effects. Drop your wand, immediately. I was commanded. I moved to fake the movement. No thanks, I'll pass, I said, with a cocky smirk. Professor Megalos looked shocked and a little angry. Good, that would have been far too easy anyway. I still need revenge for the attack on my groin, he said, with a cruel smirk. He quickly began with a barrage of dark spells, each of which could gravely injure me. I deflected them all with practiced ease and began yet another counterattack. 2 hours later, I panted from near exhaustion, drenched in sweat, with my barely closed wounds still leaking some blood. My blood-soaked shirt and pants were clinging to my body. I had thankfully not lost too much blood, but I was experiencing fatigue, profuse sweating, dizziness, and a headache, and beginning to experience more severe symptoms of blood loss. I was getting dangerously close to magical exhaustion. Right now my powers were depleted enough that I could recover during this weekend. My only consolation was that Professor Megalos looked to be in worse shape than I was. So, we're both tired, I managed to say. Let's end this quickly. Agreed, he said tiredly. I began the last act with a stunning spell, and he did the same. Our spells met in the air, and I sent a wandless stunner at him, with greater power and speed. It hit and he fell to the ground, with a disbelieving look on his face. I disarmed him and revived him. I win, I said, with a tired and pained smile. Annoying brat, he said, as I began casting diagnostic spells on him. Well, this annoying brat is going to help you survive, I said, before I handed him vials of wound-cleaning potion and blood-replenishing potion. After he cleaned his wounds, I healed them. Very well, Potter. You should be on your way to eventually defeating me with ease. I just need to find a reward for all of your hard work, Professor Megalos said, giving me an idea. There is one thing I read about during my study of soul magic, I said, piquing his interest. What do you know about Horcruxes and darker rituals? I asked, shocking him to his core. Oh well. I needed that information for my plans and could always obliviate him if he refused to answer. November 27, 1992. I had finally full recovered the magic I used in my duel with Professor Megalos. It was a long few days, and I spent them memorizing books on herbology and spell creation, and conserving power and avoiding intense magical and physical exertion. After all that, I decided to try testing out of first-year herbology, and even try testing into third year or even fourth year. My power even grew a small, but definitely noticeable amount. I had the pleasure of Alexis keeping me company while I was recovering. Sadly, we couldn't have say. While I wasn't at full strength. Well, we could, but I needed to make sure that I fully healed. I had the school healer check me out, and make sure that I was okay and didn't need further attention, and managed to convince her not to inform anyone. So, Harry, I heard you scheduled another test, Abigail said. I did. I'd like to free up more time to pursue my electives next year. Which ones are you considering? Ajax asked. Magical creatures, alchemy, and ancient studies. Depending on how I spend my summer, I may drop one or even all of those as options, I said, having to avoid divulging my plans. Ancient runes can be used in rituals and enchantments that you want to last for decades or longer. You could still take that class and have plenty of free time, Ajax said in reply. I know, it's an option I have already considered. I just want to see where my self-studying can get me first and if I still see a need in pursuing eventual masteries in those classes. Ancient runes are a part of my studying. In relation to my studies of blood magic and rituals, I left unsaid. You will certainly be an incredibly powerful sorcerer when your power stops growing, Ajax said, causing Alexis to snort unladylike in amusement. He'll probably surpass Merlin and my ancestor, maybe even Zeus, she said, with a smile. I raised an eyebrow. I had only heard Zeus was supposedly an ancient and incredibly powerful wizard, with an incredibly powerful family who were all worshipped as deities. They seemed to accept it as fact. I'd love to get a hold of that powerful magic. It looks like Harry is already fantasizing about using the magic of Olympus, Alexis said in amusement, distracting me from said fantasies. Controlling the weather, causing earthquakes, and making crops grow is incredibly appealing. That's not even counting all the other fun possibilities. Hurling lightning bolts is simply a wandless lightning curse, though Zeus probably did a Greek version of his own invention. People who claim to be descended from the Greek gods attend a school in Athens. My family, as well as Ajax and Andrea's families, used to be allowed to attend, but the families supporting Grindelwald were forbidden to ever visit or even attend the school. Apparently, we served someone with no divine blood, and that was unforgivable. They conveniently ignore the fact that Dark Lords from their school never expand their power beyond Greece. Alexis said, before pausing. Anyway, most of the knowledge the Olympians possessed is in that school's library. The surviving knowledge anyway. That's a shame. Has no one ever stole knowledge from the school? A few have, very few of them were spared the school's wrath. Our families were, mainly because our families formed alliances and no one would dare cross the Megalos family, and that includes all the magicals in the world. Alexis said, somewhat arrogantly and pridefully. So I won't be learning that magic, unless I invent my own versions or discover copies of the knowledge? I asked, for clarification. It's highly unlikely. I doubt any of our families would let us give you the knowledge, Alexis said, sadly. Oh well. I'll just have to find another way. Surely other nations have similar knowledge hoarded, some of which may not be as guarded. Though, I do enjoy a challenge, and acquiring the knowledge of Olympian magic is a major one. I said, beginning to think of ways to acquire it. I should probably begin teaching you the basics of ancient Greek then, Alexis said, looking impressed by my dedication. That would be great, I exclaimed, with a grateful smile. You should ask my grandfather if he can teach you any Olympian battle magic. He was known to have attended the school and was a great and powerful student, Alexis suggested. I'll certainly do that. So, Harry, Alexis has said your power is probably around sorcerer level, Ajax said conversationally. Probably. My power is slightly above that of her grandfather's, though not by much. I didn't know people still used that form of power classification. They do. Just not do in places like America, Britain, and France. They don't want to offend the weaklings, and have to deal with their whining and complaining. The system of ranking puts a vast majority at the bottom, with the weakest rank of wizard. An exceedingly rare few can climb the rankings to higher rankings, but most are too lazy or already believe they're immensely powerful. Some think we all have a fixed power level throughout life. Some believe all magicals are equal in power, but that knowledge is the deciding factor. Ajax explained. So, basically, most of the world consists of idiots, I clarified. Yes, Ajax said in amusement, which everybody seemed to mirror. I observed Professor Megalos leaving the dining hall. Alexis noticed too. There's your chance to approach him, Harry. Yeah, I'll see you all later, I said, before quickly rising to leave. I quickly caught up to him, and had a wand pointed at me. You really shouldn't do that, Harry. I could have mistaken you for an assassin, I was informed, somewhat coldly. He put his wand away. Sorry, sir. I wanted to ask if you could teach me some new magic I heard about, I said, piquing his interest. What magic is that? Magic taught at the Athens School of Divine Magic, I said nervously. Ah. It's quite powerful, but I think you could learn it. Sadly, my family wasn't deemed worthy of learning such magic. As descendants of Circe and Harpo the Foul, we were regarded as unimportant at school, and that's despite our incredible power and influence outside it, he said, before giving me a brief appraising look. Follow me to my classroom, Harry, he said, before walking away. I followed, hoping that perhaps he did have something that could help my most recent plan. We entered his classroom minutes later, and he closed the door. Now, a lot of that magic relates to elemental control, which can take decades to master. I can provide you with a few of their spells, mostly a curse that causes earthquakes, and some training in wandless lightning curses, and maybe start your studies in elemental control. Sadly, there isn't much more I can give you. I can, however, give you the means to take that knowledge, at your own risk, of course. That would be great. I both want and need that knowledge to be the most powerful. I kind of doubt they'll just give me the knowledge, though. Not knowingly, Harry, not knowingly, Professor Megalos said with a smile. I am going to teach you an incredibly obscure sub-skill of legilimency. It's very powerful and allows you to enter the minds of people without them knowing. It requires a delicate touch, but I think you can master it quickly. It doesn't require the usual eye-to-eye contact, but you do have to enter their minds to rip or copy the knowledge. I personally suggest just ripping it from their minds. It's painful for them, but much faster. Best of all, you can bypass occlumency shields with training, and then find the desired knowledge, and proceed to rip or copy it. When do we begin? I asked excitedly, amusing him. Well, it seems you have already discovered an unknown sub-skill of legilimency, he said, to my confusion. You forced your beliefs into your family's minds to get permission to attend Durmstrang, he said, causing me to think back while bringing up my occlumency. That's why they were so agreeable. Yes, you need to develop that ability in your spare time. It's far too powerful to be left unused. Of course, I will, sir. I'll begin teaching you the technique, and will even provide lists of families who might have the knowledge you desire. Thank you, I said politely and gratefully. You will still be learning the other magic too, and you will need to work on testing out of charms, he said, putting even more pressure on me. I will. I'm even working on testing out of herbology and spell creation, though I'm doubting I'll be able to completely do so this soon, I said, before pausing. I'm trying to do it before Christmas, I said, seeing his questioning look. I hope you succeed. That will free up a lot of time for me to train you, Professor Megalos said, looking pleased. Yes. I do have a few plans to free up even more time. Well done, Harry. You managed to subconsciously identify my technique and then counter it. Your occlumency is now stronger than ever, he said, to my confusion. I tried seeing what your plans were and couldn't. He said, to my anger. Now, to begin your lessons. December 7, 1992. It was difficult learning that technique. It took me 4 days, but I managed it and even managed to enter the professor's mind briefly before being thrown out. Sadly, December was shaping up to be a difficult and magically exhausting month. I was trying to master the 4th-year spell list to acquire my charms mastery, and made excellent progress. Making sure I could pass my test in herbology and spell creation. That combined with my training with Professor Megalos had pushed me to my limits. My only solace was that my power was still growing, just not enough or fast enough. I thankfully picked up the basics of ancient Greek quickly. Alexis being a great teacher helped too. I had even managed to get a few more weeks ahead in potions, because Professor White was growing more impatient with my slow progress. I was keeping up with the class, but wasn't advancing ahead like several others were, and that was angering him. He felt that I should prioritize my potions mastery. I informed him that I was considering a more combative career or the life of a scholar. I had recently received word that Arthur Weasley got his stupid Muggle Protection Act officially rejected by the entire Wizengamot. The timing of that and the opening of the Chamber of Secrets couldn't possibly be mere coincidence. It seemed to me that someone was trying to discredit him, but I refused to share these suspicions with anyone. I couldn't have the Weasley family return to their previous glory. They were trash and acted like peasants anyway, so they should dwell with their own kind. Now, it was time for a private lesson with Professor Megalos, and I had to survive it with less than 50% of my full power. I entered his classroom nervously. Hello, Harry, Professor Megalos greeted me, with a sad smile. I see you're in no shape for a duel. You really need to find another ritual to perform. You need another power boost. I know, sir. Sadly, I don't have my own supply of willing and able beeps. Though I wish I did. I'd take my power to new levels and possibly surpass the Grand Sorcerer, Dumbledore. You want to defeat Dumbledore? He asked, in amusement. No, I just want to be able to, if I have to. I distrust him and find his actions suspicious. He keeps overstepping his bounds and trying to get his way. He even tried forcing me to give up my birthright to my little brother. He planted his allies as my brother's friends, and indirectly forced my family to associate with blood traders, which caused damage to my family's reputation. I'll continue your training, which should make you continue to grow in power. If someone comes to you, wanting to do a magic ritual, I want you to use the version of the ritual that gives you all the power growth, he said, to my shock. I kind of doubt they'll agree to that or let the matter go when they realize what happened. I disagreed, respectfully. Most of the ones who would be interested are pure blood supremacists. They won't exactly mention being deflowered by a half-blood, will they? He asked, in amusement. So I could deflower the daughters of Voldemort's supporters? I asked, eager for a form of revenge. Yes, you could, and they couldn't tell anyone without losing everything and being disowned. Okay. That sounds appealing. I do want revenge against Voldemort and his supporters, and leaving their children with my leftovers sounds like a fun way to do it. What did this Voldemort do to you? Professor Megalos asked, in interest. He possessed the defense against the dark arts teacher and taught me dark magic. While I didn't mind learning, he still made me look like an idiot, and that has consequences. Ah. And you're no doubt plotting his downfall. I pity the idiot then. Anyway, I'll let you retire to your room and read, but don't be surprised if a few girls stop by. I've overheard a few mentioning wanting to get stronger. You can use that and get your revenge. You should set the ritual up as soon as you get there. In fact, the way he was talking, it made me wonder if he was going to use the Imperius. If he did, I would have had to refuse the girl's offers. I wasn't willing to resort to beep, which is what that would technically be. Fortunately, all teachers had to swear a vow not to harm students, so that disproved that theory. Thank you, sir. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. He nodded yes, and I exited the classroom. I returned to my room, minutes later, and promptly began modifying the ritual to the most advantageous one. I'm glad I was reminded of this possibility. It should help me immensely. I finished 10 minutes later, having modified the ritual to channel the power into me and only me. My power should grow by an astounding 22%. There was suddenly a knock at my door, so I drew my wand and went to answer it. When I opened it, I saw one Calypso Rosier standing there, looking nervous, and with a slight blush obvious on her cheeks. Yes? I asked, suspiciously. I heard you were skilled at a certain ritual and would like to participate. I think it would be advantageous to me, she said, nervously. Come in, I said, with a pleased smile. December 23, 1992. I had finally freed up more time, and had passed my tests in charms, herbology, and spell creation and had successfully tested out of the classes. My teachers had such confidence in my abilities that they had ICW representatives there, with 2 pre-written certificates of mastery. I still needed some independent study before taking a teaching job, but I had no intention of wasting my time teaching a bunch of lazy idiots. Not when I could grow and develop my power and skill and work entirely for my benefit, well that, and the benefit of my family and friends. My power gain from that ritual was impressive. Rosier was incredibly angry and even threatened to tell someone. I told her that if she did, she would be disowned and have her reputation ruined. She would be viewed as a blood traitor and likely killed or forced to live being mocked and looked down upon. I told her that I would show people the memory of her asking me to have say with her. When I was done threatening her, I forced her swear a vow of silence and to not seek revenge directly or indirectly, and to send her friends my way. She fearfully agreed. I eagerly awaited her providing me with plenty of useful idiots to be used to boost my power even further. Until that wonderful time, I had something to do and was about to do it. I knocked on Professor Megalos' classroom door. Enter, his voice called out. I opened the door and entered, giving him a nod of respect. I have the book ready for you. Let's just call it a Christmas present, he said, before handing me the book. Ancient Rituals of Power, and How to Perform Them. Thank you, sir. Now, I feel guilty about not getting you anything. Don't, there is no need for guilt. Anything I want, I can get myself. When you return, I have something to show you. A hidden resource that I recently decided you could be trusted with, he said, piquing my interest. But, good luck on your holiday projects and be sure to see Alexis before you leave. She has a present for you too. Just remember that Zeus is a good and strong name for a boy, he said, giving me a knowing look. Is she pregnant? My fear must have been obvious, because he smirked. I need to go see her, now. Thanks again for the book, sir, I said, before running out of his classroom. How did this happen? We were careful. We took precautions, and we still ruined our lives. I arrived at her room in record time and forced myself to calmly knock. She quickly opened the door and when she saw me, she smiled. If she was pregnant, then at least I genuinely liked and cared for her. Hey, Harry, come on in, she said, standing aside so I could enter. I entered, my panic barely concealed. Your grandfather said I should come see you before I left, I said nervously. He also mentioned that Zeus is a good and strong name for a boy. I added, giving her a look that demanded an explanation. Well, I do have a present for you and it is a boy, but you're not father, Alexis said, in amusement. It's in the cage on the table, she said, gesturing to it and fighting amusement at what appeared to be a prank on me. I went over the table and saw a covered cage. I uncovered it and saw a type of bird. It had 6 small wings and a head similar to that of a hippogriff. I noticed that its feathers were shimmering with cloud patterns and that it looked scared. Is this a thunderbird? I asked in awe, turning to face Alexis. Yes, she replied in amusement. Sorry, but you're not the father, she added, before outright laughing. The noise frightened the baby thunderbird, and I began trying to soothe it. I was fortunate that it seemed to like me somewhat, and quickly calmed down. I really need to name this little guy, I said, by now petting him. I suppose Zeus is a good name, and your grandfather did prank me really good. What do you think, little guy? How does Zeus sound? It made a happy-sounding noise, so I took that as a yes. Now, what about my present? Alexis hinted with a pout. Right, I said, before withdrawing a small box. I handed it to her. She excitedly took it with a smile. She quickly opened it, and saw the beautiful emerald necklace that I bought for her, and enchanted to the best of my ability. It's beautiful, Harry, she said, before suddenly ing me. I'm glad you like it, I said, after we broke apart for air. I love it. What's the magic coming from it? Alexis asked, with a smile. I didn't know she could sense magic. Several protective spells I know. It detects poisons, love potions, truth serums, and can deflect some spells. It draws power from ambient magic, and can even recharge itself. Only you or I can touch it. Well, others could, but they would have to bypass the protective spells. Wow, how long did it take you to enchant? She asked, in awe. 2 weeks. You worked on my present for 2 weeks? She asked, touched by gesture. Yes, I said, omitting the fact that it took me that long to perfect the enchantments. When you get back, you will be rewarded extensively, she said, with a smile. I look forward to it. Thank you for the Thunderbird, Alexis, I said, with a grateful smile. You're welcome, Harry. If you make it one of your familiars, it grow even larger and more powerful, Alexis said. One of my familiars? I asked, in slight confusion. I had only heard of people having one. Yes, Harry. Familiars draw small amounts of magical power, and you have large amounts of power which is still growing. You'll be able to easily sustain multiple, and derive quite a few benefits, including mental communication, and remote control of them. Zeus can control weather. Just imagine what can be done with that power, a power that will only grow stronger as you do. Well, I'm convinced, I said, with a smile. I'm glad, she said, with a smile in return. I'll let you get ready to go home, she said, before ing me goodbye. I was finally home, and my parents had been supportive of my pet Thunderbird. I had decided against telling them how large Zeus would grow. I had already devised some ways to remove that issue as a factor. I sat down my things and grabbed my mastery certificates. It was time for a little fun. I took them downstairs and to my parents, and saw Sirius and Remus there. I have some possibly bad news, I said, nervously. I handed my parents my mastery certificates for charms, transfiguration, and herbology. I'm sorry, but I'm smarter than most of the world, I said, making them all laugh at my little prank. That was a decent prank, Harry, Dad said, in amusement. We need to frame these. When you do, I'm warding those things to the limits of my abilities. I will need to go to the ministry during my holiday, I said, to their confusion. I received a rare offer to learn the Native American method of becoming an animagus, and couldn't pass it up. Native American method? Mom asked, in confusion. Dad, Sirius, and Remus looked impressed. It allows one to have multiple forms and achieve the transformations in days or weeks. Governments have suppressed the knowledge for that reason, I said, to her shock. Had they not, the commonly known method would have been rendered obsolete. Sadly, once you try the other method, you lose the ability to use the Native American method. What's your form? Dad asked, excitedly, cutting off Mom, who was surprisingly amused by his antics. Forms. A panther, a Siberian tiger, and an unidentified and possibly extinct form. Honestly, the form might even be a magical one. Let's see it, then, Sirius said, excitedly. Not enough room. It's a 30-foot-long snake. I just named it Titanoboa, because it resembles the type. So my godson has a huge snake? Sirius asked, with a teasing smirk. Yes, much bigger than yours. I deadpanned, causing everyone to laugh at the look on Sirius' face. Let's go into the yard, you can show us the form there, Dad said, rising from his seat, and still smirking at my joke. I followed them out. We were outside a minute later. I wasted no time. I got a safe distance away and quickly transformed. Bloody hell. Sirius called out in fear. I tried to laugh, but failed. I think it was obvious what I was trying to do, if the sounds I was making were any indication. You can transform back to human form now, Harry, Mom said, minutes later, having studied the form. I obeyed, and my speed at doing so seemed to impress the marauders. I thought that was a basilisk for a minute, Sirius said in fear. I think it's an extinct snake. The big question is which form should I register? I plan to only register my panther form and exploit the legal loophole, and we are legally required to register a form, singular. As heir apparent to two most ancient and noble houses, I'm legally untouchable anyway. Harry, you should register all of them, Mom said, sternly. Information is power. Me registering could allow family enemies to know more about me and track me. I said, they all knew who I was referring to. Besides, by exploiting a loophole, I force them to update the law when I'm exposed, and essentially validate the other method by doing so. He is untouchable, unless he's convicted of murder or using an unforgivable, Dad said, in observation. He couldn't even be punished for not registering at all. Okay, you can just register the panther form. We'll go the 1st of January, Mom said, though I could tell she wanted otherwise, but was convinced by the arguments she heard. We do have some bad news though. Your brother has decided to stay at Hogwarts with Hermione. Ah, he has a crush then, I said teasingly, making them laugh. Oh well, I suppose I can work on some of my projects in my spare time. What projects? I'm studying ahead in ancient runes. I may test out of the class without even taking it. The mastery program is largely knowledge and memory based, so I could dominate that class and get a quick and useful mastery, I said, to their approval. Well, we are going to go see your brother tomorrow, so you will get to see him, Dad said, to my joy and relief. Great. I was finally alone and could safely begin my plans, or rather the plans one Arcturus Black. Flashback. Now, for my last act. I need to talk to Harry alone. Sirius didn't look pleased, but he exited the office. Now, Harry, what do you know about Horcruxes? Nothing. What are they? I asked, in interest. An object where a wizard encases a part of his soul, loosely related to the ancient Egyptian soul jar. Voldemort, I suspect, has created 7, I know he's created at least 2, because I acquired them. He explained. Not even I would be interested in that kind of magic. I have a task for you, Harry. Destroy the Horcruxes, but do so in the most beneficial way to you. There are rituals that can transfer knowledge, skill, and experience from a Horcrux or soul jar, even granting you the creator's bloodline abilities. Should you accept this mission, and you had better, or I will be greatly disappointed, you will be given a personal elf, 5% of the Black family wealth. The percentage of wealth after I absorbed the Lestrange wealth, and the Horcruxes themselves. And, finally, Black Manor, it will make a suitable headquarters for your hunt, and if you work hard you could place it under a Fidelius charm with yourself as the secret keeper. I accept, I said, without hesitation. Good, you will also have unrestricted access to the Black family library. We just have a few other matters to address, before I let Sirius back in. End flashback. I began drawing the heptagram on floor of the Black Manor's ritual room. I finished minutes later and began drawing the runes Kaunas, Soulo, Urus, Awas, Tewas, Dagaz, and Thurasaz on each point. When I finished, I placed 7 drops of blood at each point, and healed myself. Per my own logic, I decided to absorb the benefits of the Locket Horcrux first. It's probable that he would corrupt it first, and grant me knowledge of his future plans and other Horcruxes. I moved the Locket Horcrux into the center of the ritual circle and stood in front of it. Potentium, tuum accipio, ut mihi, I said calmly, with an undertone of nervousness. I felt foreign knowledge enter my mind, which expanded and ordered the knowledge. I felt my body absorb copies of his skill and experience from the soul fragment. Finally, I felt an odd power, Parseltongue, flow into me and suddenly became aware of this new ability. To my surprise, I also acquired a power boost because of the copied ritual effects. When I wondered why, I then had the misfortune of seeing the ritual. An incredibly dark ritual involving beep and then sacrificing the victim. I acquired a great power boost from that, as well as benefits from a few other rituals Voldemort did. Immense strength, and regenerative powers among them. I managed to exit the circle before collapsing. I awoke an unknown amount of time later and suddenly checked the time. I was incredibly fortunate that only 10 minutes had passed. I learned the existence of several Horcruxes, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, an heirloom of the Gounts, his childhood diary, and, of course, the ones that I had in my possession. I also learned that the monster in the chamber was a basilisk, but saw no purpose in informing people. That would get me unwanted attention and cause questions to be asked, and draw unwanted attention to my actions. I checked the locket and learned that Voldemort never put any more protections on it, so I just pocketed it. Now I just needed to destroy the soul fragment in the cup. Animus redo invalesco, I said calmly. Thankfully this spell wasn't as dangerous as the ritual. I watched the cup glow an unholy purple, before the glow vanished and the power from the destroyed soul quickly entered me. My power easily grew 10%. Soul were massive sources of power. They could be sacrificed, or used as a battery to empower you further. It's painful to drain power from your own soul, though it causes no permanent damage, and only causes pain like a broken bone does. That is one of the reasons people knowledgeable in soul magic use other people's souls. Now I just needed to hide these objects under the Fidelius charm. It was finally time to see my little brother. I had already concealed my recently increased magical power. I now seemed to all a low-level sorcerer, instead of my much greater power, which was nearing that of Dumbledore. Appearing this weak should ease Dumbledore's mind and cause him to not see me as a threat. I'm simply not powerful or skilled enough to defeat him, and I'm not entirely certain he is an enemy. I just almost tripped. I needed to pay better attention. We entered Gryffindor Tower, and saw my brother and Hermione sitting together. "Ah, they're so cute together," I said, in my best teen girl impression, and caused my family, which included Sirius and Remus, to laugh. My brother and Hermione quickly stood up, blushing. "Hey, little bro. When's the wedding?" I asked, teasingly, and amused everyone but my targets. "Shut up, Harry," James said, in embarrassment. "Even I chose family over a prospective girlfriend," I said, in a false stern voice. "Oh well, I'm done teasing," I said, to his relief. "I do have a serious question though, will I get to be your best man?" James and Hermione glared at me. "Now I'm done," I said. By this time our family was fighting laughter and losing badly. "Stop it," James said, somewhat angrily. Okay, sorry," I said, placating him. "So, why did you stay at Hogwarts with a monster on the loose?" I asked. Well, that made them suddenly tense and become secretive looking. "I was hoping that if I stayed and no one was attacked, they would stop suspecting me," James said, nervously. I still sensed a lie. "Why in the name of Merlin would they suspect you?" I asked, in exasperation. "Because I'm a Parselmouth," he said in shame, looking like he feared my rejection. That was interesting though. "So, you could be descended from Harpo the Foul as easily as you could be descended from Slytherin." "I haven't heard of Mom tracing her ancestry, so it's possible. Being a Parselmouth doesn't make you a dark wizard or dark. Those are the opinions and beliefs of the moronic masses who barely have 2 brain cells to rub together to make one," I said, making a few people snicker. I didn't care who, so I didn't look. He looked happier now that I dismissed his concerns of being rejected. "Who's the Harpo the Foul, though?" Hermione asked, always interested in learning. "An ancient Greek wizard who discovered how to create a basilisk. He also invented many vile curses and was one of the earliest known dark wizards, and a Parselmouth. Surely his descendants are all gone?" "That was over 2,000 years ago," Hermione said, skeptically. "No, his descendants are the Megalos family and a few others in Greece. I've met 2, now 3 Parselmouths," I said, dismissively. "For that matter, Salazar Slytherin lived 1,000 years ago and Voldemort was his descendant." It's not implausible to say that Salazar Slytherin could have been a descendant of Harpo the Foul. They can trace their ancestry that far back? Hermione asked, in shock. Yes. Ancestry is a bigger deal in Greece than it is here. There are people who can trace their ancestry back to the reason for the myths involving the Greek gods, I said, enjoying her shock. They actually have magic that allows them to trace their ancestry and determine if they can attend certain schools. The Athens School of Divine Magic is extremely elitist. If you don't have that so-called deity for ancestor, then you can't learn the magic they wielded. That's wrong, Hermione complained, though her desire for such knowledge was obvious and seemed to border on greed. Think of it as a patent that's passed down to family. Besides, you wouldn't want a bunch of people running around causing earthquakes, summoning storms and tidal waves, and destroying the world. If you think that's horrible, ask what they do to Greek Dark Lords. They all looked shocked by this revelation. What do they do them? Hermione asked, though I knew she had a suspicion. They hunt them down and kill them, I said, to their shock. With such powerful magic they could make Voldemort look like a first-year bully. Anyway, we're getting distracted. Present time. 30 minutes later and I had received a personal grimoire from Mom and Dad, complete with several powerful incredibly enchantments, though I would still have to add a few more. I received several mastery-level books for defense against the dark arts from Sirius and Remus. They obviously coordinated. I didn't get anything from James or Hermione, but I didn't expect anything and didn't really care. I gave James and Hermione several books. Essential skills and abilities for elite witches and wizards, books on occlumency, help books for classes, and a voucher to learn to become an animagus from me. I gave Remus a signed invitation to become an ICW-recognized Master of Defense against the Dark Arts, which made him cry tears of joy. I knew it would mean a lot to him, and it took me months to get that. I gave Sirius a copy of the Kama Sutra, and a book full of several fun related spells. James and Hermione were surprised when I transformed into a panther, but Hermione rather snidely asked why she would want to learn from me instead of McGonagall. But my transformation and explanation of the benefits of the other method quickly shut her up, though I could tell Hermione was still skeptical. I honestly didn't care, I wasn't very fond of her anyway. But, now, I finally had time to retrieve the diadem. I arrived in front of the tapestry and began pacing in front of it. The door appeared moments later, and I quickly entered. I wanted to get this done quick. Black Manor, Ritual Room 2 hours later. I had finally managed to get away from my family, by citing being tired as an excuse. I hated having to lie, but I had plans to continue and intended to keep them secret. Especially from vulnerable minds like my family possessed. Mini flashback. Now, Harry. If you destroy 3 Horcruxes, you defeat Riddle 3 times, and can claim the titles he was eligible for. Among them houses Slytherin and Gaunt. Both of these houses have powerful magic, which can be highly useful to you. I have also set aside some other research that I think will help House Black rise higher than ever, Arcturus said. End flashback. Animus Redo Invalesco, I said, aiming my wand at the diadem Horcrux. I felt the influx of power, but it was nothing now. My power had grown so much that it was like contributing a drop of water to a pond. Now, for the next phase. By right of magical conquest, I claim the titles of Tom Marvolo Riddle, I said, assertively. 2 rings appeared on my right hand, one for each of the 2 most ancient and noble houses. I willed them to become invisible. I needed my new secret weapons to be kept secret. I decided to reveal them when it was most advantageous to me, but until then I had a lot of new knowledge and resources at my disposal. January 11, 1993. I had just arrived back at Durmstrang, and had quickly unpacked my stuff. I was looking forward to accessing this resource Professor Megalos had decided to entrust me with, and had returned to school with an excited smile. I had learned that Slytherin had a lot of wealth hidden away in his castle, along with a massive library that was far larger than that of Hogwarts. It was devoted to all aspects of magic, and I quickly realized it would become my greatest resource. I put the castle under the Fidelius charm. I couldn't have it falling into enemy hands after all. Covering such a large area was extremely draining, but certainly worth it. Generations of house elves had maintained the castle, and they even sold and stored potions and ritual ingredients. The money from their work was stored in the castle's vault. I eventually grew impatient and sought out Professor Megalos. I knocked on his door minutes later. "Enter," he called out. I obeyed and entered his classroom. "Hello, Harry. I trust you had a good holiday?" he asked, kindly. "Yes, I did. I made great progress on some of my plans. Sadly, all of the Horcruxes seem to have been created when Voldemort was younger, and far less skilled than I. What about you?" "Oh, I just worked some. I take it you're here because you want to see this resource I mentioned?" he asked, with a knowing smile. "I am. What is this resource?" I said, only one thing come to mind, and I doubted that he would trust me with that. "What you seem to already suspect. The hoarded knowledge, artifacts, and spoils of war that Grindelwald hid here," he said, with an amused smile. My shock must have been obvious. "I think you can use these artifacts and books to aid you in your rise. Keep in mind, I'm not giving them to you, I'm just giving you access to them to use and study. You can help yourself to potions and ritual ingredients, though," he said. "Thank you, sir," I said gratefully, though I felt a mere thank you was inadequate. "You're welcome, Harry," he said, rising from his seat. "I'll show you to the secret room," he said, and I followed him out of his classroom. We arrived near my room minutes later, and he handed me a piece of paper. "Grindelwald's treasure room is hidden in room 15B, it read. I noticed a door appear from nowhere. "The Fidelius charm. Impressive. You are more knowledgeable than I thought, Harry. Can you perform the spell?" Professor Megalos asked. I could tell he was very impressed by my ability to even identify the spell. He opened the door and motioned me inside. "Yes, I'm protecting 3 artifacts of my own. I'm having to hide my plans from my family, and Dumbledore and his useless order, and pretty much everyone. I want to build up my power, wealth, influence, and resources up before I get exposed." He knew better than to ask my plans. Dark wizards understood the necessity of having secretive plots. "I wish you luck. Dumbledore needs some humbling. Anyway, this room contains thousands of books on nearly every subject. As well the stolen family magic of nearly 100 families. It has vast stores of potions and ritual supplies, and several incredibly powerful artifacts that can be used for a wide variety of purposes, including augmenting or focusing some of the magic I taught you," he informed me. "I'll leave you to study, just don't miss meals. You can take books out of the room, just be sure to return them and not get caught with them. Don't even let Alexis see or read these books," he said, to my shock. "She can't handle this level of powerful magic, and won't be able to until she's 17 or older. She isn't as advanced as you, even though she is very powerful and skilled for her age. Understood?" "Yes, sir," I said, respectfully and having a better understanding of his motives now. "Our lessons are over. I have surprisingly taught you all I could. We will still duel, of course, but you can learn a lot from all of these books," he said, before exiting without another word. Now, I had another massive source of knowledge to absorb. I was glad that I read fast and didn't forget anything. Apart from seeing how Voldemort gained some of his power, I hadn't wished that I could unsee or forget anything. I chose a book on blood magic and returned to my room. February 14, 1993. The last month was spent studying ahead in potions and reading books from Grindelwald's treasure room whenever I could and practicing the spells. I am now 6 months ahead in potions, and barring interference should be able to test into 3rd and then 4th year potions. If I work very hard and continue my intense studying schedule. I had already confirmed my possession of noob-level knowledge in ancient runes and care of magical creatures from Voldemort. I was quite surprised. I took him for more of an arithmancy type. I had even learned several things I didn't already know. It was Valentine's Day, and thankfully it was barely celebrated here. I was extremely thankful about that and glad I was too young for such stupidity. I did get the impression that Alexis expected some romance, but honestly I didn't want to do anything. I knew that I liked her and genuinely cared for her, but I needed those rituals to boost my power further, and I wasn't willing to be unfaithful to her. She deserved much better than that, and deserved better than to be second to my quest to attain greater levels of power. It was finally time for my next duel with Professor Megalos. I just hoped that I could defeat him with greater ease. I had a major power advantage and could exploit that. I assumed a dueling stance and mentally prepared myself. He nodded, signaling me to begin when ready. I began with a very nasty curse. The Feast of Wolves curse. It simulated the pain of being torn apart by a pack of wolves. He deflected it, but I continued. I began my constant stream of spells. An impaling curse, entrail expelling curse, bone burning curse, burning and skinning curses. He was on the defensive, so I kept up the attack. I gathered up my power and blasted him backwards, and followed up with a stunning charm. It surprisingly hit, and he fell onto the ground. I renovated him with a pleased smile on my face. Impressive, Harry, he said, in slight pain. You only won because of your power advantage, but I'll get some teaching assistants to equal the odds. It was smart to use the advantage, but you still need to be pushed further, and I'll need assistants to do that. Sadly, it will be this summer before I can recruit the ones I want. I'll have to put you in your place next year. I think 3 sorcerers should be enough to challenge you. 3? I asked in shock. That many sorcerers could easily beat me into submission? A grand sorcerer of my level wasn't powerful enough to defeat them. I doubt I could match 3 sorcerers, even as a high-level grand sorcerer. Yes, 3. He said, as if I were an idiot. You have the potential to become an archmage or better, Harry. You just need to continue working hard and pushing yourself. You could easily become a mage in a year by abusing rituals, and then you simply need to quadruple your power. You have already surpassed Lord Grindelwald, who was a mere sorcerer at the time of his defeat, and he terrorized the world. Once you become a mage, that is when it will become truly difficult. Honestly, it's pretty difficult now, but I refuse to stop. I want to be the best, and that requires hard work. I just need ways to train my magic harder to make grow faster, because I'll eventually run out of women willing to participate in rituals. How much will I need to grow my power after I become an archmage? I asked, with an undertone of dread. By 7-fold, he answered, with obvious amusement. Damn. Merlin, and most of the Titans and Olympians were Magus level. They were worshipped for a reason. They had godlike power and everyone knew it. The point of me telling you this is to just do your best, Harry. You're already certain to be the most powerful in the world. Even if you don't fulfill your dreams, you can always dominate anyone who points it out, he said. I suppose that was his way of reassuring me. It did work well. It's just all that work is intimidating. I still plan to do it, of course, but it's incredibly humbling. I have to ascend to mage status, quadruple my power, and then grow it by 7-fold. And make sure you have skill and knowledge befitting your rank. Professor Megalos added unhelpfully. Though that was actually great advice. Now, as for ways to train your magic harder. You simply need higher level magic, which requires and consumes more power. You need to use such magic on a regular basis and push yourself to your limits. Sadly, all the knowledge I can provide you with was in that room. So I should look for more sources of knowledge, sooner rather than later? Yes, memorize and master all the magic you can. You should try acquiring older, more powerful forms of magic. They will be the most taxing for you, though, sadly, most of that knowledge was hoarded by wealthy and influential families who probably can't even produce a lowly warlock. So the rich idiots are holding the exceptional few back, I said, in slight anger. Yes, he agreed, his amusement obvious. Until you can acquire the magic you desire, just keep working and studying hard. You may find a few pieces of powerful magic that can meet your needs. Experimenting will help you find the right bit of magic. It will be magic that tires you the most, consistently drains power, and may be hard to truly control. I would personally suggest Fiendfire. I nodded in understanding, but had a question. Would the Patronus charm work too? Yes, if you can cast it. It may even allow you to discover new uses for it. I could cast it at age 11, I said, with a smile. I wish you luck then, Harry. I'll let you get to it. I won't have anything to teach you until next term. We can still duel on a regular basis though. March 30, 1993. I had successfully tested into third-year potions, and had even begun working on testing out of the mastery course. If all went well, I would have another mastery and be able to focus entirely on my electives next year. My studies and training had went very well too. I had even managed to condense my Fiendfire into a life-sized Ukrainian Ironbelly and achieve 5% growth in magic. For over a month of training that was incredible. I had experimented and managed the feat wandlessly and non-verbally. Which was yet more proof of my mastery of the dark arts. But that didn't mean I was neglecting other areas of my life. I had memorized 100 books, spells and their wand movements. I was well on my way to memorizing the entire library portion of Grindelwald's treasure room, and had been considering a few rituals to perform. I was just leaving potions, where I had impressed Professor White with my recently improved performance. "Stay behind, Potter," he said, as I was gathering up my books. After the students had all left, he motioned for me to sit down. "I am pleased with your recent performance, Potter. I'm glad you finally made time to try mastering potions. I take it Professor Megalos is done molding you into a future Dark Lord?" Professor White asked, in a somewhat bitter tone. "I told you my plan, sir. I'm just sorry it displeased you. I have no interest in being a Dark Lord, and I'm certain Professor Megalos knows that." "What do you know about your group of friends and their families?" he asked. "I know they're dark and pro-Grindelwald, if that's what you mean," I said, putting dark in air quotes. "Yes, it's interesting that Nurmengard was attacked, and that he was believed dead, and lo and behold, Zeus Megalos showed up as your teacher at the start of term. That wouldn't be an issue apart from the rumor that he died years ago and didn't have any biological grandchildren. But their grandmother was the rumored mistress of Lord Grindelwald. It's all very interesting, isn't it, Harry?" By this time, I was considering his points. "It is all very suspicious, on that I'll agree," I said, sensing his protective intent. He wanted me to be aware of who I was associating with, and seemed to have become more concerned recently. "If it helps, I don't fully trust much of anyone, sir, and that includes my friends. I'm well aware that people want to use me or exploit my talents and power. Could you not tell anyone else of your suspicions? If this is true, I'd like to preserve my ego and image." "Ah. Don't worry, I couldn't have people doubting my sanity and thinking me a paranoid conspiracy theorist anyway," he said, easing my concerns and proving he understood. "You might consider making more politically neutral friends." "I thought it was mostly the Dark Wanker and Grindelwald's supporters," I said, causing his lips to briefly upturn at my name for Voldemort. "They're just a small percentage of Durmstrang's students. Most of the students don't care about being Avs to some Dark Lord, and just want to get good grades and be left the hell alone. I'll consider it. Hopefully such associations won't interfere in my plans. That is all I ask, Harry. I'll let you get to your studies." "Goodbye. And thank you, sir," I said, after recognizing the dismissal and rising from my seat. Later that night, I had just returned from dinner and had spent the entire meal draining knowledge from my friends' minds. I confirmed the truth of all of those rumors, and safely fumed behind my occlumency, while feigning ignorance. It all made sense. Why would Grindelwald entrust his spoils of war to a minion? Even a trusted minion. I knew I had to be careful, but I also knew that I needed to work against them. Now, I just needed a strategy to retaliate for their actions. I suddenly had a brilliant idea and wrote something down. "Grindelwald's treasure room, which Harry Potter took from him, is hidden in room 15B, it read. The Fidelius charm was most likely the greatest charm ever invented, and I was about to experiment with it. If I was right, it would make the fact that Grindelwald had a treasure room a secret, along with the fact that I took it from him, and its location. I disillusioned myself, made myself intangible, and peeked out through the door. I saw no one, so I completely exited. I quietly walked to room 15B, thankfully seeing nobody out and about. When I arrived at the door, I cast several temporary wards. I wanted to make sure no one caught me or interfered. I entered the secret room. The two weaknesses of the Fidelius charm. Anyone in on the secret can betray the secret. In this case, I was dismantling the charm from the inside, and just did so in under a minute. I discovered this weakness from my research. The charm could be easily dismantled from the inside. Now, it was time for the lengthy casting, and in this case the recasting of the Fidelius charm, but with myself as the sole holder of the secret. I finished the wand movements and incantation 10 minutes later. Now I just had to scan for Grindelwald's wards in here and dismantle them. I decided it was possible there were secret rooms with more stuff in them, and I did love stuff, and hadn't found any gold, silver, or other items to fund a war effort. I began scanning, targeting the walls and floor. I quickly found a Fidelius that overlapped with his old one. The second weakness of the Fidelius charm? Overlapping Fidelius charms weaken the other Fidelius charms because they partially merge, especially if they were cast by the same person. I was lucky that Grindelwald either didn't know that or thought that he could trust me. I crushed the remaining Fidelius into nothingness with my raw power, and opened the door. Damn, I said, in shock. The room contained a lot of eggs. I saw akami eggs, phoenix eggs, dragon eggs of all types, even basilisk eggs born from two basilisks procreating. I looked at a piece of paper under stasis and quickly discerned the purpose of it all. Grindelwald was seeking immortality through rituals of sacrifice. I had to admit it was brilliant, far more so than Voldemort's idiotic Horcruxes. One dead basilisk, and you get 900 years of life force. A dead dragon, you get a few centuries of it. It's not as certain as Horcruxes, but it doesn't cost you your humanity and mental stability. After inspecting the room further, I noticed he had been in here recently. He was considering sacrificing a phoenix in a dark ritual, and had he succeeded he would have become nigh invincible. When he died, he would have been reborn from the ashes and rapidly grow to his prime. Immunity to the effects of a basilisk's gaze. The ritual also takes a phoenix's flame travel, gives the ritual user a phoenix's strength. I was pleased. I had just saved this world from a resurgent immortal Grindelwald, and could use his plans to my advantage if I got desperate. Best of all, the eggs were all under stasis, and could stay that way until I needed them. I exited the room and secured it with several wards. I continued my search for secret rooms. Over the next hour I found his true treasure room, a magically expanded room crammed full of precious metals, gems, rare objects, paintings and currencies of all types, including trunks full of galleons, sickles, and nuts. I also saw a trunk labeled dragons. He even had a section labeled Goblin Silver. That was massive, and had full sets of goblin armor. Well, I think I should have plenty of wealth at my disposal. I also found several other secret rooms too. May 1st, 1993. A month gone, and my power had grown another 5%. I had to work noticeably harder to achieve it, but it wasn't consuming a lot of my time, yet. I had continued my great progress in potions, and had scheduled a time for my potions mastery test. I had also continued studying and memorizing the books in my treasure room. I found an unimaginably powerful spell, specifically an ancient unforgivable, conjuring and controlling hellfire. In countries where it is or was illegal, it carried a punishment of immediate execution. Fortunately, Britain never got around to making it illegal, and neither did Norway. That should allow me to master a spell that was likely far stronger than Fiendfire and hopefully of similar or lesser difficulty to control, though only time would tell. I had spent my month studying, barely seeing my so-called friends. I mostly spent time with Zeus, who had been growing at a very healthy rate, his link to my powerful magic helping greatly. He had even begun leaving his nest that I created for him and flying around the room some. I kind of wished that Alexis and her friends would leave me alone. I had taken to raiding the restricted section and reading books from it, and citing that as an excuse to avoid them. I had learned quite a bit from doing that. I was lying on my bed, calmly reading a book about ancient magic. It listed some of the powers and magic attributed to the ancient and incredibly powerful magicals. Granted, the powers weren't common, but still, a single mage that could slay entire armies, thousands of wizards, was very impressive. The most some could do nowadays was 1 versus 100, and they called 100 an army. The magicals had been continually lowering their standards to conceal how laughably weak they all were, and I couldn't stop myself from finding that hilarious. I was disturbed from my thoughts by a knock at my door. I rose to answer it, drawing my wand and shielding Zeus while walking to the door. I opened my door to find Alexis there, and looking nervous. "Hey, Alexis," I said, with a smile. "Hey, Harry. Can I come in?" she asked politely. "Of course," I said, feigning confusion at her formality. I stood aside and let her, but kept my guard up. "Zeus looks healthy," Alexis said, in observation. "Yeah, I made him my familiar and it made him healthier, stronger, and helped him to grow a little faster." "Why have you been avoiding us?" Alexis finally asked. "I've been focused on attaining my potions mastery, preparing for several other tests and memorizing books from the restricted section. If I continue absorbing and comprehending information at this rate, I should have achieved my goals by my 4th year. There is so much to memorize in the restricted section, and I have limited time to do that." "That's the reason?" she asked, in surprise. "Well, yeah. I have to do all that work and keep my other skills in peak shape, my power continually growing, take care of Zeus, and even make sure the electives I chose are best for me or if I should even take them. Those are just my academic-related concerns. Maybe you should drop a few classes, Harry, she said, in concern. I've considered it, and I'm leaning more towards dropping magical creatures. I can't be completely sure until next term at the earliest though. If I deem my knowledge sufficient, then I'll drop a class or maybe even two. Hell, I might even just sit the owls and newts in them, and test out. Ancient runes is mostly memory retention and I could self-study for that mastery and get certified later. But I refuse to give up alchemy or ancient studies. Okay, Harry. I'll leave you to your studies, I just thought I may have driven you away, Alexis said, sadly. You didn't. I just had too much to do, and not enough time to do it. I'm sorry if I hurt you, I was just trying to make sure that I achieved my goals. She nodded in understanding and left. I returned to my bed and book, and was disturbed again, 5 minutes later. I went to answer it, going through my routine for security and protection. I opened the door to find one Adelaide Dolahav. Yes? I asked, suspiciously. I heard from Calypso that you're the guy to see about rituals, she said, nervously. I smiled reassuringly and invited her in. June 1, 1993. May was a great month for me. I learned a lot, and my manipulation of Calypso Rosier finally bore fruit, and I was able to perform 2 rituals, and finally become a mid-level Grand Sorcerer. I managed to shag Adelaide Dolahav and Adelina Rookwood, and force them into the same oaths as Calypso. I was quite pleased in that department and even managed to achieve a tiny bit of power growth with my work on Fiendfire and the Patronus Charm. Unfortunately, that meant I had to try conjuring and controlling Hellfire. I was lucky that I was smart enough to only conjure a little. It had 3 times the power drain and twice the difficulty of control, but I managed it, barely. I passed my potions mastery test. I tested into the Ancient Runes mastery course, and then tested out of it. They simply couldn't deny that I had the knowledge and fulfilled the requirements of the mastery. It being mostly memory retention helped matters greatly. I tested into the Magical Creatures mastery course. I got an OWL in astronomy. I figured I might as well. I even drained the knowledge needed to get a mastery in ancient studies and alchemy from the teachers. I did understandably have questions about the benefits of their classes. I just drained the knowledge from them during my questioning. I just needed practice with that knowledge. Conclusion: I am awesome. No one had ever made such amazing achievements. 6 ICW recognized masteries to my name, all by the age of 12. As I reflected on my greatness, I was exiting the castle's wards. My portkey activated moments later. 20 minutes later, Potter Manor. I had finally arrived back home, and had stored my things in my room. I was looking forward to a summer of practicing my newly acquired knowledge, and mastering control of Hellfire. Harry, please come down here, Mom called out. Be right down, Mom, I called out in reply. Maybe I was about to find out why my parents seemed secretive. I quickly ran downstairs, eager to hear what it's about. Yes, Mom? I asked, with a smile. Your father and I have something to tell you, about your brother. She said, to my concern. I hadn't heard from him since the 20th of May. He's fine, she added, seeing my concern. The monster terrorizing Hogwarts was a basilisk, he killed it. Lucius Malfoy was suspected of placing Voldemort's diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron, and your brother managed to cost him his house elf Dobby in retaliation. Oh, and Gilderoy Lockhart tried obliviating your brother, but failed and it rebounded on him. You can visit him whenever you're ready. Do you have any questions? Yes, now that I know he's fine, can I legally destroy House Malfoy? I had been waiting to build up leverage to do so, but now that James has defeated the family 3 times it's an actual possibility. They both seemed to understand what I was getting at. We could neutralize Voldemort's biggest financial supporter and deal a blow to the dark faction and possibly get some bigoted laws repealed. We could also send our enemies a message that we would destroy them if crossed. I could tell they both approved and agreed with the sentiment. Do you know how? Dad asked. Yes, I said, with a truly happy smile. By right of magical conquest, I claim the titles and assets of House Malfoy and all of its members. In the name of House Potter, I said, assertively. A blank ring appeared on Dad's hand. "I'm awesome," I said, to their amusement. "Let's go visit my little brother. Oh. And you might want to have Aurors remove the Malfoys from your new properties. I'll cast the Fidelius charm with you as the secret keeper later." "I'll go do that," Dad said, with childish excitement. He quickly ran off to do so. "What about retaliation from the Malfoys or the Dark Faction?" Mom asked, in concern. "They'll be quickly dealt with. The Dark Faction is reduced to a measly 3 votes, and any attempts by the Malfoys would finish ruining them. They are no longer nobility and would be horrifically punished," I said, as Dad re-entered the room. "Now to deal with Lockhart's attack," I said, to their confusion. "I believe we should seize his wealth, estimated to be a few million galleons, as punishment. He no longer has need of it, and we're well within our rights to do so." "What about his family?" Mom asked, no doubt believing they should have it. "They can't even touch his money. Gringotts and the ministry won't let them," I said, making sure I explained why. "I think we should go for it, Lily. He's a fraud anyway," Dad said, in support. "Oh, all right," she said, still not liking it, but understanding it will just be wasted anyway. "Now, how do I claim it?" Dad asked stupidly. Did his parents teach him nothing? "I'll get the forms and guide you through the process." I didn't feel like running upstairs, so I wandlessly summoned them. They arrived a few moments later. "Okay," I said, setting the forms on the table. "You list the offenses, the perpetrator, victim or target. Basically fill in the required information, twice. If we can provide a pensive memory, or if you finally sign your name in a blood quill, it becomes an instant procedure." Dad looked disgusted at the mention of a blood quill. "Your blood carries magic. By using a blood quill, you're swearing the truth on your magic. We could always delay this, and simply get a pensive memory, but most use a memory, and sign in their blood. It provides 2 layers of verification, and greatly speeds up the transfer." "We'll wait until we get a pensive memory," Mom said. Dad seemed grateful that he just got out of it. "All right." I summoned the forms to me and placed them in my pocket. I also summoned another form from my room. "Let's go visit James then." They rose, and the 3 of us went to the flow. When we arrived at Hogwarts, I quickly set off in search of my brother, while my parents went to meet with Dumbledore and McGonagall. Minutes later, I had the misfortune of seeing Fred, George, and Ron Weasley, alone, in an empty hallway. I managed to get to my wand before they did, and they were beaten moments later. They were so pathetically easy to defeat that it didn't merit description. I drugged them into an empty classroom for my revenge. When we were inside, I quickly searched their minds and found several creations of theirs, and even knowledge of the Marauder's map. I quickly took the Marauder's map from Fred's pocket, and obliviated all 3 of their knowledge of it. I obliviated them of their knowledge of several of their creations. I deserved some compensation for all of their stupid attacks on me after all, so I just took what I felt that I deserved, which admittedly wasn't that much. When I finished covering my tracks, I disillusioned myself and peeked outside the room. I saw no one, so I exited. I arrived at Gryffindor Tower minutes later, having used the Marauder's map to find my brother's location. I bypassed the security measures and entered the tower. When I was inside the Gryffindor common room, I quickly saw my little brother and walked towards him. "Hey, little bro," I said, getting his attention. "I heard you played with a dead guy's snake," I said, making Dean and Seema's laugh. "Shut up, Harry," he whispered harshly. "Fine. I got the joke out of my system anyway. Are you busy? We need to discuss some Potter family business, in private, of course." His eyes lit up at finally being included. "No, I'm not busy. Where do you want to talk?" he asked, containing his excitement. "I noticed a private room near here. We can talk there." He nodded eagerly and rose from his seat. I began leading him to the room. We arrived in less than a minute later, and entered. I secured the room against eavesdropping, and made it so that no one could enter, except Mom and Dad, of course. "What do we need to talk about?" James asked eagerly. "Your recent actions," I said, causing him to fear another lecture. "Which managed to help House Potter greatly," I added, to his relief. "You did great, little bro. You may not have known how to capitalize on them, but I did, and it should negate the fallout from your previous actions and possibly have regained you consideration as a possible heir apparent to House Potter." He looked very pleased with that. Your attendance of a duel that Draco Malfoy didn't show up for, defeat of Lucius Malfoy's diary scheme, and freeing his house elf constitutes 3 defeats of House Malfoy. Under the laws of magical conquest I seized House Malfoy and its assets. House Potter is now the most wealthy of all nobles. He looked thrilled by Malfoy's defeat. Lockhart's attack on you was a major crime, and we're in the process of seizing his assets. When this meeting is over, I'll need pensive memories of his attack and attempts to attack you. I'll also need memories of Draco Malfoy's challenge and his not showing up. Also, any related memories to Lucius Malfoy's placing the diary, and anyone who may be able to confirm it. I'll need any memories relating to attacks on you by members of House Malfoy. He nodded along. Now, a bit of advice. Under international law you can seize the carcass of the basilisk. It's theoretically worth millions of galleons, possibly much more. You could put the wealth with House Potter's fortune, or possibly put Mom in charge of a charity in your name, to improve the quality of Hogwarts education and provide better supplies for classes. Like brooms for flying lessons. The second one. He said, loving the idea. The James Potter Jr. Charity for Academic Excellence. I suggested, off the top of my head. Isn't that an awfully long name? It's intentional. It has your name, the word charity, and the term academic excellence. It carefully associates your name with those good qualities, and should ensure good press. I explained. He seemed to understand. What can we do with the charity? He asked. Off the top of my head, improve the quality of education offered at Hogwarts. Offer money to fund maintenance of said school. Hogwarts doesn't receive enough money from the ministry. Your charity can help with that. Awesome. How do I give you those memories, by the way? Simply focus on the memories, and I'll extract them, I said, lazily withdrawing my wand. We spent the next few minutes withdrawing and storing the memories into labeled and charmed vials. The prized jewel of the memories was the attempted murder of my brother with an unforgivable. That should neutralize the Malfoys if they crossed us again. Well, that should secure our family against attempts to block our acquisitions. Shall we go retrieve the basilisk from the chamber? Yeah, follow me. When he turned his back, I cast a spell that quickly created an untraceable psychological block on his Parseltongue ability. I had learned that he hadn't tried speaking it since entering the chamber, and had been bitten by a basilisk. We arrived at Ning Myrtle's bathroom minutes later. It's official, Slytherin was a bloody beep. I said, making James laugh. Open. He said, in English. That was English, little bro. I said, in amusement. Open. He said, still in English. Maybe whatever happened in the chamber removed the ability. Didn't you almost die? Yeah, and I hope it's gone. I never liked that ability. How will we get into the chamber though? He asked. We'll have to replay the memory of you opening it. I'll cast the language charm on myself and use legilimency to view the memory. Hopefully that combination will help enough. Although the language charm doesn't apply to Parseltongue, it should provide a tiny boost to my ability to grasp languages. He nodded in agreement. I watched the memory once and tried opening the entrance, and purposely failed. I watched the memory a few more times, making sure I could justify perfectly mimicking the language. I could tell James was getting annoyed by the tedium. Open. I hissed. We entered the chamber. We had just arrived near Dumbledore's office and had finally finished harvesting the basilisk into one incredibly large box, which consisted of me wandlessly levitating the massive snake into it, which impressed my brother greatly. I didn't have the heart to tell him it was simple telekinesis, albeit reinforced with my considerable magical power. We calmly entered Dumbledore's office, having seen the door open, and saw our mom and dad, and Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall. Ah, there they are. Dumbledore said, we had looked for you both, but couldn't find you. He said, the explain yourself was strongly implied. House Potter business, headmaster. I said, trying to cut off his invasive behavior. Yes, I heard. You seized House Malfoy, and are trying to seize Lockhart's assets, Dumbledore said, in a tone reproval. House Potter is well within its rights to do so, Dumbledore. Especially considering that Lucius Malfoy recently tried murdering my brother with a killing curse. But, by all means, defend a Death Eater, I said, to the shock of everyone but Dumbledore. He did what? I'll kill that bastard, Dad said angrily. No you won't. You'll let him go to Azkaban, or as it is commonly called, Hell on earth, I said, before forcing him to sit. You going to Azkaban for murder won't do any good, for anyone. He's right, James. Mom said. He seemed to calm down after that. What is your justification for seizing Lockhart's wealth? Dumbledore asked, not willing to drop the matter. 2 attempted assaults on nobility. It would just sit in Gringotts forever otherwise, and it can be used in a war against Voldemort or given to a worthwhile charity. In other words, his money can be used for good instead of going to waste. Have I adequately answered the questions you had no right to ask? McGonagall looked pissed at my behavior. Snape looked somewhat amused, and so did my parents. Yes, you have, Harry, Dumbledore said, somewhat coldly. Good. I can't put into words what your approval means to me, I said, in a believable way. Without offending you further, I added, making Dad and James snicker. McGonagall looked even angrier. Anyway, Mom. Do you want Malfoy's place on the Board of Governors and the headship of a charity? She looked shocked. Harry, you shouldn't get your mother's hopes up, Dumbledore said. I can make it happen, but just barely. I need an answer while they're still meeting, I said, ignoring the old man. Mom looked to Dad for support, he whispered to her. Yes, she replied. Great, I'll go persuade them, I said, before excitedly exiting Dumbledore's office. I arrived at the boardroom, and entered like I owned the place. When I did, I was rewarded with looks of shock at my audacity. Yes, Heir Potter? Madame Longbottom asked, in amusement. I'd like to strongly suggest my mother Lady Lily Potter as the person who replaces the former Lord Malfoy, I said, getting some muttering at the mention of Lucius being a former lord. I knew they would all agree. It was that or complete ruin if I used my blackmail. Augusta only liked me because I had the nerve to blackmail her and the entire board and succeed. I assume you're very strongly suggesting this and would be most displeased if it didn't happen? Lord Greengrass asked. Yes, I would be beside myself in anger and possibly lash out, I replied. Comply or be utterly destroyed, and he knew it. My parents entered moments later, followed by my brother and Dumbledore and McGonagall. Lady Potter, your son presents a good case, Madame Longbottom said by way of greeting. All in favor? She asked. It was unanimous, and Mom looked incredibly happy. Any other business? Madame Longbottom asked. Yes, I said, getting attention and annoyance of all the board members. As you all know, 3 of you, formerly 4 of you, voted yourselves excessive salaries. 15,000 galleons a year. When you did that, Hogwarts suffered, due to your idiotic and greedy actions. You are all going to undo that damage. I received glares from said greedy idiots for my harsh words. I could tell everyone else was amused by my nerve. All in favor? Madame Longbottom asked, with vicious smirk directed at them. 9 in favor, the motion passes. Augusta, how has Harry convinced you all to obey him? Dumbledore asked, prying again. He earned my support, as a member of the Board of Governors, because he understood the many failings of Hogwarts, and even had ideas for how to fix them. Well, that, and I truly despise you for leaving my son and daughter-in-law to a fate worse than death, you and your worthless order. Augusta said. The only reason I haven't killed you myself is because I would die in the process, and leave my grandson behind to be brainwashed by your band of sycophantic idiots who actually believe that you're a good headmaster. She added, causing most of the room to laugh. You had no business playing general with your buddy Moody. Your stupidity and ego caused the Bones family to be almost completely wiped out, and the McKinnons to be totally wiped out. You think because you beat Grindelwald you should be able to command an attack force. We all knew the actual general and ICW war mage that led the attack. You and your band of renegades simply broke apart, and your actions caused thousands of unnecessary deaths, she ranted. In fact, you actually caused more magical deaths than Voldemort himself in a day, than he did in decades. Wow, she really went for jugular. Is that true, sir? James asked, in shock. Of course it is. He's power and glory hungry, Madame Longbottom said snidely. It is true, it's something that I recently discovered. He's praised and worshipped in Britain, and loathed in France, America, Russia, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, China, Australia, Denmark, Greece, Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, South Africa, and Yugoslavia. Their history books reflect his true actions. Britain just wanted to glorify Dumbledore, and have themselves a cheap imitation of Merlin. I said, making sure he understood. My parents looked shocked, and were looking at Dumbledore in disgust. Dumbledore looked pissed. I had to defeat Gellert. I knew I could defeat him and end the threat. Ha! That war mage was an actual bloody mage and at near full strength. Lord Greengrass said mockingly. You and Lord Grindelwald were mere sorcerers. He could have separated the two of you like the two bratty children you were, if your actions hadn't gotten him killed, he said, causing more shock from my parents. Oh, yes, when he and his band of idiots separated, they weakened the formation and he had to enter the battle. He fell to a barrage of 100 spells, but only after obliterating thousands in an hour. I made a mistake. I knew Gellert best and thought I could do better, Dumbledore said, sadly. He just left the room, having had nothing more to say. Well, this meeting is adjourned, Madame Longbottom said tiredly, no doubt coming off the adrenaline high from her rant. The board members all quickly left, giving my family nods of respect. That was exciting, Mom said, sardonically. Yup, I agreed. What's the charity you wanted to put your mom in charge of? Dad asked. The James Potter Jr. Charity for Academic Excellence. Funded by the eventual sales of the Basilisk, as well as any donations made to it. She'll control what Hogwarts gets, and if the reasons cited are valid, she can even set conditions on receiving the funds. With a few million galleons, a lot of good can be done for Hogwarts. New brooms. Some teachers could even get assistants, and better maintenance for Hogwarts. Could Gryffindor get Nimbus 2001s? James asked excitedly. I glared at him. Malfoy bought Slytherin some, he said sheepishly. I would personally advise against it, but if all the other houses received them, it would be fair. External interference in Quidditch here would then need to be illegalized immediately afterward, of course. I said, getting his hopes up. It would still be a waste of money and would get criticism from the press, and greatly damage the charity's reputation. It would look like you were using someone's donations to buy your friend's broomsticks. I guess that makes sense, James said, but he didn't look happy. If our parents are agreeable, perhaps they could use the recently absorbed Malfoy wealth to buy the other 3 houses' Nimbus 2001s. On the condition that external interference be made illegal immediately after. Another rule could be created that if you want to buy one house brooms, you have to buy the other 3 the same and swear an oath that as far as you know they're all the same and equal. I'm okay with that, Dad said, with a smile. We can certainly afford it. Fine, but we're not using the charity's money, Mom agreed, after James looked really pathetic to get her agreement. June 27, 1993, it was finally time to pick up my little brother. It was nearly a full month since I had last seen him. I had spent it planning and studying and working. I drew up the founding documents for the charity. My parents and I harvested the basilisk together and began selling off the parts of it. I had been studying the Black and Peverell family magic in my spare time and had even managed to triple the amount of hellfire I could conjure and control. My magical power benefited greatly, a massive 10% growth. I had been diligently studying alchemy and ancient magic, and was confident that with the knowledge of my teachers and my own experience I could skip a few years. We successfully absorbed House Malfoy's assets and titles into House Potter, when Malfoy contested it and demanded a duel of satisfaction. I quickly beat the swine into submission, and exposed his attempted murder of my brother, and his attempted use of an unforgivable on nobility. He was thrown into Azkaban for life. His allies, the Crobs, tried stopping it, and I exposed his son's cowardice by not showing up as Draco Malfoy's second. I ruthlessly crushed his family. I demanded all of his family's assets and their minor title of nobility. He stupidly challenged me in anger and quickly lost. Dad and Sirius found all of this hilarious. I gave my newly acquired assets to House Black. I felt it only fair given House Potter's recent good fortune, which was partly because of me, and I needed to continue proving my worth as heir to House Black. So, Harry, my wife informed me you achieved another mastery, Mr. Granger said, breaking me out of my reverie. I did, in potions. The tester and ICW representative agreed that I demonstrated mastery skill in the art. I attained 2 more masteries this year, actually. In potions and ancient runes. though the latter is almost entirely memory retention. It was labeled an essential skill, so I attained the mastery. Since I was interested in permanent enchantments anyway, I felt it worthwhile. Is that one of the skills listed in the book you gave Hermione? Mrs. Granger asked. Yes. Ancient runes are used for permanent warding, rituals, permanent enchantments, and curse breaking. What can rituals do? I've always wondered that myself, Dad asked. Pretty much anything and everything, from what I read. There are light and dark rituals, just as there are spells. It really depends on your creativity on inventing or modifying them, I replied, while hoping they didn't begin suspecting that I had performed any rituals. How is transforming into an animal an essential skill? Mrs. Granger asked, somewhat skeptically. It involves filling your body with magic. It's a small step towards guiding the magic out of your hand, for wandless magic, or eventual high-level human transfiguration, which would resemble what you would know as shape-shifting, although it would be limited. Plus, you could possibly fly without an aeroplane or broom. You might even become a shark and explore the oceans. That does sound logical, Mrs. Granger admitted. Is it safe, though? The method I'll be teaching Hermione and James is much safer, quicker, and advantageous. Accidents with it are almost non-existent, and I'll be there in the unlikely event of an accident. I relentlessly practiced the appropriate counter spells until I had them mastered and could perform them in an instant. I personally became a full-fledged animagus in under 5 hours. We can let Hermione study it until the 1st of July, and after we get back from our vacation at the beginning of August. Mr. Granger said, trying to schedule the lessons. That'll be fine with me, but you'll need to ask my parents, I said, concealing my disdain for vacations. We're usually both at home, so that should be fine, Mom replied, with a smile towards me. Excellent. Mr. Granger said, as the Hogwarts Express pulled into the station. So, will tomorrow around noon be okay? That should be fine. Dad replied. The express stopped, and surprisingly my brother, Hermione, and Neville were among the first off it. Later that day, we were calmly eating lunch, having nearly finished the meal. Can I study the animagus transformation before tomorrow? James finally asked. I had been reading his thoughts ever since he arrived, and he had been wanting to ask since he got off the express. I naturally pretended not to know, it was funnier that way. If Mom and Dad are okay with it, it will be hard though. I'll be making sure you can safely transform back and forth, without aid, and without severely depleting your magic. Although, depleting it is incredibly rare, nearly unheard of. I said, making my parents nervous. This method is still 90% safer than the other method, and with far less risks and dangers. It has no risk of death. You can study it, but your mother and I will watch, Dad said. James and I nodded in both understanding and agreement. Great. Let's go now, James said, before rising from his seat, unexcused, and running from the room. May I be excused? I asked, in exasperation. Yes, Mom said, in amusement. I quickly exited the dining room and began my search for my brother. I quickly found him in the next room, all excited and hyperactive. Okay, I said, as our parents joined us in the room. First, you need to calm down. Meditation is required to find your form, and you have to tune out all thought, noise, and smells. If need be, I can place wards to block sound and smells around you. You will have to tune out all thought though. He nodded grimly, no doubt understanding the difficulty of that task. I'll cast the spell, which is in the Cherokee language. When you succeed, you'll be in a kind of illusion in your mind, and see your forms. You will need to go roughly halfway to them. Do not go any the further, you will know when to stop. They will eventually come the rest of the way to you. When they do, you should exit the meditation. They cannot hurt you, but can be spooked and flee from you. Some animal spirits will leave if you disgust them. That is why there are so few phoenix and unicorn forms, none in Britain where they have suppressed this knowledge. I explained, unwittingly falling into my teacher persona and reciting what Abigail told me. Why is it suppressed? James asked. Because one could theoretically attain any form, and the European method can't compete with it. Any more questions? He nodded no. I'll cast the spell, if you're ready. Remember the animals can't hurt you, but may try scaring you. I'm ready. Adanvido adudavdu, I said, holding my palms out facing him. He was quickly enveloped by the blue light that left my hands. You may begin meditating, now. I'll apply the spells to block incoming sound and smells. He nodded, and closed his eyes. I quickly cast the 2 temporary wards. What now? Mom asked, in concern. We wait for him to exit the meditation with his forms. It can take hours. I had 3 and it took me hours. When he's done with that, I'll guide him through transforming. Have you ever tried becoming an animagus? I asked Mom. I tried. I couldn't manage it. I was always better at charms anyway. Then, sadly I can't teach you this method. Once you tried that method you destroyed your potential for this one. Trying it now would be fatal to you. Mom didn't seem to mind not being able to learn it. That's fine. How was the potential destroyed? It's believed to be because you're forcing your magic to accept one form relating to your inner personality and traits, instead of the multiple. People change, adapt, and grow, and they gain new forms associated with that growth. They also retain their older forms, though. 2 hours later. We had been talking about magic for hours. I had even confided in them what I got James for his birthday. James suddenly came out of his meditation. I removed the temporary wards with a gesture. How did it go? I asked, with a smile. It went great. I'm a lion, some big bird, and a cow-looking thing, he said excitedly. I could tell my parents were proud of and excited for him. Good. The lion will probably be closest to your size, so we'll need to work on it first. I'll need to cast a spell to assess your current magic level and make sure you can support it, I said, before quickly casting said spells. The information flowed into my mind power level. High-level adult wizard. Your power is well above average for an adult witch or wizard. Congratulations. You could safely manage 10 transformations, that is into the animal and back to human form. We'll need to build up your power further for you to do more, or recalculate for your other forms. Mom and Dad nodded in understanding, but James looked confused. I'm calculating the power required for you to alter your weight, size, length, and height with your magic. Your lion form is the best one to begin with. Your power should be much greater by the time you master it. Ready to get started? Yeah. Good, now listen more carefully than you ever have before. The animal spirit will try take control, only let it take over the body, but do not let it take over the mind. The lion is a non-magical animal with a less complex mind. You should be able to easily dominate its mind. Almost everyone can. Occlumency helps, but it can be easily done without it. My parents seemed to agree and didn't oppose me continuing this. To transform into your forms, you simply find your recently assimilated spirits, accept it and let your body fill with magic. You need to use occlumency or strong willpower to prevent the spirit from completely taking over, specifically your mind. You simply need to call upon the spirits and allow them surface. Just make sure you have and retain control. You can try one now, just start small, I said, concealing my disdain for quoting that traitor. Don't worry, if you lose control we can just stun you. Just make sure you try your best. Okay, I'm ready, he said, before concentrating. I prepared to contain him if he failed. Several moments later, and his body was replaced with that of a lion, that was shaking its head, as if something was buzzing around it. It continued a minute longer, before stopping. Are you in control, James? I asked, ready to strike if no. Sit down, if you are. He sat down. Good, move around, and get used to the form. When you're done come back and sit down. The next 15 minutes were spent laughing at James, but he eventually got the form down and sat down in front of us. To return to your human form, you simply need to focus on it, I said. He did so, took about 30 seconds. Good for a first time. Now, transform again, same form. He did, much more quickly. Back to human. He did, faster than the 30 seconds of last time. Repeat. We need to build up your time. He did this 7 more times, and was beginning to sweat. I checked his magic levels once more. Power level. High-level adult wizard, 50% depleted in power. Good. You should experience a great deal of magical growth with you working your magic this hard. Why do I feel physically stronger? James asked. Another benefit, for example, my strength is increased by 40%. More forms equals more strength, speed, and agility while in human form. Any more questions? When can we start on the other forms? James asked excitedly. Tomorrow at the earliest. You can rest today and tonight, and let your magic recover. It should even grow a little. Awesome, he replied. Later that night, I had managed to weaken my brother enough during training, and could now continue my plan. I calmly entered his room, and quietly got near his bed. I silently cast a sleeping spell and a numbing charm. I couldn't have him awaking, and trying to stop me after all. I silently cast a powerful spell involving soul magic, and relocated the soul fragment into a pre-prepared object to contain it. I quickly cast spells to ensure that it was contained, and then disapparated away. I arrived in the already prepared ritual room of Black Manor. I inspected the circle to make sure no one had made any alterations, and confirmed that no one had. I placed the Horcrux container into the center of the ritual circle, and stood in front of it. Potentium, tuum accipio, ut mihi, I said calmly, with an undertone of nervousness. I felt foreign knowledge enter my mind, which expanded and ordered the knowledge. I felt my body absorb copies of his skill and experience from the soul fragment. I felt my power grow somewhat and gained increased durability on par with a giant. I also gained another unexpected boon: agelessness. When I reached my prime, I would still have the same lifespan and life force available to me, but I could be young for 100 years or more. Most importantly, I would be at my prime, which would mean ideal magical growth for the remainder of my life. If I got desperate, I could always absorb life force from others using Grindelwald's ritual. I suddenly collapsed onto the floor. June 28, 1993. Hermione and her mother had finally arrived, and Hermione seemed eager to begin. She even brought paper along for notes, which I found adorable. You're obviously ready to begin, so I won't bother asking. You should know that this method of becoming an animagus is suppressed knowledge. Not illegal at all, though. With it you can have multiple forms, theoretically even dragons or a basilisk. Every book written about this method was believed to be burned. People who know about the method lie and say it doesn't exist. You won't be punished for knowing this method, I just felt you should know. Do you still want to study this better and safer method? I'm not sure, Hermione said nervously. The other method has much greater risks of death, maiming of yourself and others, permanent disfiguration, and possible loss of magic. No one has been known to die with this method, and the most that has happened was failing to control the mind while they were an animal and attacking someone, but those people didn't take precautions and were idiots. Also, James managed to discover his forms and transform into one in under 3 hours, I said, to her surprise. The other method involves forcing your body to accept one form based on your personality and inner traits and takes an entire month for the first phase, I said, knowing this would be a selling point. Okay, I want to learn, Hermione said, excitedly. I managed to succeed in persuading her to go against the ministry, to an extent. Well, I succeeded in amusing myself for today. I began explaining the process, just as I did to James, and then placed her under the spell and placed the temporary wards to help. I was quite pleased she merely listened and didn't ask questions. Now, we wait. 3 hours later. Hermione suddenly came out of her meditation. I removed the temporary wards with a gesture. How did it go? I asked, curious of what forms she possessed. Well, I had 3 forms. Is that normal? Hermione asked in concern. It varies. There is no correct number of forms, they accumulate over the course of your life. I have 3, and James has 3. I'm not sure about my other friends. What forms do you have? An owl, a parrot, and a badger, Hermione said with a smile. I used my occlumency to suppress the urge to laugh. Congratulations. I'll need to calculate which is best to learn first, which should be quite challenging given their small sizes and weights, when compared to that of a teenage girl. It'll probably be the badger form. I do need to check your current levels of magic though. It will tell me how many times you can safely transform without becoming magically exhausted, I said, before casting the spell on her. Power level. Above average juvenile witch, 100% power. I could tell Hermione and her mother were interested in her power level. Above average power, I informed them. Hermione didn't look pleased. Your power should grow further from studying the animagus transformation. Just don't take dangerous risks to boost your power. If you work hard, You should have power rivaling adults in a couple years. You will learn some of your limitations studying this, and that should help you learn how to train yourself without succumbing to magical exhaustion or strain. That put her in a better mood. You can safely manage one transformation per day without being in danger. Your power should rapidly grow when you continue studying, when you get back from vacation. She looked outraged by my lack of confidence in her. Some are just born with more power and then grow it further through hard work. I'm immensely more powerful than James, all due to hard work since I was 3. Anyway, I'll now guide you into your first transformation. I described the process of transforming and let her try. She managed to transform after a few minutes, and seemed to be having an internal fight against the animal spirit. Good Hermione, if you're in control, sit down, I said. When she didn't comply, I contained her to the area she was in. You need to take control, do it once and it's permanent, I said loudly, firmly. The badger form suddenly stilled, but I could tell there was still conflict by looking into her eyes. Shouldn't you change her back? Mrs. Granger asked, in concern. No, she's beginning to win the mental battle. She stilled her body, just needs to conquer the mind. Rest assured, she is completely safe, I said, with absolute certainty. I still watched Hermione's badger form. The lessening conflict was becoming more obvious. Suddenly the conflict in her eyes vanished. Hermione, are you in control? If so, nod yes. She managed it, though her inexperience in the form was obvious. I removed the containment spells. Move around the room and get used to your form. She spent 30 minutes getting used to it. I thought this would be quicker, but I suppose that I may have overestimated her supposed intellect. She finally stopped near her mother and I. Done? I asked, in amusement. She nodded. To return to your human form, simply focus on doing so. She was either trying to transform or was severely constipated. She resumed her human form 30 seconds later, and looked quite tired and sweaty. Congratulations, Hermione, you are now an animagus, I said, with a smile. She beamed in pride. When you get back from your vacation we'll try your other forms, and hopefully your power will have grown some more. I turned to face her mother. Could Hermione come over tomorrow? She should have fully recovered her depleted magic by then, and be able to repeat this process again. She can. Is it safe? Of course. One simply has to recover their magic before exercising it again, at least to train for magical growth, I said, in explanation. She needs the magical growth. She's above average for an underage witch, but a rare few are born with the power of an average adult witch. Some of her classmates no doubt had pre-Hogwarts education and tutoring, so they would have an advantage over others and show strength to intimidate enemies. But that's unfair to Muggle-borns, Hermione complained. Hermione, some of us have families that are over 1,000 years old, families that have large lists of enemies who would love to wipe out the entire family. The education is to make sure their children don't get murdered, or to intimidate enemies with their prowess. Me giving you this training should also help put you on equal footing. Why would people want to kill children? Mrs. Granger asked, in shock. It's the best way to hurt the parents. They could also try extracting knowledge of family magic from the child's mind, and use it for themselves. That's possible? Hermione asked, her eyes betraying her greed for such knowledge. It's rare. There are old spells to protect family magic and most families use it. I still think it's wrong for all those old families to hoard all that knowledge for themselves, she said, angering me. I looked into her mind with legitimacy. Her misguided sense of right and wrong would get her killed or worse. She would dare try to steal from families, due to her belief that all knowledge should be available to her. Hermione, my great-uncle slew thousands in a day with our family magic. My ancestors created objects of such power that their creation was falsely attributed to a deity. Let's be realistic. You simply feel that you should be allowed to learn anything you want to. Family magic is no different from a patent or copyright being passed down through family. Thankfully, you can create your own family magic and no one can use it without your permission. I added, placating her, to an extent. If you tried taking the knowledge of others they would likely punish you horribly or obliviate you of the knowledge and then send you to Azkaban. Theft of family magic is deemed unforgivable. Everyone who tried stealing from dark families were tortured until they lost their sanity and ability to feel. I said, to the horror of Hermione and her mother. How does everyone know? They bragged about it, and it was entirely legal. They were merely preventing them from attempting it again, and perhaps getting away with it. I'm saying this as a warning, Hermione. If you follow through on your thoughts, you would most likely suffer such a fate. You read my mind? She asked, angrily. Yes, I did. I suspected that you might be stupid enough to try stealing our family magic, and that grants me a legal loophole. I said, offending her and Mrs. Granger. Only those of our blood can touch our grimoires and survive. You're still welcome to return for your next lesson tomorrow, I said, making my dismissal clear. July 2, 1993. The last few days were busy ones. I had filled the time with training James and Hermione. The latter of whom was quite cold to me, but I didn't care. James had experienced some minor power growth, as had Hermione. I was just thankful that Hermione was gone for a month. I was already beginning to regret making the offer to teach her. I had even found the time to experiment with my gains from Voldemort. I had all of his abilities, and knowledge, skill, and experience. It was currently lunchtime, and Sirius and Remus were joining us. James. Lily. Are you there? Dumbledore's voice boomed through the house. Dad quickly ran to see what the old man wanted. Mom followed, looking concerned. I wonder what's up? James asked. I don't know, I said, before enhancing my senses with magic. Pettigrew escaped earlier this morning. Fudge is currently hushing it up to prevent a panic and save his reputation. He escaped when they relaxed the wards for the minister's inspection. I heard Dumbledore say. What? Dad yelled, the noise hurting my enhanced hearing. I quickly lost control of the spell and grabbed my head in pain. Eavesdropping spell? Remus asked, in amusement. Enhanced my senses. Next time I'll just go with that, though, I said, before casting a few healing spells. What is it? Sirius asked. Pettigrew escaped earlier this morning. Just act surprised when they come back, I said, quietly. Sirius and Remus looked shocked, and even a little murderous. My parents entered the room moments later. Did Pettigrew really escape? James asked, in slight fear. Thankfully, my parents glared at Sirius and Remus, instead of me. Harry told us, Sirius said. I quickly sent a stinging jinx at his balls. Ow. Harry. My parents exclaimed angrily. What? Dumbledore sounded scared. That made me concerned. The old guy wasn't afraid of Voldemort, so I had a good reason to be. That seemed to placate them, somewhat. Lily and I need to go to Hogwarts. Sirius, Remus, can you stay with James and Harry? Dad asked. Of course, we can. I need to avenge my balls that took a stinging jinx, Sirius said, trying to scare me. I can do that. I'm all ready for what we talked about, anyway, Remus said. Thank you, we'll try getting back soon, Mom said, before they quickly exited. I should probably make sure you can defend yourself, I said, to James. I can defend myself, he said defensively. You've had 2 incompetent teachers for 2 years. I'll run you through the required spells for those and continue your studies of the Animagus transformation. The goal will be to simply have you cast them with proficiency. You can always practice them further on your time, if you need to, I said, sternly. But it's summer. I'm supposed to take a break from education. That's not healthy, and you need to be able to defend yourself, I said, angrily. Dumbledore will protect me, James said, stupidly. Dumbledore's a joke. You've nearly died several times in 2 years at Hogwarts. He might be a great wizard, but he is truly mediocre headmaster. James drew his wand, but I wandlessly and effortlessly disarmed him and summoned it to me. I was tired of arguing, so I just levitated him out of the room and rose to follow him, while beginning to assess his current skill level. We arrived at the dueling training room a minute later, closely followed by a nervous Remus and Sirius. I had learned that James was quite unlearned in Dada. Okay. I used my skills in Legilimency to assess your knowledge. We'll begin with covering the second-year spells. Somehow students managed to learn from Quirrell, but Lockhart was completely worthless. 2 hours later, I had managed to convey the necessary knowledge to James. Remus helped quite a bit too. Sadly, we only had time to teach the first-year stuff, and a couple dueling spells. Why? Because my parents just came home. There you all are, Mom said, looking scared. We couldn't find you at first, and I feared the worst. Have some faith in us, Lily, Sirius said, in annoyance. Yeah, even if these two old guys got their butts kicked, I'd just obliterate Pettigrew with a single spell, I said, with a smile. Oi! Sirius and Remus said in annoyance. Who are you calling old? Sirius asked, in annoyance. It's always the hearing that goes first, I added, teasingly. I was referring to you and Remus. Anyway, Mom said, cutting off our childishness. What did you boys do while we were gone? Dad looked curious too. Undid some of the damage from 2 years of poor Dada lessons. I taught him a couple spells in case Pettigrew does get near him. What spells? Dad asked, in concern. Stunning, disarming, and banishing charms. Blasting curse, reductor curse, and tried teaching him the shield charm, but he hasn't made much progress, I said, concealing how hurt I was at his unspoken concern that I would teach him dark magic. Oh, good, he said, in relief, and received an angry glare from everyone. It appears that the minister is placing Dementors at Hogwarts for protection, Mom said, changing the subject. We tried to convince him otherwise, so did Dumbledore, but he wouldn't change his mind. Fudge had to be removed from power then. From what I read about Dementors, Dementors are actual demons created from tortured and starved Muggle souls. Those are only rumors, of course, but Ecristes was rumored to have studied several dark fields of magic. Soul magic, necromancy, blood magic, and crossing the proverbial line to study demons and even summon them. The study of demons is a forbidden arte. He supposedly took the study of those fields further than everyone else had. James should learn the Patronus charm as a precaution, I suggested. No. What's with you and trying to make me learn? He whined. It's easy. I did it at age 11, July 31st, 1993. I ended up winning the argument and got my way, and my parents supported me. I taught him the Patronus charm and continued his animagus training. He was angry at first, but then he started noticing the results. In just over a month his power grew immensely. He went from a high-level wizard to being a low-level warlock. He had mastered his lion form and his moose form, and had begun mastering his host's eagle form. His now powerful magic had even caused him to grow some, in addition to causing a larger appetite to help said growth. I had finally finished memorizing the Peverell and Black family magic, the oldest of which was wandless, and had even killed a few animals and reanimated them. I didn't do it on Potter property, though, that would be asking to get caught. I began studying the Potter family magic. There wasn't as much of it, but it should be incredibly powerful and useful. I had carefully reviewed my options and decided to drop magical creatures and focus solely on alchemy and ancient studies. I already had sufficient knowledge of the class and saw no need in further studying. If I was lucky, I could eventually learn to create my own philosopher's stone and become immortal. I was currently at mine and James' birthday party. Padma and Su Li didn't want to attend, which was understandable. I had forgotten to even write to them. I had to suffer the humiliation of having no friends, and it was all my fault. It didn't matter, though. I would be done with Durmstrang in a few years. Hey, Harry, Nymphadora Tonks said, drawing my attention to her. I knew Sirius invited her here to get revenge for my stinging jinx to his balls, but I couldn't help but acknowledge that she was incredibly why and had dressed to make sure that I noticed. Hey, Nymphadora, I said, knowing she hates her first name. Don't call me Nymphadora, she said, drawing everyone's attention to her. Ah. You won't even let me call you that. What a pity, I said, teasingly. How about Nimmy, or Nymphy? She looked angry, before seeming to realize something. You know Sirius wanted me to embarrass you, she said, in shock. Yes, I do, I said, with a smile. Do you want to give up, or should I continue bugging you? I can handle anything you can throw at me, Harry, she said, arrogantly. Because you're an Auror trainee? I asked, teasingly. She nodded firmly. I walked closer to her, invading her personal space, and then keyed her, while making sure she could pull away if she wanted to. She briefly returned the key, before quickly pulling away. Guess you can't handle me after all, huh, Nim? I said, as her hair turned deep red and she began to blush. Damn, he won again. I heard Sirius exclaim. Of course I did. I yelled at him, before turning back to Nim. So, how do you feel about dating a 13-year-old? I'm willing to wait until I'm 17 or recognized as an adult, if that's unacceptable to you. I said, somewhat flirtatiously. She glared. That was not a good sign. I'm not dating you because you ed me, Harry, Tonks said, in annoyance. Nor would I ask you to, I said, with a smile, and caused her to become confused. You did, however, me back, and I think that says a lot. You like me too. I'm not dating you, Harry, Tonks said, before walking away. That was disappointing, but oh well. I decided to go for a walk around the manor. I needed to cool down. I had always hated rejection, but forced myself to get used to it, knowing that it was a fact of life. Minutes later, and the wards warned me of uninvited guests. I disapparated to the entrance hall, and observed those damned Weasleys trespassing on our property. I intercepted them outside the door. Yes? I asked coldly, my hatred for them obvious? Ron would like to apologize for his actions toward your mother, Arthur said, nervously. You mean him calling her a mudblood whore and your worthless daughter laughing? Do you actually mean that you're sorry, Ron? I asked, monitoring his thoughts with legitimacy. Of course not, I'm just sick of being a nobody again. While that half-blood and mudblood Granger enjoy the good life. Yes, of course, I never should have said such a horrible thing to your mother, Ron said. He's a rather poor liar. You're a terrible liar, Ron. I said, coldly. You really should give your 4 youngest up as a bad job, Arthur. They're all worthless, Ron most of all. At least Ginny could whore herself out like her worthless mother, I said, making him shake in rage. And the twins are bullies and thugs. I'm sure murder for hire isn't too far off. Let this be a lesson, Arthur. Just because your wife spreads her legs doesn't mean you have to take up the unspoken offer, so you can make yourself feel better about your mediocre pay and low social status. I hadn't got the desired result yet, so I continued. Honestly, if I fathered such disappointments, I'd obliviate them and send them to the Muggles. Ron can barely use magic anyway, he's practically a squib. And Ginny's only aspiration is to love potion and curse my brother with inferior offspring like her worthless ancestors did to that poor Malfoy girl. I challenge you to an honor duel, Arthur said loudly, his hatred and anger obvious. I accept, I said, with a cold smile. I got what I wanted. The front yard is sufficient for a wizard of your standing to be humiliated. Make room, children, I don't want you getting hurt, Arthur said, nervously. They all quickly obeyed, and Arthur and I took our positions. Whenever you're ready, I said, with a smirk. He began with a disarming charm and I responded with lightning curse. They met in the air and I suddenly pushed more power into spell and blasted him back, and onto the ground. I followed up with a stunning charm, quickly defeating the miserable waste of magic. I feel much less frustrated now, I said, after Molly renovated Arthur. Well, off you get. Don't return. Stay the hell away from my family. You might want to keep an eye on Ron. He's a pure-blood supremacist, and calls Muggle-borns mudbloods in his mind, and outright called my mom that. Arthur nodded fearfully, having seen a glimpse of my magical ability. If he calls her that again, I'll challenge him to an honor duel. To the death. Ron looked terrified and angry, but mostly terrified. Now, get the hell off my family's property, I said, before conjuring a life-sized fiendfire representation of a Ukrainian ironbelly. Run, peasants, run, I said, doing my best Nutter impression. They did, and I dispelled the conjuration after they crossed the property line. I checked the wards and confirmed that my parents didn't acknowledge the warning from the wards, and James didn't even know what it was. I guessed alcohol and ignorance were the respective causes. I apparated back to my room. When I arrived, I quickly checked for spies and other eavesdropping spells, and found none. By right of magical conquest, I claim the inactive titles of Family Weasley, I said, assertively. The lordship ring for House Gryffindor appeared on my right hand, and to my immense surprise 2 other rings did too. Minor titles of nobility. Only the house's family magic and wealth would be of use to me. I stripped them of their family magic, and all the privileges of descendants of a Hogwarts founder. A flash of light signaled my success. I willed the rings to become invisible. Happy birthday to me, I said, sadly. A lot of power, skill, and ability, and I'm all alone. Well, at least I have you, Zeus. I added, before petting him some, which he loved. I eventually just decided to retire early. August 2, 1993. I had mostly spent the last 2 days in solitude, reading and practicing family magic. I had, of course, continued my lessons with James and Granger, but I had mostly isolated myself. I couldn't help but wonder why Nim rejected me. I was quite the catch after all. I decided that I would just try again, after I turned 17. I might even get to know her better, and let her fall in love with me. "Harry, come down here," Mom said, angrily. "Coming, Mom. Looks like the Weasleys complained to my parents." I quickly ran downstairs. When I arrived, I saw Dumbledore and Arthur Weasley there, and my parents and Sirius. "Yes, Mom?" I asked. "Arthur just told us something very interesting," she said, angrily. "Did Ron find his other half a brain cell?" I asked, putting a hopeful expression on my face, and causing Dad and Sirius to snicker. "He said you attacked his family," she said, coldly, obviously not pleased with my behavior. A complete lie. I simply stated facts that he couldn't tolerate, and he challenged me to an honor duel. And this was after trespassing on our property, so his stupid bigot son could insult us by lying to our faces. A pensive memory will prove what I've said, and that Arthur Weasley is slandering my good name. Quite frankly, I'm getting tired of this melodrama, and the Weasleys using their master Dumbledore to bully or manipulate good people into tolerating their largely unpleasant actions. I answered, directing my anger at Weasley and Dumbledore. My parents and Sirius turned to glare at them. "He called Molly a whore," Arthur said angrily. "And she had previously attempted prostitute herself. No one took her up on it and reported it, but Dumbledore had it removed from her record and covered it up. I have evidence to prove it, and given your family's problems with mine, I'm very strongly considering taking this matter before the Wizengamot," I said, to their shock. Arthur looked afraid of what that would do to his family's reputation. "She was 16 and didn't know what she was doing," Arthur said, angrily. "Judging by your 7 children, I'm inclined to believe that's a lie," I said, causing Dad and Sirius to laugh. They quit after Mom glared at them. "You come into my family's home and lie to them, and slander me. I'm really getting tired of your worthless family. That's why you're going to swear an oath upon your life, magic, and family's honor, to never harass or attack my family again, and to order your family to swear the same." "Now, Harry," Dumbledore interrupted. "Hush, Dumbledore," I said firmly, with an undertone of threat. He surprisingly obeyed, but seemed to be studying me more closely than ever before. "If I refuse?" Arthur asked, angrily. "I'll come after you with everything I have, starting with bringing charges against 3 of your children and sending them Azkaban," I said, to his shock. "I'll use my influence to have you dismissed from your ministry job and be blacklisted. Your younger son's actions could easily see them expelled from Hogwarts, and Ginny could be easily driven from it. Well, I actually find Percy tolerable and have nothing against your 2 eldest sons." "Dumbledore would stop you," Arthur argued. "Dumbledore is only headmaster because they believe McGonagall would do a much worse job, and his position isn't secure. He won't come to your aid, especially when I can put him in Azkaban for 15 years, have him dismissed from his post as headmaster, and have him forbidden to teach at Hogwarts, citing his endangering students as evidence. Now, will you swear that oath?" "I swear upon my life, magic, and family's honor, that I shall not harass or attack any member of House Potter, and to order my family to do the same," Arthur said. A flash of light signaled the oath. "I'll leave your manor now," he said, in defeat. "I'll show you out," Sirius said. "Seriously, are you pleased with yourself, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, his disapproval obvious. "That I didn't let that swine come in here and lie and slander me? Yes, I am. That I had to resort to something as tawdry as blackmail and threats to have peace of mind? No, I am not. Are you pleased that you spit on the laws you're supposed to be enforcing? Are you pleased with being an embarrassment to the position of Hogwarts headmaster and chief warlock?" I asked, causing him to become visibly angry. No wonder Voldemort and his Death Eaters caused so much damage and hated you. They probably supported him because they hoped he would get rid of you, so their children could be safe at school, or maybe even make Hogwarts a better school. Which is stupid. Almost as stupid as fighting a war with non-lethal spells, and taking orders from an overrated old man playing war games with other people's lives. He looked pissed. "I suppose this is what we can expect from the man rumored to have killed his own sister in a duel with his brother. You're almost as bad as Voldemort or Grindelwald themselves, except more cowardly and less stupid. Interestingly, you're one of the things they both had in common. Did you create yourself some mortal enemies to put down, and be revered for it? Did you do it for your greater good? His wand quickly appeared in his hand and he tried casting a spell on me. Nothing happened, but he screamed in agony and a small bit of his magic left his chest and flew into mine. When it hit, I felt my power grow a small amount. Nothing? Just as I suspected, you're using a Peverell family artifact and were stupid enough to use it against a Peverell. I quickly took advantage of his pain and shock, and ripped the wand from his wand, and pulled it into mine. When it was in my hand, I felt immense power course through my body, as it bonded with its Peverell-blooded master and genuinely became mine. Harry, give me back my wand, Dumbledore exclaimed, angrily. We both know it's the legendary Elder Wand, and that you have no claim on it. Its true loyalty was always to the Peverells, everyone else was used by it, and only a Peverell is immune to its defenses. You and Grindelwald were just children fighting over a stolen toy. Dumbledore and my family looked shocked. Now, you will swear an oath to never inform, or disclose in any way, to anyone, that Harry Potter is the master of the Elder Wand. Why are you doing this, Harry? Dumbledore asked, obviously stalling. Partly because your actions today destroyed any trust I had in you, and to end the bloodshed that follows it. He seemed to realize that I had a plan to end its dark history. Your oath, Dumbledore. I swear, I will never inform or disclose in any way that Harry Potter is the master of Elder Wand. Good. August 24, 1993. I had spent the last 22 days training hard and pushing myself. I had finished memorizing half of the Potter family magic, and could successfully cast the spells. Sadly, I didn't grow my power at all. This summer really limited my time for personal advancement, but I managed to get James and Hermione able to transform into their forms and they registered one of each. James, his lion form, and Hermione, her owl form. I had to persuade Hermione to my way of thinking to get her to do so, and it took me 30 minutes of my life that I would never get back. My alchemy and ancient studies classes were so far easy for me, and I decided to continue studying ahead, and possibly test out as quickly as possible. I had already done up to the 6th year material for both classes during my summer. I may not acquire experience by draining knowledge, but I could copy all of their knowledge on a subject and substitute the experience with it. Remembering everything also helped greatly, and allowed my rapid progress throughout my life. It was time for my meeting with Professor Megalos and his 2 new teaching assistants, Adalbert and Bathilda Abig. I would have to defeat Grindelwald in his disguise, and 2 of his minions. All 3 were sorcerers and combined, they surpassed me in power. I just hoped that I could somehow win. I entered his office, having spent my walk calming myself with occlumency. I observed him and his assistants waiting for me by the window, the setting sun gleaming on their gray air. Ah, Harry, I'm glad you're here. Zeus, Grindelwald said, with a smile that hinted of impending cruelty. As you can see, I recruited some assistants to help remind you of your place. 3 sorcerers against 1 grand sorcerer. How has your training went this summer? He asked, though he obviously didn't believe my training would be enough. I made the mistake of promising lessons on becoming animagi to my brother and his girlfriend, and then a family enemy escaped Azkaban, so I trained my brother some more. The minister placed Dementors around Hogwarts for security, so I taught him the Patronus charm. I've merely managed to memorize more spells, and maybe a 15% power growth. You will need to work harder, Harry. Very few have your potential or abilities, you have more of both than anybody I've ever heard of. Grindelwald said harshly, but with an undertone of admiration. Now, be a big boy, and take your beating, he said, before gesturing to his assistants and rising from his seat. I drew my wand and waited. They began their attacks, most of them spells that weren't immediately fatal. I shielded and counter-attacked with coma curses, blinding hexes, and several pain curses. None of them hit, they were either shielded or deflected, so I blasted them back with telekinetic force and continued my attack. I almost managed to stun Adalbert and Bathilda, but they rolled out of the way and shielded, respectively. I deflected a bonebreaker from Grindelwald, and hit him with a wandless banishing charm and knocked him into his desk. I quickly deflected 2 spells and tried wandlessly stunning Grindelwald, while sending a stunner from my wand at Bathilda. They both barely missed them. In Grindelwald's case, he hit me with a cutting curse across the chest and it shocked his assistants. I quickly tried stunning them, but Grindelwald shielded them, while I healed, using my recently obtained regenerative abilities. They quickly recovered from their shock, and began a unified assault. I began creatively dodging, deflecting, and shielding. I only counter-attacked when I could. 2 hours later, I was spent. I estimated I had used up 70% of my magic, and had only taken out Grindelwald with a coma curse. His minions were experts at fighting together, and obviously very experienced at it. I had to regenerate a lot, mainly because of Grindelwald using a lot of nasty curses that cut, burned, and blew chunks of flesh off, and that used up quite a bit of my magic. I was quite happy I gained Voldemort's ritual-enhanced pain tolerance, combat and magical experience, and other ritual effects. It had contributed to my improved performance greatly. The three of them had finally managed to obliterate my shield, and I had to resort to deflection. My opponents were incredibly skilled and powerful, and every advantage I gained was quickly lost or easily countered. I had begun to understand why Grindelwald was considered the magical counterpart of Hitler and had even controlled much more territory than the actual Hitler. In short, he, alone, controlled more territory than the Axis powers at their peak. That was why Dumbledore was still supreme mugwump despite his actions. The majority did and still do revere him. The forcibly silenced minority were ignored and relegated to spitefully opposing Dumbledore's actions, being mistreated by the majority because of it. My distraction caused me to get stunned. I awoke an unknown amount of time later, but observed the moon through the window. "Well done, Harry," Grindelwald said, looking pleased. "Thanks," I said, gratefully. Was I allowed to use family magic? I didn't think to ask. I added, causing them to raise eyebrows. "Yes, you were allowed to use family magic. Sometimes you can be quite stupid, Harry. I've already seen your family magic in action, and even briefly suffered under it," Grindelwald replied. "Well, I'll strive to help you relive your long-lost glory days," I said, with a teasing smirk. "You're lucky I haven't found my wand, Harry, or I would curse you." "So I shouldn't make jokes about your difficulty finding your wand?" I asked, making Adalbert laugh a little. Grindelwald silenced him with an annoyed glare. "No, you should not. That's unfortunate. You will manage," he said, in a tone of warning. "What are your plans this year?" "Study, say. Rituals, and dueling you three until I can defeat you with laughable ease. I'd like to find a way to target the students of the Athens Academy of Divine Magic. I was thinking a portkey, but it would be traceable and disapparating that far would be incredibly draining, though easily survivable barring prolonged battles, and I doubt they'll just let me take their sacred knowledge," I said, putting sacred knowledge into air quotes. "Yes, quite the task. I estimate that traveling that far would take 10% of your power both ways. You could take a portkey from here to Megalos Palace. Both would be more difficult trace, and impossible to trace if you appeared inside the palace's ancient wards," Grindelwald said. "Your other goals are doable. You lasted 2 hours against us, and have extorted women into bringing you beeps," he added, in obvious approval. "You cannot bypass the wards of the Athens Academy. They are the strongest of all time and were cast by people of Magus status or greater," he said, seeming to notice that I already knew that. "Which you already knew. You'll need to target graduates or students on holiday from school. I'll let you know of holidays and locations of targets, and you'll need to learn Greek to blend in." I nodded. That was only logical. "You can skip the necromancy of Hades. The Peverell method is likely superior." "All right, thanks. Do you know of any ways to permanently destroy Dementors?" "No, but holy spells are the most likely, though they were lost to time. Fiend fire, Greek fire or the lost hellfire might heavily damage them, as would dragonfire. Though the latter would be to a much lesser extent. I wouldn't mind learning to conjure and control Greek fire," I hinted. "I will teach you sometime, but you should go rest and recover. I'll have Alexis teach you Greek. Considering how quickly you learn, you should have it mastered in a month or less." I nodded in understanding. October 1st, 1993. I had been incredibly busy the last month. I scheduled a time to test out alchemy and ancient studies. The professors seemed to have secretly plotted to sneer at me when I did that. I later thought it more likely that they just assumed I was being arrogant and wanted to watch me fail. I had recently mastered speaking the Greek language, and continued feigning friendship with Alexis, which she seemed to believe. I continued my duels with Grindelwald and his minions, but hadn't made much progress. I was, however, taught to conjure Greek fire, and had continued reading and memorizing books from my treasure room. I also began the planning process for eventually relocating everything in it. It was now the weekend, and time for my first trip to Greece. I was thankful that I no longer required sleep, because I wasn't sure of the time difference. Grindelwald and I had just exited the castle's wards. "Be careful and don't get caught, Harry. It would look bad for me and my family if you got caught." I raised an eyebrow. "It would be easily traced back to us then, and this is a once-in-a-million chance for you to achieve several goals," he said, referencing several students being released from classes to take part in political negotiations. "I'll do everything in my power to not get caught, and to succeed at my goals," I said, in reassurance. "Good. The password for the portkey is Basilisk Pit," he said, with a cruel smile. I suddenly felt the familiar sensation of an activating portkey. "Bastard," I yelled, as I realized his cruel prank. My last sight of him was him with an amused smirk on his face. Several minutes later, I had been spinning for what felt like hours, before I finally, and quite miraculously, landed on my feet. "Welcome, Harry," I heard Demos' voice say. "Thanks," I said, still fighting dizziness. I vaguely noticed some other people near him. "Are you okay?" Demos asked, in amusement. "Yes, I had just never traveled that far before," I replied. "Yes, well, off you go to get decimated on your suicide mission," another voice said, snidely. I turned my head to see who said that, and saw a near look-alike of Demos. Though I could tell he was much weaker magically and rather scrawny. "This unpleasant swine is my older twin brother, Phobos, and proof that sometimes the youngest gets the best traits," Demos said, making his disdain for his sibling obvious. "This," he said, gesturing to an old woman, "is my grandmother, whom Alexis was named after." "A pleasure to meet you," I said, politely. Phobos scoffed. I had a very strong feeling that I would dislike him. "A pleasure to meet you too, Harry. I have heard good things about you from my family. Hopefully, when you're finished, we can talk some, but the political negotiations will be beginning soon and I encourage you to kill as many as you can, or to at least not be concerned about collateral damage," she said, with an unnerving smile. I got the feeling she could watch billions die and still smile, which wasn't impossible considering she was and is a Grindelwald supporter. "I'll try to do so," I said, with a smile, having already researched the matter and planned accordingly. The negotiations, if successful, would result in the destruction of the Greek Grindelwald supporting families. While I didn't exactly care, destroying these enemies would be highly advantageous to me. "I have what you asked for, Harry," Demos said, handing me a piece of paper. "Thank you," I said, accepting it. "The password to return to Durmstrang is also written on there. I do hope my grandfather's prank wasn't malicious." "It wasn't, but I should get to work," I said, with a smile. He nodded, and I disapparated to the address. When I arrived, with a rather loud bang due to the flaws of apparition, I quickly entered the vacant building with muggle-repelling wards. I quickly began the casting of the Fidelius charm. When I finished 10 minutes later, I quickly placed the measures and wards to suppress the magic of enemies, and drew the ritual circle. When I finished, I disillusioned myself and went to near their meeting place, a large palace standing out among the Muggle homes. It was a gleaming white, with golden gilding on the gates. I didn't have time to observe it any further, because two of my targets apparated near me. I quickly hit them with Coma Curse each, and portkeyed them to my makeshift prison. I repeated this process for 2 hours, each time being grateful that Grindelwald removed the trace from me, and then taught me how to do it. Moments like that made me despise him even less, just not enough to give him back his stuff or abandon my plans. After I confirmed the capture of all my targets, I returned to my prison. When I arrived, I observed my prisoners. Descendants of Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon. The best of them, the masters of their arts, and they were defeated due to an ambush laid by an inferior enemy, but I couldn't allow myself to get arrogant until I finished. I moved the eldest descendant, Zeus, into the ritual circle. I was very proud of how I modified the rituals of sacrifice to sacrifice the lives and magic of my victims and grant me their knowledge, skill, and experience relating to magic. Sadly, I couldn't find a way to take their life force and magic too, but that was acceptable to me. At least for now. I barely had to make any modifications at all, actually, although, I should have been at least be able to sacrifice their lives and souls to get their magic too. I would just have to research and modify it further. I needed to focus now. Potentium, tuum accipio, ut mihi. I said calmly, with an undertone of nervousness. I felt foreign knowledge enter my mind, as a wave of energy was released from my sacrifice. I felt the guy's knowledge enter my mind, and become mine. I felt my body absorb copies of his skill and experience, but I suddenly passed out, before I could marvel any further. I awoke some time later, but still saw the sun out, so I rose from the floor and removed the body from the circle. I repeated this process on the descendants of Hades and Poseidon, even confirming the annihilation of two bloodlines, which I was saddened by. On a positive note, I learned how to loot their libraries and palaces, and could read, speak, and write ancient Greek. When I had finished, I transported myself and their bodies to their palaces, where I looted their palaces into my magically expanded trunks that I had acquired, and razed them to the ground with fiendfire. I concealed my identity, and returned to Megalo's palace. When I arrived, I heard a pop moments later, and saw Demos. How did it go? He asked, in concern. I got what I wanted, killed them, and burned them and their palaces to the ground. It should keep your enemies afraid. I replied. Good. I take it you'll want to immediately return to Durmstrang. He asked, in amusement. Yes, those were the first people I killed. I just need to think. Sorry, Demos. It's fine, Harry. I understand why you need to be alone. Killing takes a toll the first time. You'll either get used to it, stop, or go mad with guilt. I nodded, and activated my portkey. December 1, 1993. I had spent the entire month training, dueling, reading, and thinking. I had realized that while killing was something to be avoided as often as possible, the people that I killed were going to kill others out of hatred or for political purposes. They were arrogant and believed their so-called divine ancestry granted them the right to behave in such a way. They were idiots, and stepping stones for my ascension to higher levels of skill and power. I had already dominated Lord Grindelwald and his minions with such laughable ease that it didn't merit description. My newly obtained magical knowledge granted me such capabilities that I couldn't begin to describe them all. I had the skill, I just needed a lot more power at my disposal. I could use all of the magic just as well as my victims, but I wasn't able to lay cities to waste and then wage a war. Each of them had power levels near mine, but using the different bits of their magic, for example, storms, earthquakes, and tidal waves, at the same time would quickly drain me. One at a time wouldn't, but I was still incredibly powerful and knowledgeable, far more so than most of the world. I had already achieved one of my goals for this year, but that was a story for another time. Christmas was near and I had begun thinking of presents for my family. I had decided to get my brother a familiar as a gift. Zeus had been a great companion to me and had already grown a great deal, and had taken to flying around in the fake habitat that I had created in his magically expanded cage. I eventually decided that I would give him a phoenix egg. I was sure that he could successfully hatch it. I removed a glossy blue phoenix egg from stasis, and extended my magical sense into it. It had already absorbed quite a bit of ambient magic, so my brother should be able to easily hatch it and do so without much effort. It would quickly acknowledge him as its first master, and would only leave when he passed on. Directly hatching and nurturing a phoenix causes its loyalty to directly shift to the person who did that, and considering how quickly phoenixes grow, my brother would have plenty of time to secure its loyalty. My task was completed, and I decided to return to my room. As neared my room, I heard my name get called. Harry. I quickly turned, wand drawn to see who it was, and saw both Professor Abegs. They looked unnerved by my speed. Yes, I asked, lowering my wand. We need to talk with you, it's urgent. Adalbert said, looking concerned and a little scared. I quickly opened the door to my dorm, though I was suspicious of them and made sure they entered first, and that my back wasn't left unguarded. They both entered. I followed them, and closed the door behind us. So what's so urgent? I asked, without preamble. Alexis Megalos has grown tired of waiting on you, and has decided to potion you to acquire you as a boyfriend and eventual husband and father to her powerful children. She asked her grandfather to help her. He said, shocking me. I wasn't even able to conceal it. Her family courts power and wealth, and if people don't submit willingly, they either force them or just take what they want. Even Grindelwald impregnated a member of their family out of fear. This is interesting information, but I have only one question. What benefit do you gain by telling me? I asked, causing them to each raise an eyebrow. I have no intention of marrying or dating your granddaughter, so if that's your hope, you can simply give up. I added rather coldly, but they didn't seem offended. If anything, they seemed greatly amused. Who said we wanted anything in return? Bathilda asked, in amusement. Well, most would want something in return for opposing the Megalos family, and the Dark Lord Grindelwald who's hiding in the school they work in. They looked shocked by my knowledge. How did you find that out? Adalbert asked, in shock. Alexis is weak-minded, I replied. Now, what was your reason for telling me? We hardly have any reason to care for each other, and I could simply rip the knowledge from your minds, so you would be wise to quit playing games. They both looked nervous and sufficiently cowed into submission. Adalbert briefly glanced at Bathilda, and she nodded. I need you to cast the revealing charm on us, to remove our disguises. Adalbert said, in defeat. I quickly did so, and watched with interest. Adalbert was transformed from a tall, slightly balding man with blue eyes, and about 6 foot tall, into a man of similar height, but with messy gray hair and hazel eyes. Bathilda was transformed from a rather short and unremarkable woman of below average height, into a woman of about 5 foot 8 inches tall, with obsidian eyes, gray hair. She was thin, but not unhealthily so. They just looked so familiar. You both look somewhat familiar. Why is that? I asked, in slight confusion. I had kept my wand trained on them, and my palm open ready to cast spells. I am Charles Potter, and this is my wife Doria. I had assumed you were both dead. I said, neutrally. We escaped before we could be imprisoned in Nurmengard and managed to hide for several decades. My father Henry, and my elder brother Fleemont, along with Alistair Moody and Albus Dumbledore eventually found us and ambushed us. We were secretly captured and placed in Nurmengard as unknown prisoners, and were freed with Lord Grindelwald. We required more healing, because we were purposely kept magically and physically weakened since 1961. Doria explained, with a sad smile. I take it Dumbledore didn't offer second chances back then, or believe you were both redeemable? I asked, in slight humor. No, he didn't. Do you have a pensieve? I'd like you to have some memories, you're unlikely believe as if we simply told you. I also swear upon my life and magic that the contents of these memories are true. I nodded, and wandlessly summoned my pensieve to me. Charles withdrew a memory, and placed it into the pensieve. I entered it without a word. As soon as I entered it, I quickly observed a younger Charles and Doria, playing with a little boy with messy hair and hazel eyes. He kind of looked like Dad. Suddenly, part of the wall was blasted open, and ropes were launched at them, successfully binding the three, and causing the little boy to fall onto the floor, hurting himself, and beginning to cry. The cowards attacked a child. Hello, Charles, a weak, yet baleful voice said menacingly. Father, he returned hatefully, as Doria tried soothing the child from where she was bound. Another man, who I quickly recognized as Fleemont Potter, summoned the child to him. You must raise him, Fleemont. I am too old, and your wife is sterile anyway. You can raise him free of the dark taint of his parents. According to what I pulled from Charles' mind, his name was James Charles Potter. We will need to change his middle name. Henry Potter said, coldly. Fleemont quickly nodded in understanding. Henry quickly put my much younger father to sleep and modified his memories. No, I will destroy you all for this. We had repented of our actions, but I will not forgive any of you for yours. Doria screamed. She was quickly stunned, and Charles followed soon after. The memory blacked out, and I left the memory. I left the memory in shock, and had Charles not sworn on his life and magic of their truth, I would be attacking him for his lies. December 23, 1993 sunrise. It had been a busy 22 days. Alexis had been caught trying to potion me and I faked the appropriate outrage, which wasn't hard considering it was a truly dark potion that would have ends. Avenued me and turned me into her human say. Toy. I was quite pleased when she was expelled. My grandparents had continued acting as spies for me and had reported that the Megalos family were enraged, but had avoided any legal trouble and had thankfully hushed the matter up. I was just hoping that Dumbledore didn't find out. If he had, he would inform my parents, and they might remove me from Durmstrang. I had managed to perform 2 more say rituals over the last 22 days, with Agnes Yaxley and Isabella Selwyn. I had finally become a mage, and was shocked and surprised by the changes. My eyes now slightly glowed with power, and my magic danced beneath my skin ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. I felt power coursing through my veins and felt like I could do damn near anything. I naturally opted to keep that feeling under control. It wouldn't do for me to get myself killed due to arrogance. I had passed my tests and successfully entered the mastery courses for alchemy and ancient studies. My teachers were shocked, and even accused me of cheating. I informed them of my ability, Pannesia. It was time to implement some of my plans, namely dealing with the Megalos family, permanently. I calmly entered Grindelwald's classroom, with an incredibly pleased smile. Ah, Harry, what brings you here? Grindelwald asked, with a genuine smile. I discovered something amazing, sir. I'm on the verge of doing something only one other person has done. I exclaimed, catching his interest. What is it? He asked, his greed obvious in his eyes, and buying my act. Defeating the Dark Lord Grindelwald. I exclaimed with a smile, and withdrew my wand. He laughed. If you do, you will be hunted by my followers until you die. He didn't seem terribly surprised that I had learned his true identity. Doubtful. Grindy. They'll probably bow to me and offer me their undying loyalty, and I'll refuse. Anyway, I quickly hit him with a coma curse, using my ritual-enhanced speed. I quickly packed and stored his things, disillusioned him, and levitated him out of the room. The arrogant old man never stood a chance, not now, anyway. I arrived at my room minutes later, and placed Grindelwald in the center of the pre-prepared ritual circle. Potentium, tuum accipio, ut mihi. I said, with a confident smile. I felt foreign knowledge enter my mind, as a wave of energy was released from my sacrifice and was absorbed into the wards. I felt Grindelwald's knowledge enter my mind, and become mine. I felt my body absorb copies of his skill and experience, and then I passed out. I awoke some time later, and prepared my things for travel. When I was done, I disillusioned and levitated Grindelwald's now undisguised body. Minutes later, and I had exited Durmstrang. Basilisk Pit. I said, calmly, carrying Grindelwald's body on my shoulder, without any strain at all. I arrived minutes later, and quickly used a spell to rid myself of dizziness. Harry. Demos and Alexis exclaimed in surprise. I found your grandfather like this morning. I said, in false concern as the rest of his family arrived. Only Phobos didn't look concerned. Demos relieved me of my burden. Do you know who this? Alexis, the elderly one asked. Yes, someone who wanted revenge against your family. I said calmly, before blasting them all back. Me. I used an incredibly powerful blasting curse and obliterated Demos and Phobos, before quickly killing their grandmother with an overpowered cutting curse that tore through her hastily formed shield like it wasn't even there. Why are you doing this, Harry? This isn't you, Alexis cried. Because of you, Alexis. I said, to her shock. I had a crush on you since my second year, but never thought I'd be allowed to be with you or that I even deserved you. I worked harder to prove myself worthy. I wanted to earn your family's blessing, and then I found out about Grindelwald and the secret you were keeping from me, and I even secretly forgave you. I said, causing her to adopt a hopeful expression. When you tried giving me a potion, I knew my feelings were a mistake and all due to my youthful ignorance. The funny thing is, had you not tried that, I would have gone on believing that I really loved you, when in reality I never really knew you. I will always have a place for you in my heart, Alexis. I slit her throat with a gesture, and watched her bleed to death believing that this was entirely her fault. I did cry though I was genuinely saddened and did care about her. At least before I found out about Grindelwald. I spent the next hour slaughtering house elves and looting their palace. When I finished, I burned it to the ground with the signature magic of Hades, a weak imitation of hellfire, that was more like a black form of fiendfire. When that was finished, I repeated the process on the Echelon and Xanthopolis families. It now looked like the Megalos family attacked members of the Athens Academy of Divine Magic, and that they retaliated viciously. I activated my portkey, and returned to Durmstrang. I had finally arrived at home, and had stored my things. It was a very successful 5 months. Vast stores of knowledge, wealth, and other resources were obtained. I destroyed multiple enemies, and absorbed the knowledge, skill, experience, and even Grindelwald's seer ability. I took my trunks with my looted magical knowledge and assets, and dissipated to Black Manor. When I arrived, I quickly stored the trunks in a secret room that I was informed of, and dissipated back home. When I returned, I quickly went back downstairs to spend time with my family. So, what are both of your plans for your holidays? Mom asked, with a smile. Studying mostly. My studying during the summer benefited me greatly. I tested into the Alchemy and Ancient Studies Mastery course. At this rate, I'll need to take up another mastery course. I said, boastfully. My family looked amused at my arrogance. You're not working yourself too hard, are you? Mom asked, in concern. No, but even if I was, that's what I'm supposed to do at school. I said, to my parents' approval and my brother's annoyance. I wish your brother shared that mindset. Mom said, before glaring at James playfully. He chose divination and care of magical creatures. Those are two most useless classes. I exclaimed, looking at him in disapproval. You've never mentioned visions or shown evidence of skills for divination, and care is largely useless, especially with Hagrid teaching. I said, angering my family. Harry, Hagrid is very nice. Mom said, reprovingly. Yes, and I'm not denying that. He is also quite careless and gullible, and I bet students have already been injured during his classes. The look on my family's faces confirmed that. He is unfit to teach. He has a history of endangering students with his reckless actions. A Cerberus, Acromantulas, a dragon, and he put them where students could easily find them. If all you can say in his defense is that he's nice or brave, then he will likely be dismissed from his position soon. You wouldn't get him fired, would you? James asked in concern. No, and nor will I even try. But the board likely will, and I hope Mom carefully considers the reasons and doesn't allow Dumbledore to persuade her against her better judgment. I could see my family didn't appreciate my words, so I continued. Everyone caters to his whims, and the vast majority don't question his decisions. That is not good, and he has shown a history of horrible decisions which could have caused a lot of deaths. The deaths of children, I might add. They seemed to be more understanding once I explained my position. Anyway, this subject will only ruin the holidays if we continue talking about it. I said, trying to end the discussion. An owl suddenly flew into the room, and landed near Dad. I guess it arrived early. He quickly relieved it of its burden and read the letter. I sensed the magic leave the letter and enter his body through the fingertips, and had brief second thoughts about this action. Our family needed to be strong again, and quit bowing to our inferiors, so I quickly squashed those doubts. My father's face had obvious shock on it, and my mom looked concerned. What is it, James? Mom finally asked. A letter from Charles and Doria Potter claiming to be my true parents, and claiming that I was obliviated by my grandfather. He said, before rubbing his head in discomfort. I was amazing. I found a cure for obliviation and protected it under family magic and several other protective spells. Are you okay, James? Mom asked, in concern. Yeah, just a headache. He said, rubbing his head. Do you have a memory that seems foreign or forgotten appearing in your mind? I asked, in false interest. I, of course, knew he did. I did create the spell after all. Yes, how did you know? Dad asked. I think whoever sent that letter is reversing any obliviations performed on you. Whoever created that spell must be a skilled healer, or a master of mind-altering magic, or possibly even both. I said, in observation, and used the chance to compliment myself. Maybe your mind is being healed. Based on what you described, that seems to be the case. If it were a mental attack, it would be glaringly obvious. I have a memory fully restored. It's of Dumbledore, Henry, Fleement, and Moody attacking me and my parents. I used my skill in legilimency to rewatch it, and I was very pleased with his anger directed at them. Over the next 30 minutes, he shared other restored memories. His grandfather and Fleement being caught talking by Dad, and Henry Potter's hatred of Charles and even hating Dad a little by extension. Them forcibly subduing him and obliviating him, for the second time. Henry and Fleement asking Dumbledore to keep watch over the Potter family as long he lived and subdue any dark Potters, and again his obliviation. Dad studying family magic in his 5th year, which Fleement insultingly called dark and tried destroying, and nearly died because of the protections that rebounded his weak magic on him. His life was shortened because of that action. Again, Dad being obliviated. Dad was pissed, and so were most of us. Dumbledore essentially promised to play God with our lives, and destroy or break apart our family. I'll admit he had good intentions, but the road to hell was paved with them. Harry, cast the Fidelius charm on the manor. Dad ordered. All right. I'll need access to the primary ward stone, and I'm knowledgeable and skilled enough to make some upgrades. I have plenty of time during my vacation to make them stronger than ever. I said, with confidence. The wards were cast by 4 sorcerers, we could infuse our own powers into them to strengthen them further. We could do it over the course of mine and James' vacation, and get incredibly powerful wards that should be among the best in Britain after Hogwarts, and maybe a few other really secure manors or castles. Dad nodded in agreement, and rose to grant me access to the ward stone. I was surprised that he knew how. This was shaping up to be an interesting holiday. December 25, 1993. I had cast wards against uninvited house elves, phoenixes, and, of course, the Fidelius charm, and then I upgraded the existing wards. I put 10% of my power into 5 very important wards, and greatly improved our security. I removed unnecessary waste, i.e. multiple castings of the same ward, and freed up more magic from the ley lines to be used better. Dad approved of my actions, and he and Mom even put 50% of their powers into the wards against house elves. I even cast wards against other forms of magical travel, though I cast them with average power and would have to reinforce them further when I fully recovered my power in a few hours. Dad had sent a response to Charles and Doria's letter and hoped to be able to meet them before the holidays were up, but now, it was time for presents. What did you get me, Harry? James asked excitedly. Oh, dang, I thought I had forgotten something. I exclaimed, making his eyes widen. Just kidding, I added, with a smile, and handed him a box. He quickly tore off the wrapping paper and opened the box. What is it? He asked, taking out the egg and causing our parents' eyes to widen. A phoenix egg. Don't worry, it's safe, you just need to channel your magic into it to hatch it. It will take a lot of magic to do it, but it should be hatched and fully grown by the end of our holiday. Just don't channel more than 50% of your full power into it. When that happens, just stop and recover for a day or 2. I will, he said, excitedly. I handed my gifts for my parents to them, and they unwrapped them with a smile. I gave Dad some books so he could self-study and achieve a mastery in transfiguration, and an enchanted ring to replace occlumency. I gave Mom books so she could self-study for a charms mastery, and the same kind of ring. They loved their gifts and spent a solid minute thanking me. I knew they had put their studies off due to the war and then my brother and I decided it was their turn to fulfill their dreams. They gave me advanced books on enchanting and books on complex transfigurations. I was surprised that some of the information in the books would actually be useful to me. Thanks, Mom and Dad, I said, gratefully. When are Uncle Remus and Sirius coming over? James asked. I'll have to retrieve them and bring them into the wards. Dad replied, with a smile. Just make sure they swear on their lives and magic that they are who they say they are. If Pettigrew ambushed them, he could polyjuice himself as them and get closer to us. Good idea, Harry, Mom said, in approval. I'll go retrieve them, Dad said, with a smile. 30 minutes later, Sirius and Remus were finally here, and Remus looked somewhat conflicted. I naturally suspected his loyalty to Albus Dumbledore was conflicting with his loyalty to my father and family, and Sirius. So, why the Fidelius charm, James? Remus asked. Things have been going downhill for years, Remus. Voldemort, his followers, and now Peter, and I recently discovered things about my family. He then proceeded to inform them of everything, and I do mean everything. Those manipulative bastards. Sirius exclaimed, angrily. I'm sure they were just doing it to protect you, James. Remus said, like Dumbledore's loyal dog. Dumbledore has played God with my family's life for the last time. I will no longer aid him in his failed endeavors. My priority is now solely my family and friends. Dad said, with uncharacteristic sternness. James, you're not thinking clearly. You're talking about associating with two mass murderers. I have no choice but to inform Dumbledore. Remus said, before turning to leave. I quickly restrained him. No. You're going to swear upon your life and magic that you will not disclose this information in any way, shape, or form. I said, having drawn my wand. You're all committing a major crime. Remus argued, trying to make us see reason. Dumbledore has done 100 times worse and gotten away with it, but rest assured all of his crimes will soon be exposed. Your oath, now, I said, coldly. I refuse. I stunned him. Should we obliviate him and remove the knowledge of the manor's location? I could also force him to secrecy, but he would know I did it and would be unable to inform anyone. The knowledge would essentially be occluded from his mind too. Do all three. Dad said. I obeyed and began casting. January 4, 1994. I had strengthened the manor's wards immensely, and my power had grown. I did keep using 50% of my massive power to improve the wards, after all. I was confident that in time the manor's wards would eventually rival or surpass those of Hogwarts, though it would take time and effort on my part. I could only safely expel 50% at a time, 10% per ward until each ward takes a mage or better to break. I would prefer it take an archmage or better, but I refused to be unable to break my own wards, so that limited my options greatly. Mom and Dad had been augmenting wards with their own powers, and that also confused matters greatly. I had confined them to improving wards against house elves and phoenixes though, and that helped predict the strength of the manor's wards. It was finally time for my family to meet Charles and Doria, and hopefully get close to them. The portkey was supposed to have activated minutes ago, and we had been waiting that long. I just hoped that nothing bad happened to them. Fortunately, they arrived moments later and nearly fell, but I caught them with wandless magic. Why are we in the middle of nowhere? Charles asked, suspiciously. The manor's under the Fidelius charm. I thought it wise after learning of Dumbledore's manipulations and meddling. Dad said, in reply. Charles and Doria nodded in agreement. Please read this paper, he said, handing them the paper with the secret. When they had been informed of the secret, Dad incinerated the paper and gestured them inside the protective wards. Impressive. You managed to put the entire manor under Fidelius. Most would die or be magically exhausted from the power requirement. Doria said, to Dad. Mom and Dad glared at me for omitting that fact. She feigned ignorance, and looked at me in surprise. You must be a grand sorcerer or better to have cast that. She said, in genuine and undisguised admiration. My entire family looked shocked by that revelation. He also put 30% of his power in warding against apparition and phoenixes. James added unhelpfully. Not helping, little bro. I said, in annoyance. Do his eyes have a slight, barely noticeable glow? Charles asked. Yes, why? Mom asked, in concern. Well, congratulations are in order for both of you. Your son is a mage. Charles informed my family, shocking them. What does that even mean? James asked, in confusion. It's a title for someone with greater power than a grand sorcerer, but it doesn't account for skill or experience. I have more raw power than Dumbledore, that's why the wards have been powered up so quickly. I finally confessed, as we entered the manor's entrance hall. I just felt it unworthy of mentioning considering that I'm less than halfway to my goal. I wonder what my ranking is. James asked. Warlock level power, though most are much more skilled. I said, in reply. He looked confused, so I explained. At the bottom, you have your lowly witches and wizards, then the much more powerful warlock, then sorcerers and then grand sorcerers, and finally mages. The next two rankings are archmages, and then magus. For me to become an archmage I would have to increase my power by 4-fold. To become a magus, I would have to be an archmage and then increase my power by sevenfold. My parents and brother looked shocked. It's a lot of work. I just have to do my best and hope it's good enough. Anyway, we can talk about my awe-inspiring power another time. We have family to get acquainted with. Yes, you all must have questions. Doria said, in observation. Why did you support Grindelwald? Mom asked. He had a plan to allow us to live openly and free. It was imperfect, yes, but at least he had one. Doria said, in reply. My mom looked unsatisfied with her answer. I'll admit we failed, but our hard work still endures in some form. Countless governments are independent of Muggle oversight, rule, or even having to associate with them. They are equal to the Muggle governments. Was wanting future generations of magicals to be free to live openly and without being persecuted so wrong? Most of continental Europe has benefited greatly from our actions and still do. Is it true you slew thousands in a day? James asked. Charles. Yes, Charles replied regretfully. I would have preferred that they didn't oppose us, but I had to defeat them, even if I hated myself afterward. Those were just the first of many questions. January 13, 1994. I returned to Durmstrang 2 days ago, and I was quite pleased with my work during the holidays. I had read more books with family magic in them, and had strengthened most of the manor's wards to the point where it would take a mage to break them. I even grew my power by 3%, and had plans to grow it much further. When I offered to improve the warding on the manor, I never thought it would be so beneficial, but when I discovered how demanding it was in terms of power, I decided to improve the warding of anything I could. Which brought me to now. I was waiting outside Highmaster Karkaroff's office. I had offered to improve Durmstrang's wards, by putting 30% of my power into them every 3 days, and he naturally wanted to meet in person to discuss it. Potter, his assistant said, getting my attention. The Highmaster will see you now. I nodded, and rose to enter his office. Welcome, Mr. Potter. Karkaroff greeted me, in jovial manner. Thank you, Highmaster. I replied respectfully. I've been encouraged by my 2 dark arts professors to allow you to improve the power of the school's wards, and I take it they advised you to offer. I have no problem with this. They cited your defeat of them and Professor Megalos as evidence of your power and skill. I will grant you unrestricted access to the school's ward stone, but I want something in return. Karkaroff said. And what is it you want in return? I asked, suspiciously. I'm currently fighting against an age restriction for the Triwizard tournament and trying to get a dueling tournament for the other students or even champions from the main tournament to participate in. Karkaroff said, getting my undivided attention and interest. I would like you to represent us as our champion, ideally in both, or at the least, one of them. I am doing all I can to get my 2 best students as potential champions. With your abilities, you could guarantee Durmstrang a victory and humiliate Hogwarts, getting revenge against your former school by doing so. He added, with a cruel smile. I accept your terms, Highmaster, and wish you luck on your goals. Out of curiosity, who is involved in the negotiations? The headmasters of the 3 schools and heads of their departments of international magical cooperation. He replied. Sadly, I only have leverage over Dumbledore, though I heard Olympe Maxime is a half-giant. I'll write Dumbledore a letter, and see if I can get anything incriminating on Crouch. Karkaroff looked thrilled by this turn of events, and with the information I gave him. Thank you, Mr. Potter. I see that I chose wisely. I'll let you go write your letter, Karkaroff said, being polite, but making his dismissal clear. I'll do that, Highmaster, and thank you, I said, before exiting his office. I began my walk back to my room. I had work to do. February 15, 1994. 1 month gone, and my plans hadn't all went well. I tried blackmailing Dumbledore, and Dumbledore told my parents. I got a letter from them telling me to stop, and I obeyed because I was a good son. I just exposed some of Dumbledore's dirty secrets, specifically the Grindelwald-related ones, and he quickly lost his position as Supreme Mugwump. For some strange reason he didn't even bother denying the truth, and just took the loss. I had managed to continue my incredible progress in my classes, and had taken the position as the best student. I had begun putting more power into the wards and had removed redundant and wasteful wards and added a few more wards while still leaving myself a way into Durmstrang. I could tell this project would be incredibly advantageous for me. I had grown my power by nearly 7%. I eventually decided that even at 50% power I was more than a match for any student or teacher here, so I put 50% of my power into the wards every 4 days. The benefits greatly outweighed the risks, and I was already reaping the benefits. I was calmly channeling my magic into the wardstone, when I heard footsteps behind me. "Hello, Mr. Potter," I heard Highmaster Karkaroff's voice say. I turned my head to face him. "Hello, Highmaster," I said, respectfully. I decided to stop channeling power into wards, it wasn't safe to do while distracted. "How is your project going?" he asked, conversationally. "Very well," I said enthusiastically. I removed redundant and wasteful wards, to free up more power to be used wisely. I reinforced the wards against apparition and attack first, both would require a mage to break. Over the next term I hope to get them all of similar power or better. I'm working hard to get them so powerful it would take an archmage or even a magus to break, and Durmstrang's ward stone is much larger than that of Hogwarts, so it can easily handle it. I've also added wards that can defend against muggle weaponry too. What do you mean by redundant and wasteful? Karkaroff asked, somewhat angrily. 2 wards against apparition, for example, only one has an effect, but the second drained power for no real reason. I found over 10 of them, and removed 9 of them. I explained, and he calmed down. Ah, I thought you might have endangered Durmstrang's security. That wasn't an apology, but, oh well. Understandable, but I wouldn't do that. If the wards fell, it would damage my reputation, I said, causing him to smirk. I came here because I have good news. I finally managed to convince the other heads to agree with having the dueling tournament, without that idiotic age restriction. I'm also working on removing it on the actual Triwizard tournament so you can enter and win it for Durmstrang, but it's not looking like I will be successful. Karkaroff said, with a pleased smile. Great. Maybe I can still enter the tournament and beat Hogwarts twice, but, even I don't, I can still do it once. Thank you, Highmaster. You're welcome. All I ask in return is that you win. I will do everything I can, Highmaster. I won't need to resort to cheating considering the power and skill disparity between the Hogwarts students and I. Victory should still be a certainty. I agree. I will continue my efforts to make you our sole champion. What about Victor Crumb? I asked, knowing that he greatly favored the idiot. Well, I call him an idiot. He's a slightly above average student who had trouble with potions. You have a much greater chance of victory, and much greater skill. You're the best student to ever attend Durmstrang, Mr. Potter, and once you are ready you can make your accomplishments public. Now, I'll leave you to your work, he said, before exiting the ward room. March 30th, 1994. I had continued my work on Durmstrang's wards, and had experienced a power growth of 7%. I just wished that my power was easier to grow. I missed being able to get 15 or 20% growth in a month, and had asked Calypso if she had any more friends to send my way. She said she didn't. I eventually just headed up, and tolerated my slower progress. I knew it would get harder, but I now dreaded how slow it would be as I continued getting stronger. I had even taken to channeling 60% of my power into the wards, it was almost a mistake. My body had become accustomed to recovering 50% of my magic faster, but not 60, so I began training my body to recover faster. The rituals that enabled that were far too dark for my tastes and caused some degenerative effects on the body and psyche, so I began the training process. The strengthening my own capabilities so they could support a faster recovery. The training would take years to complete, but the benefits were worthwhile and would manifest in as little as a month. I had already begun noticing slight improvements to my recovery rate, though they were tiny and barely perceptible, and I only noticed it because I was looking for it. I was pleased to find that I already had a great natural recovery rate, no doubt from the intense training I put myself through. It was time for me to visit my grandparents, though, so I should pay closer attention. I would hate to trip and fall and humiliate myself. I knocked on their office door. Come in, Doria called out. I obeyed, and entered their shared office. Hello, Harry, Doria said, pulling me into a hug. My family had gotten fairly close during the holidays and spent hours just talking and bonding together, though the hug still felt kind of forced, but I wasn't going to say anything and hurt her feelings. Hey, Grandma, I said, returning the hug. How are you, Harry? Charles asked, with a smile. I'm doing great, and you too. We're fine. What brings you here? I was wondering if either of you could cast the spirit bonding spell, so I could check for new animal spirits. I'm hoping for one that would allow me to fly with Zeus. I will, Doria said, in reply. Great. Thanks, I said, before sitting down and casting several temporary wards. They looked amused. I just hoped they were amused by my eagerness. I didn't want to embarrass myself. Doria quickly cast the spell, and told me to begin meditating. I obeyed and quickly closed my eyes, emptying my mind of all thought and emotion. I'm not sure how long it took, but I eventually appeared in a field and saw one form. I focused on it, and saw a massive gleaming dragon, a Ukrainian ironbelly. After observing it for a moment, I had only one thought. Either that was my new animagus form, or it ate it. I approached it calmly, suppressing my fear and even maintaining eye contact. When I got halfway there, I stopped and began the waiting period, staring at the dragon spirit, while still suppressing my fear. I had no idea how long I had waited, but eventually the dragon approached me. It stared at me one last time, before merging with me. I knew that I would never understand this event. I was glad to have a dragon animagus, but I expected to be tested by it or have difficulty integrating it into my being. I exited the meditation. When I opened my eyes, I saw my grandparents reading. I dispelled the wards and rose from my seat. How did it go, Harry? Charles asked. I got a form that could fly. I'm pretty sure the power requirements would put me near magical exhaustion, though. I said, piquing their interest. My form is a Ukrainian ironbelly. It will require a lot of power to transform into. Most likely 30% of my full strength. I'll have to be incredibly careful and will need to continue building my power. I may even wait until the end of term. That would be a good idea, Doria said, referring to me waiting. Charles nodded in agreement. Then I'll wait, I said, though I wished I could attempt the transformation immediately. April 30th, 1994. I didn't wait, and I was lucky that I was away from an occupied area and was a master occlumens. Controlling a magical form was incredibly difficult, because you had to fight the will of a more intelligent being. I nearly failed, only managing to take control after several minutes of intense mental combat. I hadn't attempted the transformation since then, but had focused my efforts on building my magical power. At least, that had went well. Another 7% power growth, and it had become much more difficult. My regularly pouring 60% of my ever-growing power into the wards had quickly gotten them to a level that would take an archmage to break. My power had only grown by a mere 25%. There was a time I could get that in a month. I was being driven mad wondering why I couldn't get even 8% growth. My only consolation was that I had other places I could ward and grow my power further. Well, that, and my new animagus form. My recovery rate had also continued to improve, but the gains were small. I expected such small gains. It should improve soon and continue quick improvements until I could recover 30% faster. The slow progress in increasing my power led me to research improvements of my ritual of sacrifice. I knew it was the easy way and involved murder, but I would only kill people who really deserved it. As I thought back over the last month, I was on my way to a meeting room. All my hard work and general awesomeness had garnered me the attention of the war mages, the ICW super elite combat operatives, and some were even generals that lead armies against major threats. I had very little interest in becoming one, but decided to give them a chance to persuade me. As such, I agreed to meet their representatives. I entered the meeting room and observed a man who was roughly middle-aged, but with magic who really knew. He was about 6 foot tall and with a runner's build. He was clean-shaven and radiated more power than even Dumbledore. If I had to guess, he was a mid-level Grand Sorcerer, and Dumbledore was merely a low-level Grand Sorcerer. The other man was obviously of Indian descent and appeared to be older than Dumbledore. He had white hair and a beard, and was even taller than the other guy and had obsidian eyes glowing with power, and I could tell he had it to spare. He was an archmage, and the strongest in the room, and quite possibly even the world. Welcome, Mr. Potter, the middle-aged man said, in a deep voice which hinted of his French nationality. I am Court Delacour, and this is my colleague Advic Potter. I represent the European war mages, and Advic represents the Asian war mages. We will be conducting your interview. Are you ready to begin? Yes, I am. Why do you want to join the war mages? Delacour asked. I don't. Serving an organization that supports the government that oppresses us, the ICW, doesn't appeal to me. I came here willing to be convinced otherwise, though. Delacour frowned, and marked something on a piece of paper. What are your goals in life? Delacour asked. To become a magus, and to master most if not all aspects of magic. What are your views on Grindelwald and his revolution? He asked. He knew I associated with Grindelwald supporters. Interesting. That his cause was justified, but his methods were pure stupidity and impractical for Muggle subjugation. He never would have won, he would have merely exposed us and gotten us all killed. He lacked the necessary understanding of Muggles to succeed in his goals. I thought I briefly saw some anger on his face, but he quickly wrote something on his paper. If you were going to conquer the world, how would you do it? Delacour asked. Answering that would be telling. I replied, with an overly innocent smile and caused Advic Potter to laugh. My granddaughter was right about you, Mr. Potter. You are funny, Potter said, in a strong voice that hinted of his great power. So your granddaughter is Padma? I asked politely. He nodded. I thought so. We used to be quite close, but my lack of interpersonal skills may have destroyed our friendship. I forgot to write and keep in touch. I was fixated on learning and growing my power. He marked something else on his piece of paper. It's a good thing I didn't want the job, or I would be really concerned about his writing. Why do you not want to join the war mages? Potter asked. For the reasons previously stated. And so I can spend more time studying, spending time with family and friends, and working towards my own goals and interests. I believe that the ICW is a bandage covering up the problem. We cannot hide forever, and when we are exposed we would be destroyed and Earth would probably be destroyed with us. I cannot in good conscience serve an institution that fails to prevent all of this. While I'm not arrogant enough to believe I can oppose or even defeat the ICW and all the Muggles, I will not become part of the problem. You are not what we are looking for in a war mage, but you may be re-evaluated in the future. Delacour replied. I just might cry over this heartbreaking rejection. I said, sarcastically. Then I'll have the record reflect that. Delacour said smugly, tired of my behavior and insults. I summoned the paper to me, and quickly burned it. What record? I asked, in false confusion. Delacour rose to attack and found my wand pointed at him. Calm yourself, Court. The record was just going to be put into storage anyway. Potter said, sternly. He doesn't want to join, and is entitled to his beliefs. You were going to humiliate him, and he prevented it. Mr. Potter, you are free to go. I nodded, and rose from my seat. It was nice meeting you both. I said, before quickly exiting. I decided I would use my new animagus form to continue my training. I needed more power and to master my new form, and I could do both at the same time. June 1, 1994. Another month gone, and my incredible progress in my classes had continued. I tested into the second year of my mastery studies of alchemy and ancient studies, and the teachers were shocked until my ICW representatives pointed out that I was Harry Potter. I was rather pleased with that. Apparently greatness was now common and to be expected of me. I was more than willing to rise the occasion, at least as long as it benefited me. My power had grown by an amazing 10%, and I was able to safely transform back and forth once and was working on being able to do it twice. I learned that using my form's ability to breathe fire quickly burned up my magic too. I saved that option as a potential way to supplement the training method with. I still needed another way to build up my magic further, and my current training wouldn't have an effect for very much longer. I knew I would have to consider ancient or higher forms of magic. I finally finished reading all the books in my treasure room, and hadn't found anything that could be of use to me. I just decided to relocate the books back home, and quite a lot of the actual treasure. I was very thankful for my magically expanded trunks, and Grindelwald having everything ready to be moved at a moment's notice. I was just walking out of my room, my things and my treasure flawlessly concealed, and had the misfortune of seeing my former friends, Abigail Abeg, Indria Essalon, and Ajax Xanthopoulos. Hello, Harry, Abigail said nervously. I began draining the knowledge of why they were here. What do the three of you want? I asked, in annoyance. We're sorry, Harry, and we want to go back to being friends again. Abigail said, with believable sadness. A lie. They just want me to be the next Dark Lord, and are willing to Avenue me to do it. They believe the Athens Academy actually retaliated, and are afraid. They want me as protection. These idiots even thought a mere mage would be enough. I was going to go home hours early, but I suppose we can talk. I said, before opening the door and gesturing them in. The idiots entered, not even keeping their guard up. I quickly stunned the three of them, and entered my room and closed the door. I quickly began draining their knowledge, members of their surviving families, locations of their homes, and weaknesses. I surprisingly wiped out the Essalon and Xanthopoulos families, except for the two in front me, and they had been living with the Abegs. I quickly disintegrated them both, and then cast an overpowered cleaning charm on my room and cleansed the room of traces of my recent curse. I hit Abigail with a coma curse, and went to retrieve their property. 15 minutes later, I had finally packed all their things, and even had to retrieve hidden objects, most of which were illegal and useless to me and were promptly destroyed. I left my things here, disillusioned Abigail and myself, and exited my room. I had to wipe out her family, and could only enter their property in the company of a family member. I began memorizing the location of their property. I wanted to disapparate as quietly as possible. When I exited Durmstrang's wards, I gathered my power and concentration and dissipated. I arrived moments later with a bang, and quickly dropped Abigail and put up my own wards to prevent escape. I bound her and waited for her family. They arrived moments later, and I went on the attack. I used every bit of my skill, and every advantage. I was thankful that Voldemort had sacrificed dozens of humans and took their speed. I had quickly incapacitated her grandparents, her parents, and other family members. Once I verified they were all in comas, I began casting the Fidelius charm. It was a nice home after all, and I had some plans, and this place would be incredibly useful. When I finished, I entered the house and spent the next hour killing house elves, dangerous pets, and looting their library. I also confirmed the ward stone could handle wards around mage level. When I finally finished, having placed wards against house elves, phoenixes, and other forms of travel, I began drawing the improved ritual circle. When I finished, I placed Abigail's grandfather in the center of the ritual circle. Potentium, tuum accipio, ut mihi. I said, emotionlessly. I felt foreign knowledge enter my mind, as a wave of energy was released from my sacrifice and was absorbed into the wards. I felt his knowledge enter my mind, and become mine. I felt my body absorb copies of his skill and experience, and then I passed out. When I awoke, I noticed that the improved ritual was a complete success. It copied his knowledge, skill, and experience and then sacrificed his life force and soul to transfer his magical strength to me. It wasn't enough though, he was barely even a sorcerer anymore. I spent the next hour repeating it on the entire family, and when I was done, I only had to grow my power another threefold to become an archmage. I knew there was a downside to this though, it would be even harder for me to train now, and just might drive me insane. I spent another hour seizing their other properties, slaying house elves, and warding the properties to my liking. I even discovered that they had a family castle that could support greater, but still not very impressive, wards. Having achieved my hastily formed goals, I destroyed the bodies and returned to Durmstrang. June 6, 1994. I had been home for 5 days, which I spent getting accustomed to my newly grown power. I could now safely manage 2 transformations into my Ukrainian Ironbelly form. Those rituals grew my power a lot, and greatly reduced the burden of managing the power drain. It was still a viable training method though, at least for the summer anyway. I still had several properties I could improve the warding of too, and already had plans to improve Black Manor. I inspected it and learned that paranoia was a family trait. They had an absolutely massive wardstone that had a lot of free space left on it. It was larger than that of Durmstrang's and Hogwarts combined. Hell, Potter Manor's wardstone was only Hogwarts sized. That reminded me, I needed to get its wards to full strength. I had sneaked into Hogwarts a few days ago and set the wards to warn me if Peter Pettigrew entered them. I was glad I had kept the Marauder's map to myself, it would allow me to keep watch over my brother. So, Harry, what are your plans this summer? Sirius asked, with a smile. I want to get the Manor's wards to full strength. Once at full strength, they would take an archmage to break. Sirius looked impressed. Yes, I'm willing to ward your home. Is it true you tried blackmailing Dumbledore into letting you in the Triwizard Tournament? Sirius asked, in amusement. Yes, it is. He told my parents, and I exposed some of his dirty secrets and cost him his Supreme Mugwump position. I'm considering removing him from his other positions. Merlin knows we need someone who will actually use them for something worthwhile, other than brainwashing children into believing he's some great savior and headmaster. I said, making my family laugh. I was quite pleased that they were firmly anti-Dumbledore now. I have been chosen to represent Durmstrang as its champion in the dueling tournament, and I look forward to dominating it. Karkaroff is probably still trying to get me as the sole champion of Durmstrang. Why would he do that? Dad asked suspiciously. Because I'm the best student to ever attend, I said, as if it were obvious. He thinks it will be fun to watch me defeat my former school, and show them exactly what they lost. Just don't trust Karkaroff, he was a Death Eater. Sirius said, in near paternal concern. Oh, I don't trust him. This arrangement will just benefit me greatly. I said, to their shared interest. I intend to win, and as a former Hogwarts student, I would be humiliating my former school. That, coupled with my soon-to-be exposed masteries and general awesomeness, will make me famous. It will show just how powerful and skilled I am, and make Hogwarts look bad for not recognizing it and failing to help me develop my skills there. The wards of Hogwarts warned me through my lordship rings of Pettigrew's presence at Hogwarts. He had abducted my brother, Granger, and Ron Weasley for some strange reason. My parents looked concerned by my sudden change in behavior. Get to Hogwarts. Pettigrew abducted James, I said, causing panic and confusion. I enchanted his ring to warn me when he was in danger. Mom and Dad quickly dissipated away, and I extracted the Marauder's map from my pocket. The Marauder's map, Sirius exclaimed. Yes, he's outside the wards. You should go help, Sirius. He nodded, and dissipated away. I did the same. I just opted to disapparate right through the wards, as was my right as Lord Slytherin Gryffindor by magical conquest. I arrived near the Whomping Willow, immobilized it with a spell, and went after them. I was glad that my enchantment of his ring was only a partial lie. It warned me when he was in danger, and allowed me to track him. It did have a range limit though, it only operated within Britain. I silenced and disillusioned myself. Minutes later, and I arrived at the room where I tracked Pettigrew and James. I used my ability to sense magic and observed that James, Granger, and Weasley were all bound and silenced. The rat was in his animagus form and waiting behind the door. I conjured an illusion, opened the door and then sent it inside. Predictably, the idiot transformed and tried stunning the illusion. I stunned Pettigrew through a crack in the door. When I entered, I noticed Pettigrew's stunner had hit Weasley, and laughed. I loved it when bad things happened to people who deserved it. I quickly removed the binds and silencing charms from James, and then Granger. I then bound and disarmed Pettigrew. Well, that was easy. Why are you here with Weasley anyway? Hermione was still friends with him. I didn't spend time with him, though. Ron tried to betray us, but Pettigrew didn't trust him. Ron offered to help him, because he wanted to make my family suffer for rejecting his. James explained. I replaced the binds of Weasley and pocketed his wand. Well, he'll be rotting in Azkaban. Attempting to harm nobility, and working with a Death Eater carries several horrific punishments. I noticed Hermione looked concerned for the worthless traitor. We should get out of here, and turn these two over to the Aurors. I levitated Pettigrew and Weasley, and led them out. I spent the next few minutes guiding them back to Hogwarts, and improving the tunnel. I hated crawling, and refused to do so again, especially with witnesses to the humiliation. We finally exited the hole under the tree. I made sure I bumped my two prisoners a lot. James found it amusing. Hermione obviously disapproved, but didn't treat me to one of her annoying rants. When we exited, we saw Snape and Lupin coming towards us. It was nearing nightfall by this time, and I was glad Lupin had access to Wolfsbane potion. Ah, good. Pettigrew was caught, Snape said. Yes, and Ron Weasley tried betraying my brother and Granger. He tried allying with an escaped criminal and Death Eater, committed treason, and attempted to harm nobility. So, life in Azkaban for him, basically. The headmaster will be most displeased. Snape replied, with sneer toward Weasley. I don't give a damn what he thinks. I said, having had enough of Dumbledore's ineptitude. If he interferes, he loses his position as chief warlock and headmaster, and I can make that happen. I'll just owe several favors, but it will be worth it. The moonlight began to illuminate the ground. Oh no, I forgot to take my potion. Remus exclaimed, looking at the moonlight in realization. That damned idiot. Get in the hole, I said, pointing to the hole under the Whomping Willow. He began to move towards it, already beginning to change into his werewolf form. I eventually just lightly banished him closer to it, but it wasn't close enough, and the wolf began to take over as Remus changed further. I used my magic to move James, Granger, and the bound Weasley and Pettigrew behind Snape and I. We watched helplessly as Remus changed, and was overtaken by the beast within. We need to force him to retreat, and go into the Forbidden Forest. I said to Snape, and knocked my brother and Granger back out of the way. You two stay out of the way, but stay alert. We can help, Hermione said indignantly, in her annoyingly shrill voice. No, you can't. You lack the magical power and skills to harm a werewolf. Now, both of you shut up, I said sternly, even snarling a little. Remus had finished his transformation, and focused on us. He looked at us predatorily, no doubt planning to attack already. I sent an overpowered banishing charm at him, knocking him 10 feet back, and repeated the process. He tried charging us, but was hit with a concussion hex from Snape. I conjured a fire whip and hit Remus across the chest, and hit him with another banishing charm. Snape hit him with a bone-fracturing curse, and Remus finally fled. And then we noticed the damn Dementors and their effects. Well, I guess we can hand over Pettigrew to them, I said, before turning around to grab him. He was gone. The little bastard got loose and fled. He's gone, I said, mere words not sufficient to describe my anger. My brother and Granger looked behind them, and seemed to realize how easily he could have killed them. We still had Weasley though, so he would be dealt with at least. Pettigrew isn't here. Go about your business, I ordered. They didn't move. Leave, or be destroyed. They can't be destroyed, Harry, Granger said, snidely. She no doubt read that in a book and assumed it was an absolute fact. Stupidity like that was why she would never amount to anything, except for a useless bureaucrat who hoarded knowledge she would never be able to use out of pure greed and pettiness. I'll enjoy proving you wrong then, I said, before aiming my wand at a grouping. Corpo Santo, I thought, calling forth a wave of holy green flames that almost instantly destroyed 5 Dementors, burning through them like they were made of paper. Leave, Dementors, I bellowed. Unfortunately, my actions seemed to have painted a target on myself. They all attacked, and I conjured a lot of holy fire and moved it around our group protectively, before blasting it outwardly and incinerating several dozen of the Dementors, and critically injuring several others. I formed some of the fire into a rather wide fire whip and cut through another dozen Dementors, causing them to fall onto the ground where they were quickly consumed by my fire. I quickly destroyed the surviving Dementors. Still think they can't be destroyed, Granger? I asked, with a mocking smile, and succeeded in angering her. Don't believe everything you read in a book, Granger. They were merely an incredibly weak type of demon created by a madman named Ecrisdus. According to my research, he studied demons and several other fields that were disgusting. I theorized that holy fire would affect them, but it was lost to time. So I just had to rediscover it, I said, still mocking her. Now, let's get your worthless boyfriend Ron off to Azkaban, I added with overacted happiness, causing Snape to snort in amusement, and then give us a glare that promised pain if we mentioned the incident. We arrived at the entrance hall of Hogwarts and found my parents and Sirius, Dumbledore, McGonagall, as well as Minister Fudge and his Auror bodyguards. What happened over there, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked coldly, no doubt believing I did something bad. Lupin forgot his wolfsbane potion, Pettigrew escaped, and the rabid dementors attacked us, and I destroyed them with holy fire. Oh, and Weasley here tried betraying my brother and Granger. He tried joining Pettigrew, an escaped prisoner and Death Eater, and attempted to inflict harm on nobility. I'm sure my brother can provide a pensieve memory for his trial. Granted, I haven't confirmed the information on Weasley, but that's easy to do. Orders. Take Weasley into custody. Fudge ordered. Cornelius, this is a Hogwarts matter and I am headmaster. Dumbledore interjected. Is it? I asked, before turning to my brother. Did it happen in the Shrieking Shack? The tunnels are on Hogwarts grounds. Shrieking Shack, James replied without hesitation. There you have it, Dumbles. Problem solved. Aren't I helpful? I asked, getting a glare from Dumbledore. Anyway, a member of a noble family can request a student be tried before the Wizengamot when that student tried harming them or a member of their family. And I'm requesting it. And since the Weasley family are your vassals, I'm requesting you recuse yourself as Chief Warlock. You can't exactly be impartial after all. Fudge and my family nodded in agreement. Dumbledore had no option but to comply and he knew it. I will recuse myself for the duration of Ronald's trial, he said, with a glare towards me. I was pleased with that, and it was obvious to Dumbledore. He merely gave me a disappointed look and walked away. June 27, 1994. I had spent the last 21 days putting 60% of my power into one ward at a time, until they were at full strength, and then moving on to the next one. I made much greater progress that way, though the power growth was still the same. I had already gotten most of the wards to full strength, would start on the Black Manor wards soon, and considering they could contain much greater magic and support much stronger wards, I should have a reliable way to push myself further and gain much greater power. I was getting tired of the tedium of channeling my magic into wardstones though, and having to force myself to remember the benefits and how much I needed them. Ron was tried before the Wizengamot, and ended up having more charges brought against him. He admitted that he and his brothers attacked me, and claimed I merely wanted revenge. I went ahead and pressed charges against Ron, but not his brothers. He was sentenced to life in Azkaban for treason and assault of nobility. He vowed to escape and punish the entire Wizengamot and their families. They wanted to have him killed for daring to threaten them, but were convinced otherwise, when I pointed out that he barely had any magical ability or knowledge. I had managed to finish reading the Potter family magic, and started looking through Salazar Slytherin's personal library. I found several ancient and incredibly powerful arts, and had begun studying them. I wouldn't have the required power to master the arts, but I could study and master the basic and intermediate aspects of them. Studying them would grant me powers that could only be described as godlike. I was pleased that some of the arts were merely different skills labeled under one skill, like occlumency and legilimency. It allowed me to target only the knowledge that I wanted, though that was only my first priority, and I planned to eventually fully master those lost and likely forbidden arts. I was just practicing some of the lesser abilities, deep in concentration and flying around the ceiling of my room, when suddenly a knock at my door shattered my concentration and caused me to fall onto the floor. I was briefly grateful for my immense pain tolerance and durability, and then rose from the floor to answer the door. I opened my door, to find my brother, waiting impatiently. Yes, little bro, I asked, in annoyance. What were you doing? He asked, suspecting he interrupted something important. Training a skill that required immense concentration and willpower. What did you need? I asked, impatiently. I want you to teach me to create holy fire. No. The power drain would be too great at your level. It might even kill you. I said, to his anger. When you get stronger, I'll teach you, but doing so now would likely kill you. It's harder to control than fiendfire, and much more draining. It is a form of transcendent fire, literal holy flames pulled from a holy place. He seemed more understanding, but still unhappy. Just continue exercising your magic with animagus transformations and the Patronus charm. I have been, but it started to become too easy. My power hasn't been growing anymore. James complained. I'll check your power level then, I said, before drawing my wand. I quickly cast the spell. The information flowed into my mind: power level, low level sorcerer. You're a low level sorcerer, which is very impressive considering Grindelwald was one in his prime, I said, and he looked incredibly pleased with that. If you want to improve your skills, maybe study occlumency. Your ring replaces it, but it doesn't grant you the benefits of becoming skilled at the art. I'm sure our grandparents could teach you. James didn't look interested, so I continued. You could also ask mom or dad to teach you to do magic non-verbally. With that, and occlumency, or even just the ring, you would have a great advantage. I'll go ask then, he said, before running back downstairs. I really needed to improve that spell that measured and labeled power levels. I suppose I may have influenced him into taking on a project with my own good habits. I had no less than 4 of them for this summer, and that was a lot of projects. Perhaps even too many, but I could always continue experimenting with wandlore. I had made great progress with it. I had dissected and studied Grigorovich's work and had altered it enough to be distinctively my work, and even suspected my own work was mastery level. I did make plans to study the work of other masters of wandlore, though. I wanted to be skilled at it. Until I could study wandlore further, I still had plenty to do, including improving and modifying that spell. July 31st, 1994. Another month gone, and I had made great progress. Potter Manor's wards were finally at full strength, and I had begun my work on Black Manor's wards. Since it was left to me, and me alone, I prioritized it. I did need my own stronghold after all, and it would be among the most secure locations in the world when I was finished improving the wards. I was also very excited to have my own place to plot and scheme in safety. My progress in my training was going great. I had managed to master the second known form of flight and grew my power a decent amount. I had managed to improve the power measuring spell, and expanded its capabilities. A mage had to grow their power 4-fold to become an archmage. My modifications divided the old singular mage rank into 3 tiers, and the archmage rank into 7. I was a tier 2 mage. I was going to make 2 higher ranks after the magus rank, but the titles Grand Magus and Archmagus seemed stupid and unimaginative. I'll admit, I had pretty much ripped off parts of older titles, and was quite displeased with myself for the shameful lack of creativity. I was currently at mine and my brother's birthday party. Due to the damaged relationship between Dumbledore and my family, there were far less people here. It was mostly my family, and the Tonks, Neville Longbottoms, and the Grangers. We had already opened our presents and were merely socializing at this point, though I was largely being ignored. I had so little in common with them after all, and it was only natural they would focus on people they were close to. I still found it greatly annoying, and was considering make more friends, just to have someone to talk to. People were just so damned annoying and untrustworthy though. Harry, Mom said, getting my attention. What? I asked, being shaken from my thoughts. You weren't paying attention again, Mom said, with a smile. We were all just invited to the Quidditch World Cup by Fudge. Do you want to go? Of course. Bulgaria has Vila mascots, I said, to Mom's disapproval and almost everyone else's amusement. I thought you wanted me. Nymphadora asked, in false hurt. Of course I want you, but you rejected me and a dozen Vilas should ease the pain of my broken heart. I replied, with genuine sadness, and caused her to chuckle. You wish you could handle a dozen Vila, Nym taunted, in amusement. Well, I'll try, and if I fail, just look for a passed out and BPD 14-year-old with an absurdly happy smile. I said, causing laughter all around. That's my boy, Dad called out in amusement. Mom head slapped him, causing more amusement. I'll be keeping a close eye on you then, Harry. Mom said, sternly. You can't be running around sleeping with random women, she added, before glaring at Sirius. I fought the strong urge to say, ew. Gross. I had a feeling Mom would not be amused by me twisting her words about her keeping watch over me. I didn't give him the idea, he said defensively. Of course he didn't. Veal are known practitioners of say magic, and very few men can last more than 3 minutes, even without them using their magic. When I heard that, I knew I wanted to try. Dad, Sirius, James, Ted, Nim, and Neville looked impressed by my ambition. I'm gonna have to put chastity spells on my sons. Mom said in annoyance, and caused James to pale. Those only work on beeps, I added, unhelpfully, and shocked the entire room. What? I'm 14. Nice, Harry, Sirius whispered. You beat your dad by 3 years. He said, causing me to raise an eyebrow. He saved himself for your mom. I looked at Dad in surprise. What are you telling him, Sirius? Dad asked, angrily. That you saved yourself for Lily, hopefully him knowing that would cause him to try following your example somewhat. How was Sirius not sorted into Slytherin? That lie was definitely worthy of a Slytherin. Dad surprisingly believed him. Okay, Harry, who did you have say with? We need to send a letter to their parents. Mom said, angrily. 2 of them are dead, though. Their entire families were wiped out by victims of Grindelwald who wanted vengeance. Damn, Harry, how many girls have you been with? Sirius asked, in amusement. Only 7. Sirius looked impressed. Most of all, Nim seemed to become more interested in me. That could have been in my head, of course, but I think I read the situation right. And why would you need to inform their parents? I won't be marrying any of them. I chose them for that very reason and another reason, which I'll inform you both of later. I was very surprised when they didn't demand that I tell them now. August 18, 1994. It was finally time for the Quidditch World Cup. We had arrived hours ago, and received glares from the Weasleys. I did the natural thing and discreetly cursed the guys with impotence and Ginny with sterility. What can I say? I was in a giving mood. My successes on my improvements of black manner and my studies had put me in a great mood. Half of the key wards would take an archmage or better to break, at least with brute force. I just almost fell on my ass. Watch where you're going, Harry, Sirius said, preventing me from falling. Then, I tried to say, yes, it would be a shame for you to die in such a humiliating way. A sarcastic, drawling voice said. I turned to face the speaker, and saw Draco Malfoy, flanked by his mother and stepfather Lord Nott, and stepbrother Theodore Nott. I began draining knowledge from Lord Nott's mind. Agreed, but such risks are common for those with complex minds and thoughts. Not that you would understand, being inbred, and magically and mentally enfeebled and all. I said, enjoying the idiot's outrage. I noticed his mother Narcissa near him, being prevented from having a public outburst by her new husband, Lord Nott. Oh, and congratulations, Narcissa Nott, you somehow managed to marry someone even more unworthy of you. Go to hell, you damned half-blood. Lord Nott spat. By this time, I had discovered his other reason for being here. Unlikely, but save me a seat just in case. I responded coolly. You really did scrape the bottom of the barrel with this one, Narcissa. You could have come to me, I would have tended to your needs, and would have given you a child of more than near squib magical power. Draco is an embarrassment to House Black's reputation, but what can we expect from him being part Malfoy? Anyway, have a fun night, and if you're unlucky, I'll see you later. I said, directly to Lord Nott, before rejoining Sirius. Nice, Harry, you pissed those idiots off good. Sirius said, with a huge smile. I try. Fortunately, pissing people off is one of my many gifts. Yeah, you refused a friendly offer to become an unspeakable earlier. I thought Croker was going to have a fit at how quickly he was rejected, and after he went to the trouble to list the working hours and denied you the ability to work from home. Sirius said. I was never going to say yes anyway. I have more important things to do. We entered the top box moments later and saw my family, the Tonks, and Granger. What took you both so long? Mom asked suspiciously. She was still paranoid about me sleeping around, and had cock-blocked me all day. I saw Draco Malfoy and he mouthed off to me. I had to put the little idiot in his place. I'm sure someone will put you in yours sometime soon, Potter. A familiar voice said, drawing my attention. I looked towards the direction it came from, and saw Court Delacour. My family was glaring at him by this time. I also noticed an incredibly beautiful blonde woman, with blue eyes and two miniature versions of her sitting near them. War Mage, Delacour. How nice to see you again. I presume this is your family. I said, before gently taking his wife's hand and keying the knuckle. Mademoiselle, I said politely, which she was amused by. I noticed her husband was getting annoyed, so I continued and repeated the process on his eldest daughter, but I lingered with the key and winked at her. I repeated the process on the youngest, but far more chastely and without any flirtation. Can I keep him? The youngest asked in French. No, I can't put up with him. He has a great disrespect for authority. Court replied in French. It's one of my many gifts. I said, in flawless French. The youngest Vila blushed in embarrassment, and the eldest daughter looked greatly amused by her sister's embarrassment. I'm Fleur, she said, finally introducing herself. I'm Harry Potter, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I said, with a charming and somewhat flirtatious smile. You do know I'm not letting you K my daughter, right? Court asked, rhetorically. He was quickly shushed by his wife. Ignore him, Harry. He's just overprotective of our daughters, but they can protect themselves, especially Fleur. I understood the implied warning, and nodded. Harry, please come sit down. Dad said. I turned and saw my mom looking displeased at me flirting with Vila. I will. I said, in English. It was nice meeting you all, I began in French. I must go and try to avoid taking vows of celibacy at my mother's urging. I said, with a polite smile, and caused them to fight off visible signs of amusement. I decided to go join my family. My mother and father looked glad I was. Over the next 30 minutes, the rest of the people took their seats in the top box, and I watched in well-concealed amusement as Fudge made himself look like an idiot. Finally, Ludo Bagman arrived and started the game. I began mostly tuning it out. I needed to strategize. The game was finally over and we were all back in our tent and everyone else was asleep. I was calmly waiting for the attack to begin. I had spent hours constructing, reviewing, and perfecting my strategies until I was completely satisfied. Finally, I heard the noise from the attack and even some screams. Wake up! I bellowed, enhancing my vocal cords with magic. Wah! James asked sleepily. There's an attack, I said, before hitting everyone with stinging jinxes to wake them up. More screams of terror were heard, reinforcing my claim. Mom and Dad quickly got out of bed and took charge, while I sneaked out of the tent, wand in hand and ready to kill some Death Eaters. When I was outside, I took flight and flew directly towards them. I quickly placed the Muggle prisoners into protective orbs and deployed my customized ward, a ward that blocked disapparition and portkeys by marked Death Eaters. I then unleashed a barrage of spells, bone breakers, blasting curses and cutting curses. I used my barrage as cover to land, and continued my attack. I had already slain 3 of the idiots. I quickly prepared a lightning curse, and smiled as the smell of ozone filled my nostrils. I unleashed the curse, forcibly causing the lightning to fork and strike them all, causing them to scream as their flesh was burned, and electricity coursed through their bodies. I sensed 4 of them die from the fresh injuries, and hit the rest with blasting curses, finishing them off. I holstered my wand, seeing no need for it at the moment. Under the ancient laws of magical warfare, I seize as spoils the assets and titles of these enemies of my government. I said, loudly and firmly. A flash of magical light signaled my success, and a few rings appeared on my hand. One most ancient and noble house conquered, and a few minor titles. I loved that ancient law. It was passed so that people would actively combat the enemies of the Wizard Council and then the Ministry for free and allowed the government sit on their asses and do absolutely nothing while the problem was solved for them. I was shaken from my musing by several pops of apparition. Horrors. Looks like the Death Eaters were put in their place, I heard Rufus Scrimgeour say. All in less than a minute, I said, revealing my ignored presence and making them jump. They, excluding Scrimgeour, quickly cast spells in panic, and I easily shielded myself from the attacks, and calmly waited for them to finish. Cease fire. Scrimgeour shouted angrily. They obeyed. He didn't even have a wand drawn and still made you all look weak. He said, chastising them. Impressive wandless shield charm. What's your name? Hadrian James Potter, heir of House Potter. I said, making sure he knew that I was immune to persecution of any crimes I committed here. Do you want to tell me what happened here? Scrimgor asked, not pleased with that subtle reminder. Sure. I was having trouble sleeping, and heard the attack and woke up my family and informed them of an attack. I had been noticing quite a few rumored Death Eaters around, and a few weren't exactly subtle about hoping to murder some people, so I suspected an attack. When that was confirmed, I sneaked out of my family's tent and confronted the idiots. I quickly dealt with them and remembered that Death Eaters were wartime enemies of the Ministry. I invoked the ancient laws of magical warfare, dating back to the Wizards' Council, specifically the ones allowing me to seize their assets and titles. You all arrived less than a minute later. How did you deal with them? Scrimgor asked, suspiciously. I used some personal magic to get here quickly, placed the muggles into protective orbs, cast a customized ward, and then barraged the Death Eaters with bone breakers, and blasting and cutting curses. I used a lightning curse to inflict greater damage and that killed 4 of them. I finished the others off with blasting curses. As you can see, I decided the world was a better place without them, and they probably would have pled the Imperious again, anyway. Further discussion was cut off by the appearance of the Dark Mark. You're free to go, but we may contact you before September. Scrimgor said, before dissipating away, followed by most of the Aurors. The 2 that stayed began obliviating the muggles. I decided to return to my family's tent, and concealed my new rings as an afterthought. I might as well face my family now. I entered the tent moments later, having apparated to outside it. Harry, where were you? Dad asked in concern, and drew everyone's attention to me. I killed the Death Eaters, but we should still leave. Another one cast the Dark Mark, and the Aurors are trying to catch them now. Several of our group looked unnerved at how easily I talked about killing people. Are you okay, Harry? Mom asked in concern, no doubt having heard or experienced what it was like to kill in battle. I'm fine, they didn't even hit me with a single spell. As for emotionally and mentally, I killed them so that they could never kill or harm another ever again. I'll have to deal with some Ministry idiots, but I did the right thing and cannot be punished for it. You killed people, Granger said, shrilly. I killed murderers, rapists and pedophiles, you dumb bint. Now, kindly spare us the sound of your annoyingly shrill voice. Harry, Mom said angrily, not pleased with my behavior. I was hoping that I could get away with it, since I just had a very traumatic experience. I've had all the drama I can handle tonight, I said, before apparating away. I decided that I would just ward my new properties until I cooled down some. August 20th, 1994. I decided it was finally time to return home, and take my punishment for my behavior. I wasn't pleased with it though, that annoying little by.ch deserved far more hurtful words. She would have the Death Eaters spared and given even more second chances. She's essentially a much weaker version of Dumbledore, and much less intelligent. Sadly, I suspected that would be her fate even a century from now. She simply lacked the potential to become truly powerful. I had spent the nearly 2 days I was gone warding my new properties to the safest bare minimum, and even shagged Narcissa not to relieve stress and gave her an allowance to live on, and a home. I contacted the goblins at Gringotts and made sure the former vault owners were barred access to them. The goblins happily complied and were even extra happy about it, no doubt enjoying the suffering of bigots. I considered giving them the goblin-made objects that I now owned and returning them as a thank you gift, but decided against it and even summoned the Sword of Gryffindor with my lordship ring to protect it from Voldemort and Dumbledore. It was now in my most secure secret room, under the best protections I could give it. I nervously entered the doors of Potter Manor, and was confronted by my family, minus Charles and Doria, plus a smug-looking Granger. I had really made an enemy of her, oh well. I was just glad she wasn't a threat. I did begin to drain knowledge from her mind. I wanted to make sure she hadn't made an attempt our family magic. I'm sorry for just leaving. I began, and no one interrupted. I hadn't slept any. I had just fought for my life and taken the lives of others, and then someone I disliked and found annoying essentially called me a murderer for ending the threat they had posed to the innocent. I had a short temper due to those circumstances, and lashed out. I really am sorry for just leaving, and probably causing you all to worry. I could tell I had softened up my family, and carefully avoided actually apologizing to Granger. Don't ever do that again, Harry. If you need space, find someplace private or return home. Mom said sternly, with an undertone of sadness. You're lucky your father and Sirius calmed me down after you silently disapparated, and told me that they used to do so illegally themselves. Granger looked pissed. You mean he's not going to be punished? Granger asked in shock at how things went. They all raised eyebrows at her poorly concealed disdain for me, and unhealthy desire to see me punished. She overplayed her hand. I just needed to take advantage. Would you punish someone who killed a Nazi? A Nazi who committed all manner of war crimes and got away with it. That's basically what I did. I prevented them from ever raping or murdering again, and considering their views on blood status, one of their future victims could have been you or your family. I said coolly, choosing my words carefully. You shouldn't get to be a vigilante. You should be in Azkaban for taking the law into your own hands. You're a murderer. By this time, the room had turned against her. Hermione, go pack your things. Dad said angrily. Hermione looked shocked, and looked to my mom and James for confirmation. It was unanimous. She had ruined her relationship with my family and was receiving looks of disdain from all of them and myself. She rose from her seat, a tear rolling down her cheek, and left the room to pack. I learned she had merely thought of ways to steal everyone's family magic, and not just ours. I would have to watch her closely. Sorry about Hermione, Harry. James said. I think she's just intimidated because you're better than her at everything. She's arrogant actually, and believes herself my better and believes that I use dark rituals to cheat. She really has no actual talent, all she does is spew the contents of books out like verbal diarrhea. She lacks innovation, intuition or the ability to improve something. My family seemed to agree with my assessment. By the way, Harry, Minister Fudge, Madam Bones, and Head or Scrimgeour want to talk to you later today. Fudge and Scrimgeour for some reason thought that you attended Hogwarts, but Madam Bones knew otherwise and scheduled you in before you left for Durmstrang, and now that you have returned home, we can leave after you clean up. Dad said. All right, I'll go do that. 2 hours later, we had finally arrived at the minister's office. I had gotten some weird looks when I walked right past the wand checkpoint, but no one said anything about it. We would have been here earlier if Hermione's parents didn't require a detailed explanation. My only consolation was that they agreed with my actions, and saw right through Hermione's false reasons for being such a bi.ch. They knew she was arrogant and jealous. She thought she was better, but was jealous of the praise heaped on me for going against her idiotic authority-worshipping beliefs. The minister, Madam Bones, Head or Scrimgeour, and Unspeakable Croaker are already waiting for you inside, Herr Potter. Fudge's beautiful secretary said, with a blush. Ah, she was attracted to me. I couldn't blame her, though, I was very attractive after all. Yes, but what's your name, gorgeous? I asked flirtatiously. Gemma, she replied with a smile. Gemma Farley. Well, Gemma, I'll be sure to think of you when I need a date this year or next summer. I said, with a smile. I stepped up to her, ed her on the cheek and entered Fudge's office, closely followed by my odd father and brother, but Mom didn't look at all pleased with my actions. Ah, Hadrian, welcome, Fudge said, greeting me enthusiastically, like an uncle would a nephew. Lord and Lady Potter, I'm glad to see you're both well. And, James Potter, the boy who lived, Fudge said, shaking their hands. This is my senior undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge. Fudge said, gesturing to a short, hideous, toad-like woman. You, of course, recognize Madame Amelia Bones, and Head or Scrimgeour. This is Unspeakable Croaker, head of the Department of Mysteries. Fudge said, please, have a seat. He simpered, gesturing toward the vacant seats. I took the one nearest Madame Bones, just in case I needed to flirt with her. Now, I bet you're all wondering why I asked you here. Fudge said, trying for a charming smile, but only seeming like a say-ul predator. I assumed it was in regards to my defeat of the Death Eaters at the World Cup. Well, yes, Scrimgeour and Amelia want a pensive memory of the event. Either way, I can safely promise an Order of Merlin, first class. I will even throw in the other 2 classes, considering your brief capture of Pettigrew, and rediscovery of lost knowledge. Ah, so he wanted knowledge of how to use and control holy fire. I can easily provide a memory and will happily accept an order of Merlin, first and second class, but the casting of holy fire drains immense amounts of power and is far more difficult to control than fiend fire, and could therefore be fatal to cast for most of your orders and ministry personnel. However, I did invent a ward that specifically targets bearers of the dark mark. That's how I prevented Death Eaters from escaping via apparition or portkey. It only suffers the same weaknesses of other wards. I said, getting the interest of Bones, Scrimgore, and Croaker. I'd like to get that memory before we continue, Madam Bones interrupted stiffly, getting a glare from Umbridge. Of course, do you have a vial? She nodded, and reached into her robes. I withdrew the memory wandlessly and non-verbally just to show off, and placed it into the offered vial. Those unfamiliar with me were awed by my casual display of advanced magic. Have you considered becoming an Auror? Scrimgore asked. No, I'm more interested in scholarly pursuits. I've already refused job offers from the War Mages and Unspeakables. Impressive, most would beg on their hands and knees for those jobs. Madam Bones said. When did you refuse those job offers, Harry? Mom asked, in surprise. I was interviewed by War Mages Delacour and Pottle at Durmstrang, and expressed my disinterest. I heard Croaker out at the World Cup, but quickly lost what little interest I had when I heard the job hours. I would like to see this memory where you allegedly defeated 10 adult wizards, because it sounds like a lie, and I highly doubt a child of your background could do what you claimed. Umbridge said, in a high-pitched girly voice. Fudge suddenly looked very nervous. My background. You mean a half-blood with a muggle-born mother? I asked coldly, and she didn't deny it. I was wondering how long it would take for you to reveal your bigotry. It's well known even outside the ministry. Yes, I know who you are. You are Dolores Jane Umbridge, born August 26, 1952, to Orford Umbridge, a half-blood who used to do house elf work like mopping floors here at the ministry, and Ellen Cracknell, a muggle. You have a squib brother Edward Cracknell, and bribed your father into disappearing from the public view to spare your reputation. I smirked at her apoplectic expression and continued. You claim to be pure blood with a father who was on the Wizengamot, when in reality he probably only mopped its floor. We may both be half-bloods, Dolores, but your father was a half-blood peasant, your mother a muggle. Both of my parents have magic, and my father's nobility. I hope that explains how much better I am than you. If not, then you are far more stupid than I heard, or your owls and newts prove. Don't ever mock my blood status again. You have the second least pure blood here, and the least magical power, which is only slightly above squib level. I said, causing a murderous expression to appear on her face. Most of the room was snickering by now, even Fudge was. Breeding does show, I'll admit that. You're just low-bred peasant trash, and the only way to improve your mediocre bloodline would be to get impregnated by a house elf. I said, causing everyone to laugh. I knew they all wanted to see Umbridge put in her place, and had waited years for it. I just hoped it was worth the wait for them. I hope your victims' families kill you in revenge. Umbridge spat venomously, madness obvious in her eyes. Minister, I began, after we had all finished laughing. Perhaps you should fire this recently discovered Death Eater sympathizer. She's also obviously unstable too, and a bad reflection upon your ministry and yourself. Umbridge reached for her wand, and was quickly stunned by myself and Madam Bones. That's attempted assault on nobility, possibly even attempted murder. I'll fire her. Fudge agreed. Honestly, he looked relieved. Perhaps she was extorting him. Excellent, I said, before withdrawing some files and handing them to Madam Bones. That should help you punish her, courtesy of Lord Arcturus Black's files. I have no idea what's in them, but it should be good. She began glancing through the files, before handing them to Scrimgore, who had also been reading them over her shoulder. I need to go work on this, Scrimgore said, before quickly leaving, levitating Umbridge behind him. Now, about the 3 classes of the Order of Merlin. Fudge began, with a smile. August 31, 1994. I was finally back at Durmstrang, and continuing my dominion over my classes, and my hard work. I had been improving the wards on Abeg Castle to my liking, It was the most secure option for my German base, and it was looking like I would need to follow through on some plans to get allies, and would need secure locations to meet them. Dumbledore had already tried recruiting my family into servitude to him and his cult, citing the dark mark on Snape's arm growing darker. They refused to get involved, and even stated that they no longer believed in his leadership. The old man looked so sad that I had to fight the urge to laugh at him. It was his fault they lost their faith in him. If Voldemort was going to be returning soon, then I would need allies for myself and my family. Dumbledore didn't deserve our support and couldn't be trusted anymore, so I had to find my own allies or minions. I had already contacted the Flamels and had asked them if they were interested in fighting a British Dark Lord who's insane, has daddy issues, and delusions of grandeur and adequacy. I went on to explain that I found Dumbles and his cult untrustworthy. I knew they didn't really trust him, so they would understand, and had given the old man a fake stone in the first place. Flashback. Hogwarts. June 7, 1992. I had been waiting, and essentially stalking for hours, though I would never admit to stalking anyone, until, finally, the Flamels entered Hogwarts' entrance hall. At least, I hoped they were the Flamels. They were both much more powerful than Dumbledore, with slightly glowing eyes. "Excuse me, are you Mr. and Mrs. Flamel?" I asked politely, though I felt an odd sensation run through my mind. "Yes, we are. And who might you be, young man?" Nicholas asked, with a kindly smile. "Harry Potter, sir. My brother protected your stone that Dumbledore used as bait, after he placed protections that were beaten by 3 first years of unexceptional ability," I said. They looked displeased, though not by me. "The reason I approached you was because I have information detailing the casting of the Fidelius charm, as well as wards against phoenixes and house elves, and would like to offer you this information with no strings attached, so that you can better protect your property in the future. I only hope you would consider an alliance against this Dark Lord in the future, but would understand if you refused to get involved, and would bear you no ill will if you did." "We accept, Harry," Perenelle said, with a kind smile. "Have you considered studying alchemy?" That was an odd and sudden subject change. Of course, the possibility of creating medicines and cures for nearly any illness, immortality, transmutation of base metals into gold, are all of great interest to me, especially the prospect of curing lycanthropy. I'm planning to choose alchemy as an elective at Durmstrang for my 3rd year. "Well, when you graduate, why don't you write us a letter and I'll take you as an apprentice? I'll even waive the traditional clause of owning your work," Nicholas offered, with a smile. I wondered why they were being so polite to me. I couldn't have made that good of an impression. "I'll try to, sir," I said, but was hoping I could. There are just many unknown factors that could prevent me from doing so. "Good, and by the way, we gave Dumbledore a fake stone," Nicholas said, with a sad smile. I thought he had just trusted Dumbledore for some reason, and that trust had blinded him. Oh well, at least, I wasn't alone in my distrust of him. That actually makes a lot of sense, considering how inept he is as a headmaster, I said, causing them to fight smirks. Yes, he was always reactive and we knew better than to trust him with the real stone. I suppose we should go reclaim the fake and return home, but, thank you, again, Harry, Perenelle said. Yes, thank you, Harry. I look forward to seeing great things from you, Nicholas said, with a smile. They both walked away, and I was glad that I hadn't accused them of using dark magic, involving human sacrifice. Lord Arcturus Black had information on almost everyone who mattered. One of the ingredients of the Philosopher's Stone was human souls, one abundant source of prima materia, at least according to his information, and I doubt they would abduct muggles for fun, especially considering how beautiful Perenelle Flamel is, and objectively Nicholas Flamel is attractive too. End flashback. The ceremony to award me all 3 classes of the Order of Merlin was scheduled for November 5th, and I was notified that I would also be presented with the International Wizarding Order of Merit on the same day by an ICW representative. I was tempted to refuse it, but that would have drawn even more attention to me. I was waiting in a private meeting room. Karkaroff had summoned myself, and one other to this room, Nysa White, the only daughter of Professor White. We had both been waiting 10 minutes. I had been discreetly admiring her incredible beauty. She had her father's owned hair and blue eyes, and she somehow made Durmstrang robes look say. Why? I could tell she was powerful, when I wasn't admiring her surprisingly well-developed bust anyway. Okay. I can't sit in silence any longer. You are going to have a conversation with me, and at least pretend to enjoy it. Nisa finally said. Sorry. I just normally avoid people. They usually try using me or prove untrustworthy. I replied, in amusement. What did you want to talk about? How did you progress so fast? Nisa asked, causing me to raise an eyebrow. I've only just completed my dark arts mastery and potions mastery, and it took me 3 very difficult years with no free time, but you collected masteries like they were child's play. Pannesia, greater than eidetic memory and a genuine magical ability. I learned quicker, and remembered everything. I replied, enjoying the look on her face. I thought I saw her hair color briefly change, but wasn't sure. Even then, I mostly focused on 1 or 2 subjects at a time. That's incredible. I had thought the talent's reputation was exaggerated. It might be, but it doesn't grant me the magical power to keep up with my progress. I said, actually enjoying our talk by now. Is that why there are rumors of you doing, say, magic rituals going around? Nisa asked, with a slight blush. Yes, I replied, not caring enough to deny it anymore. She looked surprised by my honesty. Further discussion was prevented by Highmaster Karkaroff and Professor White entering the room. Professor White didn't look all that happy to be here. Good, you're both here, Karkaroff began. A recent change in the dueling tournament taking place during the Triwizard tournament was made, requiring mandatory seconds. This was made as a concession to Hogwarts due to their lack of emphasis on martial magic. You were both chosen. Nisa, you are the U17 dueling champion for Europe at age 14. Harry, you are a master in actual magical combat, having recently killed Death Eaters, and you have routinely defeated former members of Grindelwald's inner circle. Among them, Zeus Megalos, and Adalbert and Bathilda Abeg. He said, omitting their real identities for Nisa's sake. You are both the best Durmstrang has to offer in martial magic, and are expected to win this tournament for your school. You are both taking only 2 classes, and will train together in your spare time. I noticed that Professor White wasn't pleased by this, and Nisa didn't exactly look thrilled. Highmaster, Nisa is pursuing a currently Transfiguration Mastery, and that takes up all of her time. Professor White said, nervously. Karkaroff quickly put him in his place with a harsh glare. I began draining the knowledge from Karkaroff's mind about his reasons. Oh. That was interesting. So much potential for blackmail or leverage, but I wouldn't. He hadn't acted against me, and was being blackmailed for actually doing something good. He had actually been quite nice to me. We will be leaving October 28th and arriving at Hogwarts on October 30th. That is all, Karkaroff said, before exiting. I'll help her with Transfiguration, if that's your concern. I don't think she should have to jeopardize her plans for another's gain. Nisa looked pleased, but Professor White looked suspicious. And where will this tutoring take place? I don't know, wherever is convenient for us both. I said, already suspecting the reason for his suspicion and concern. Very well, if you deflower my daughter, I'll castrate you and force-feed your own genitalia to you. Professor White threatened. Kinky, but I have no plans to deflower your daughter, and if I did, you would be defeated before you could follow through on your promise. I said, not at all fazed by his threat. Anyway, when is a good time to train or tutor you? I asked Nisa. Tomorrow, after 12. She replied with a blush, which was understandable, considering what was recently mentioned. Good, my classes are earlier than that, so I can help you then. Nisa nodded, and her father quickly led her out of the room. Line break, remove text and replace. The next day. Nisa had just left from her tutoring lesson, though she didn't really need it. She was already undertaking the 3rd-year Transfiguration spell list and halfway through. I suppose, I had just assumed that she did need my help. We both agreed to have a few duels per week, using spells appropriate for the tournament. This morning I had scheduled my test to move into 3rd year of my Alchemy and Ancient Studies Mastery course. It was set for October the 15th, and I had absolute confidence that I could pass the test with distinction. There was an owl pecking at my window, so I quickly opened it and it flew in. I closed the window, and relieved it of its burden. I was glad it had already found the owl treats and water that I had under stasis, that allowed me to get right to my letter. Dear Hadrian, I hope this letter finds you well. Perenelle and I are both fine, and thank you for asking. In light of the information you provided in regards to the Dark Mark, we agree with Dumbledore, but will not work with him. You, however, are a different matter. We won't wait around, on call, so to speak, but if you gave us an hour's warning or more, then we should be able to help you. While we are pleased with your current recruitment effort, 3 sorcerers, a mid-level mage, now 3 since Perenelle and I joined you, and a few average witches and wizards, we do advise you to recruit others to your cause. There are several magical warlords trying to continue Grindelwald's work by creating independent ministries, expanding or reclaiming territory, or the outright subjugating of non-magical kind. They would make for potential allies, though you would have to trade favors and possibly kill others. If what I know of your extracurricular activities is any indication, you aren't a stranger to killing and are in fact quite skilled at it, as are Perenelle and I, as you no doubt suspected, either when we first met, or as you became more knowledgeable of magic. That last line made me pause, that was a not so subtle admission. I had been suspecting that he knew my suspicions after the meeting, and I now believed that he somehow drained the knowledge from my mind. It wasn't subtle what he did, but was somewhat impressive. I especially suggest you consider looking in the direction of Israel, Spain, Ukraine, and the Americas. There is a group of powerful people trying to not only reclaim the territory of Israel had at its peak, and under one ministry, but also to create independent ministries there. While non-magical Spain and Morocco have some recent territorial disputes, the situation is more intense on the magical side, and is greatly escalated. The ones in power are in favor of simply building an empire to conquer with, but are discouraged by the ICW war mages. Non-magical Russia and Ukraine have a long list of issues, but the magical side is more militant. The Russian ministry continually tries to bully the Ukrainian ministry into compliance, and at this point they are essentially policed by them, and this has given rise to large-scale organized rebellions. The Russian ministry still has almost as much control and territory as the Mughal Soviet Union, though most former Soviet countries are fighting against them and their rule. South America is a highly volatile place, at least on the magical side of things. There is powerful Mayan and Incan battle magic, and several other unique forms of magic, and if I listed them all, this letter would be intolerably lengthy. The point is, that, coupled with the political issues of competing ministries trying to expand their hegemony further, without resorting to a war that might expose us all to non-magical kind, and our lengthy lifespans, you essentially have warring empires vying for control of South America. I hope this gives you a sufficient explanation of the background events. On the magical side of things, there is no ministry of Chile, Paraguay, Uruguay, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Venezuela, Guyana, Suriname, or French Guiana. Magical Mexico favors puppet ministries. Magical Cuba keeps trying to assert itself, but keeps getting put in its place. I suggest you ally with Brazil and Argentina against Colombia, and everything above them in South America. That gives you more than a few places to conquer as favors, and Perenelle and I will, of course, help. Well, Perenelle is calling me for dinner. Goodbye, and good luck, Hadrian. I have enclosed a list of these potential recruits for you to consider. I believe you have met 2 of them. Wishing you well, Nicholas Flamel. I closed the letter and put it in a secure location, and began writing the first of many letters. I had a lot of people to recruit. October 15, 1994. I had just left my test, which I passed with flying colors and once again impressed my teachers. I had finally made some decent progress on my studies of reality manipulation, and my power finally grew enough to actually be noteworthy. 30% growth since my recent elevation to second-tier mage status. I burned through a lot of power while studying the highest and truest form of magic, largely due to inexperience and waste of power, but I had picked up on that and corrected it. The ancient and forbidden art of reality manipulation afforded a lot of useful capabilities, even dozens of immensely powerful enhancements to myself. I just couldn't perform the most powerful of them yet, but had made great progress so far, and I had only ascended to peak human level. Fortunately, My healthy lifestyle that I had kept for years helped me greatly. My intellect was already immense, and my strength was already considerable. It only drained 30% of my power to alter reality and enhance myself permanently, which was surprising. My training to remove waste in my magic usage freed up more power to continue powering up the wards of a beg castle. I was almost completely done with that project, and when I could power up the wards of other properties. I had continued meeting with Nisa and was even becoming fond of her. We could actually have an intelligent conversation with each other, and I had missed that during my self-imposed isolation. I was enjoying our time together and had even considered flirting with her or asking her on a date, but hadn't. I didn't, because I didn't want to cause difficulties that might interfere with our tournament performance, and didn't want to risk the budding friendship. I had so few, if any, true friendships, and truly enjoyed having someone with common interests. Nisa was almost as power hungry as I was, but, like me, cared about family just as much. She disdained the usage of rituals to gain power, but didn't want as much of it as I did. I wanted power surpassing that Merlin and Morgana, and she just wanted to have enough to defeat potential threats. I did check her power though, and she was a mid-level sorceress. I was greatly impressed and even told her that, and that caused her to blush and avoid eye contact for a brief time. I began to suspect she fancied me because of it, and that was when I considered asking her out. I was still tempted, but restrained myself. We both had similar views on the ICW, politics, and power. I even considered inviting her to my little group. She was certainly powerful enough and very skilled, but I wanted to get to know her better. I was already attracted to her, but I wanted to be extra cautious, and wasn't willing to take another chance and get betrayed. The events from my first year at Hogwarts had made me paranoid, and all my other experiences have slowly made it worse. I was just glad that I wasn't as bad as Moody. Speak of the gorgeous romantic interest. I saw her waiting outside my room. Hello, Nisa, I said, with a pleased smile. Hey, Harry, she began. I was wondering if we could start spending more time together until October the 28th. Nisa asked, nervously. Of course. I was thinking something similar, but didn't want to cause you extra hardship. I replied. I was secretly very glad that I had an excuse to spend more time with her. Great. Do you have time now? Nisa asked. Sure, I said, before quickly opening my door and motioning her in. She entered without hesitation. I followed her in and closed the door behind us. Did you want to duel some more? Because we've pretty much done all we can with the rules we're burdened by. I said. I wanted to spend more time together. I didn't say that I wanted tutoring or to duel. Nisa said, causing me to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. You obviously weren't going to ask me out, even if we do both like each other, so I had to take the initiative and ask you out. So what do you want to do? I was going to ask you out after the tournament. I said, somewhat defensively, causing her to smirk. Not soon enough, Romeo. And who said I'd still want you then? She taunted. You'd still want me, I said dismissively, causing her to snort derisively, though, I knew she was still playing around. I smirked, and stalked over to where she was sitting on my bed, while using a say. Magic spell to cause arousal in women. One of the perks of studying say. Magic. Sensing arousal. I said, truthfully, while omitting the fact that I caused it. We both know it's unlikely that we would find someone who's a more perfect match for us, and I already know how to please women, so you wouldn't have to dread your wedding night or whenever you gave yourself to me. Nisa was blushing badly by this time, so I backed off. Although you would probably refuse to continue dating me. I'm the heir apparent of two most ancient and noble houses, and would require a wife for each title I have. I said, testing her. I had quite a few lordships after all, and was set to inherit 2 or 3. Although, the Peverell lordship was merit-based and had to be earned to be reactivated, but I could do it. I'm not the jealous type, Harry. I knew you would have at least one other wife by looking at the rings on your fingers, and I know that you enjoy say. Rituals to bolster your power to reach your goal. I raised an eyebrow. Yes, I'm okay with you deflowering beeps for power. And no, I never foresaw myself saying that to my prospective boyfriend or husband. Nisa added, causing me to laugh a little. If our relationship progressed to that point, I would prefer to be your Lady Black, by the way. If that happens, no matter who you shag or marry, you will still be mine, and mine alone, Nysa said, getting an amused smile from me. Already planning to marry me? I asked teasingly. No, she said, with a prominent blush. I'm just saying my preference, and not opposed to the idea. I know it's unlikely that I'll find someone who is a more perfect match for me. Nysa admitted, somewhat grudgingly. See, was it so hard to admit that I was right? I asked, with a teasing smile. Yes, it was. Nysa deadpanned, with an annoyed glare directed at me. I was looking forward to dating her, or at least what passed for dating at Durmstrang. October 28, 1994. It was finally time to return to Hogwarts, and humiliate its students. I would have to force the weak and inane masses to recognize their failings and better themselves. Even if I did have to humiliate them and force them to get stronger to hide their own weakness from others. I am who they should emulate. They must rise above mediocrity and force Hogwarts to do the same. If need be, I would take control of Hogwarts and make it a school that's worth actually attending. I entered my room on Durmstrang's ship, my things with me. I had also smuggled almost all of Grindelwald's loot from his former treasure room in magically expanded trunks that I shrunk, and concealed on my person with the Fidelius. One more trip, and I would have it emptied, and then I could finally remove the Fidelius charm. I planned to celebrate my leaving of Durmstrang by removing Grindelwald's mark on his former room, my current room. We would be arriving at Hogwarts in 2 days, and I could show the sheep just how far I had come. I could humiliate Hogwarts, the Ministry, Dumbledore, and the teachers. I just hoped that they could recognize their failings and improve, though I doubted that they could, and had plans for that event. I felt the ship submerge and begin our short trip. October 30, 1994. We had finally arrived. I hated such slow forms transportation. And Nysa's company could only make it bearable for so long. The only good thing that came out of it was that we knew each other much better, which included several trivial minor details like favorite colors and foods. We all disembarked the ship, following Highmaster Karkaroff, first off the ship, and then up to the castle. I noticed most of the school eyeing us with obvious apprehension, which I found quite amusing and thought about trying to scare them. I quickly quashed that thought, and scanned the crowd for my brother. I found him moments later, and gave him a discreet nod, before tuning out the rest of Dumble's and Karkaroff's greeting. Eventually Karkaroff cited Krumm's head cold as an excuse to enter Hogwarts. Nysa and I followed Karkaroff and Krumm inside, with the rest of the delegation following us. I could sense their displeasure at being reminded of their place in Karkaroff's favor. Those annoying idiots had nothing to complain about. I had to come second to worthless a waste of magic like Victor Krumm. Those weaklings were inferior to a 14-year-old mage. We arrived at the Great Hall, and I calmed myself with occlumency. I led Nysa to sit with my brother at the Gryffindor table. Everyone finally got settled in their seats minutes later, and Dumbles naturally opted to open his annoying mouth. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and, most particularly, guests, said Dumbledore, beaming around at the foreign students. I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable. I heard one of the Bobadden's girls laugh derisively. No one's making you stay, Hermione whispered, bristling at her. I just rolled my eyes at her rudeness. She would never amount to anything behaving like that, and if she did I'd just kill her if she became a threat to me or my goals. The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast, said Dumbledore. I now invite you all to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home. He sat down, and I watched Karkaroff lean forward at once and engage him in conversation. The plates in front of us filled with food as usual, and I began loading up my plate. So, James, I'd like you to meet my girlfriend, Nysa. Nysa, this is my brother James. Nice to meet you, James. Nysa said, sincerely. Nice to meet you too, James said, just as sincere. Are you entering the dueling tournament? Nysa asked. No, I just want a normal year. And I can't beat Harry anyway. James said. I know what you mean, I'm the U17 European dueling champion and he effortlessly dominates me in every duel. Nysa said in exasperation. James, and several eavesdroppers looked surprised by that. You must not be very skilled then, Granger said, snidely, and getting glares from several people for her stupidity. I have 2 masteries and I'm studying for my 3rd. Now, mind your own business, you buck-toothed moron. Nysa replied, with an annoyed look in Granger's direction. Granger looked pissed about being called a buck-toothed moron. Just ignore her, Nysa. She's a no-talent nobody with delusions of grandeur and superiority. I said, causing Nysa to smirk. I just wandlessly silenced Granger when she tried to begin another rant. I put enough power into it that several people felt the magic in the air and looked around in stupidity wondering what it was. It would expire in 12 hours, but could be broken, if countered with more power or if I wanted it to. You see, I put another little spell into it, for fun. Thanks, Harry. I dislike people with delusions of adequacy. Nysa said, politely. Take it that she's the idiot who can only quote the contents of books, and spew them like verbal diarrhea. She asked, making James and Neville snicker. Yes, sadly the teachers let her believe she's genuinely intelligent. Honestly, she only sounds intelligent because she quotes someone with actual intelligence, innovators and inventors, not parasites who merely plagiarize them. I said, with a smirk. Granger got up and went towards the teachers. Oh, no, I might get in trouble. I added, with obvious sarcasm. Excuse me, are you wanting the bouillabaisse? I heard Fleur's voice asked. No, you can have it, Fleur. I said, causing her to look at me more closely. Ari, Fleur said, with a smile. EET is good to see you. I heard about you killing Death Eaters from my papa. Even my country wanted to present you with medals of bravery, but my papa persuaded them not to. Good to see you, also. I really managed to anger your father good, I said, with a smile, and noticed Granger leading Dumbles, McGonagall, and Karkaroff over, with a smug look on her face. I'll talk to you later, Fleur. I must deal with 3 idiots, and my headmaster. I said, causing her to smile. Mr. Potter, explain yourself. Dumbledore said, sternly. Explain what? I asked in confusion, using every bit of my acting skill. Why you silenced Miss Granger. I'm pretty sure that I have only done that off Hogwarts grounds, where you have no control. I will say that if she doesn't cease her slander against a member of a most ancient and noble house, I'll see her expelled, obliviated, and her magic completely bound. Now, speak, Granger, because I'm quite sick of your harassment. How dar, she began, before clasping her mouth. I noticed my family magic spell activate and remove the memory of me silencing her and let her believe she tried slandering me, just in time for her to receive glares from almost everyone here. That will be a month's detention, Miss Granger, McGonagall said, angrily. Granger nodded meekly, believing that she deserved it. I believe an apology is in order, Dumbledore. Karkaroff said venomously. Yes. Dumbledore acknowledged. The entire room focused on him now. I apologize, Herr Potter. I should have investigated first. He was trying to be extra polite and proper by using my official title. He just almost committed career suicide, even for a man of his stature. Yes, you should have, but I accept your apology, Dumbledore. He nodded, and returned to his seat, closely followed by McGonagall and Karkaroff. I also noticed that Crouch and Bagman had arrived. That was impressive, Nysa said, with a smile. I aim to please, I replied, with a flirtatious wink at her, causing her to briefly blush. I then finished my meal in silence. Once everyone else had finished eating, I noticed that Dumbledore had stood up. The tension in the room was palpable, and most of the room was fixated on Dumbledore. The moment has come, said Dumbledore, smiling around at the Great Hall. The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce, for those of you who do not know them, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. There was a smattering of polite applause, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. There was a much louder round of applause for Bagman, no doubt because of his fame as beater, and the idiots loved their worthless games. Dumbledore continued, but I largely tuned him out because of the information's trivial nature. The casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch. Dumbledore said, reclaiming my attention. I watched the squib carry in a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels, and Dumbledore continued with his announcement. Finally, 2 minutes later, the old man got to the part one was interested in. In addition to the Triwizard Tournament, there will be an inter-school dueling tournament that is free from the age restriction, and also has a 1,000 galleon prize. Durmstrang and Beauxbatons have already selected their 2 representatives. For Durmstrang, their representatives are Hadrian Potter and Nysa White. For Beauxbatons, their representatives are Fleur Delacour, who will also attempt the Triwizard Tournament, and Albert Ilariz. For Hogwarts, our representatives will be Cedric Diggory and Blaise Zabini. Both placed first and second, respectively, in our dueling tournament. Dumbledore paused here. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, James. I said, before rising to leave. He nodded, and Nysa and I went to join the Durmstrang group that was beginning to leave. It was finally time for the goblet reveal the champions. Dumbledore had said it would require 1 more minute. 1 more minute, and I would have a new target to humiliate if the Hogwarts champion won. The flames inside the goblet turned suddenly red again. Sparks began to fly from it. Next moment, a tongue of flame shot into the air, a charred piece of parchment fluttered out of it. The whole room gasped. Dumbledore caught the piece of parchment and held it at arm's length, so that he could read it by the light of the flames, which had turned back to blue-white. The champion for Durmstrang, he read, in a strong, clear voice, will be Victor Krum. A storm of applause, cheers, and exclamations swept the hall. I merely applauded politely, while wondering how that idiot was selected. Nysa seemed to share my curiosity and disdain for its choice. I was now regretting wanting to be involved. It would obviously select weak people too, and that greatly reduced the so-called eternal glory. The clapping and chatting died down. Now everyone's attention was focused again on the goblet, which, seconds later, turned red once more. A second piece of parchment shot out of it, propelled by the flames. The champion for Beauxbatons, said Dumbledore, as Fleur Delacour. I watched Fleur rise from her seat to join the other champions. I needed to shag her, and I was very lucky that Nysa was okay with me sleeping around. This also seemed to disprove my theory that it also selected the weak. Fleur was no weakling. If I had to guess, she was a low-level sorceress. I knew she was at least sorceress though, from our prior meetings. When Fleur too had vanished into the side chamber, silence fell again, but this time it was a silence so stiff with excitement you could almost taste it. And the goblet of fire turned red once more. Sparks showered out of it. The tongue of flame shot high into the air, and from its tip Dumbledore pulled the third piece of parchment. The Hogwarts champion, he called, as Cedric Diggory. Most of Gryffindor was displeased, but their noise of discontent was drowned out by the Hufflepuffs. I wasn't impressed even a little by the Hogwarts champion. He wasn't powerful, being merely above average for his age, and according to my research, he was smart, but not impressively so. Humiliating him should be easy, and he was entered into the dueling tournament too, so that should allow me to get away with it. Eventually the idiots finally shut up, and Dumbledore was finally able to continue. Excellent. Dumbledore called happily as at last the tumult died down. Well, we now have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count upon all of you, including the remaining students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster. By cheering your champion on, you will contribute in a very real. But Dumbledore suddenly stopped speaking, and it was apparent to everybody, including the idiots of Hogwarts, what had distracted him. The fire in the goblet had just turned red again. Sparks were flying out of it. A long flame shot suddenly into the air, and borne upon was another piece of parchment. Automatically, it seemed, Dumbledore reached out a long hand and seized the parchment. He held it out and stared at the name written upon it. There was a long pause, during which Dumbledore stared at the slip in his hands, and everyone in the room stared at Dumbledore. And then Dumbledore cleared his throat and read out, James Potter. Every head in the Great Hall turned to face my brother. I could tell he was stunned, numb, and a little fearful. I could tell by their looks that they had already tried and convicted him in their hearts and minds. You have failed this school yet again, Dumbledore, and once again my brother's life is endangered because of your incompetence. I said, drawing the hall's attention onto me. I will see you removed as headmaster for this failure. You are obviously unfit to serve. I noticed his vapid fans glared at me, but I didn't care. I gestured for my brother to get up, and I did the same. Neville, please go contact your grandmother and inform her of events and have her call a meeting of the Board of Governors. Neville nodded, and quickly left. I began leading my brother to where the other champions were. I sent a Patronus message to my parents as an afterthought, they would need to be here for this. We went through the door of the Great Hall and found ourselves in a smaller room lined with paintings of witches and wizards. A handsome fire was roaring opposite us. I also noticed the other champions grouped around the fire. What is it? Fleur asked. Do they want us back in the hall? No. Someone entered my brother into the tournament, trying to get him murdered, and Dumbledore, being useless as he is, didn't even know what the hell was happening, until James's name came out of that magic-damned goblet. I said, in obvious anger and annoyance. And naturally the idiotic sheep already decided he was guilty just like his second year, or any other time he didn't shit rainbows or ride a damn unicorn to class. I added, making them laugh. There was a scurrying of feet behind us, and Ludo Bagman entered the room and tried manhandling my brother, but met the tip of my wand and cowered away and seemed to hope if he was silent I would forget he existed. A few minutes later, and a large group of people came in. Dumbledore, followed closely by Mr. Crouch, High Master Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and Professors McGonagall and Snape, though Snape was undeserving of that title and the respect it accorded. Madame Maxime, Fleur said, when she noticed her. Ari is saying that his little brother is being forced to compete. Yes, Dumbledore seems to have failed his students again, and it seems to be a common occurrence from what I've heard. Madame Maxime said, causing McGonagall to become angry, but Dumbledore halted her rant with a glare. Two Hogwarts champions. I don't remember anyone telling me the host school is allowed 2 champions, or have I not read the rules carefully enough? Karkaroff said, before having a short and nasty laugh. Say impossible, Madame Maxime said, her enormous hand resting on Fleur's shoulder. Hogwarts cannot avenue 2 champions. It is most unjust. I think I can solve that problem, just let me talk with my brother alone for a moment. I lead James towards an isolated corner, and cast a temporary spell to prevent eavesdropping. You could compete under House Potter's banner, and when you win, the glory of victory would be all yours, and most importantly you wouldn't be seen as stealing Diggory's glory. If you lose, it wouldn't reflect badly upon Hogwarts and the family would be immune to any negatives. I'll do that, but how will I survive? James asked, nervously. I'll train you. You can skip classes as a champion, and I can get you proficient in the practical aspects of 7th year material to equal the field. You might even come out this with the abilities to pass your newts, and since you're competing under House Potter's banner, all Potters can legally aid you. I said, before looking at the others. They're getting impatient. Does all of this sound good? Yes, and thank you, Harry. I nodded, and dispelled the spells I cast. James agreed with your arguments, and has opted to compete under House Potter's banner. This way Hogwarts doesn't have 2 champions, and cannot aid him beyond the classes he would choose to attend. There was shocked silence. House Potter will, of course, aid and train him. I will also be suggesting to James ways to repair his recently damaged public image, and will have the matter investigated by someone trustworthy. Interference will be met with slow, agonizing death, eradication of family name and line, and financial ruin. In other words, the wrath of House Potter. I observed their reactions. Karkaroff was loving the show, and had genuine smile. Crumb, Diggory, and Fleur were cowed into submission. Moody looked amused, but the rest of Dumbledore's cult and said leader looked shocked and incensed. At this time, my dad entered the room. Mom was no doubt obligated to attend the board meeting. Good, you're here. I had to take action to placate Madame Maxime and Highmaster Karkaroff. James is now competing under the banner of House Potter instead of Hogwarts, and can have us as advisors and teachers. I said, to Dad's shock and confusion. I had to negate the worst of the fallout and protect him and his public image. This should keep Dumbledore and his useless cult from getting him murdered or meddling and making things much worse. You did good, Harry. Dad said, with worried smile. What does this mean for the tournament though? Diggory asked. Well, I'll still compete for Durmstrang and win the dueling tournament, only facing difficulty from Bobattons. I said, offending Diggory. I'll start teaching James more magic and get him closer to your level of knowledge. Hopefully he'll win the Triwizard tournament. Also, James agreed that it's best to skip some classes. I personally suggest potions. Snape can't teach anyway and is shamefully unprofessional and has finished destroying Hogwarts' reputation and has caused massive damage to the Auror, Healer, and Hit Wizard professions. Weakening the Ministry with his actions, and doing more damage to it than Voldemort and getting away with it because he polishes Dumbledore's wand. Snape looked enraged, and moved to attack, but was stopped by Moody and Dumbledore. History of Magic is my second suggestion. That worthless ghost has dealt severe damage to Hogwarts' reputation. That makes 2 deficiencies in 2 core classes. Defense against the dark arts is the third. Moody is nuttier than squirrel shit. Divination and care of magical creatures are self-explanatory to anyone who knows the teachers. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff found this amusing, and so did Fleur and Crumb. All those failings are why Hogwarts is the least of the more established schools, but no need to be sad. Soon, Dumbles will be gone and Hogwarts can be restored to its former greatness that Dumbles almost single-handedly destroyed. Dumbledore was glaring at me. Oh, yeah, the Board of Governors has been assembled. After a brief silence, Bagman and Crouch explained about what the champions could expect from the first task. When they finished, we were dismissed, and I led my dad to the Board of Governors meeting room. Dumbledore tried detaining us, but I suggested he and McGonagall join us. They nervously agreed. We entered the meeting room minutes later. Good, you are here. Madame Longbottom said, with a sneer directed at Dumbledore and McGonagall. After careful review of all the evidence against you both, it is unanimous. Albus Dumbledore, you will vacate your office at the end of the year. Sadly, we cannot remove you during the tournament, but you will exist as little more than a figurehead and have no real power. Minerva McGonagall, you have failed as this school's deputy head and a head of house. You are hereby stripped of both titles. The board will take control of Hogwarts and its wards until we can verify that Phileas Flitwick is a viable candidate for the position of headmaster. She said, before pausing to enjoy the destroyed looks on their faces. McGonagall was even crying. You are both dismissed. They nodded in humiliation and left. I closed the door behind them, and made sure they were gone. Will you begin searching for a new potions master, care of magical creature teacher, and have Bins exorcised? I asked. Yes, we will. It's time to return Hogwarts to its glory days and undo the damage Dumbledore caused by giving his friends jobs they can't perform. We will also be removing Severus Snape's right to give detention and add or remove points. Madame Longbottom said, your mother, Lady Lily Potter, has agreed to step in as head of Gryffindor House. I was pleased with today's events even if I would be worrying about my brother a lot. November 5, 1994. It had been 5 days since my brother was chosen as a Triwizard champion. My mom and I had been carefully going over potential oaths to prove his innocence and restore his good name, and oaths were such tricky things that we had to make certain they were worded right. I had also began tutoring him in Transfiguration, Charms, and Dada. Mom taught him potions, and he had been self-studying for history of magic. He was able to progress at a rapid pace, and I had brought in Nysa to duel him. It was a great way to spend time with her, and let her bond with my family some, and for James to get stronger, and he had made great progress. It helped that he had his own private instructors that were committed to his betterment. I had a full schedule today, and was currently walking towards the wand weighing ceremony, walking beside James, with our family following us. I had already silenced a few who slandered my brother. I deflowered Pansy Parkinson during a say ritual. It was that or ruin her family, and I offered to restore her Bipati afterward. Though if someone tried using it in a say ritual, they would derive no benefit other than pleasure from it. I enjoyed bringing her to multiple orgasms and depriving some inbred idiot the joy of truly deflowering her. The 22% power growth was almost as enjoyable. I still looked forward to silencing a few other targets, but that would have to wait. We entered the small classroom where the weighing of the wands would take place, like we owned it, and in my case it was partly true. Our entrance got some raised eyebrows, but no one said anything. Unfortunately, Bagman noticed James and bounded forward. Ah, here he is. Champion number 4. In you come, James, in you come, nothing to worry about, it's just the wand weighing ceremony, the rest of the judges will be here in a moment. Wand weighing. James repeated nervously. We have to check that your wands are fully functional. No problems, you know, as they're your most important tools in the tasks ahead, said Bagman. I resisted the urge to snort derisively. The expert's upstairs now with Dumbledore. And then there's going to be a little photo shoot. This is Rita Skeeter, he added, gesturing toward her. She's doing a small piece on the tournament for the Daily Prophet. Maybe not that small, Ludo, said Rita Skeeter, her eyes locked on James. I would have to put her in her place. You're not interviewing my brother, I informed her coolly, not at all amused by her antics. If you cross my family, I'll squash you like I would a beetle. I added, making sure she understood. And she did. I was so enjoying her look of fear. I was glad my family had discussed this ahead of time. All you may put into your article regarding my brother is this: he is competing under House Potter's banner and was entered by someone who wanted him dead or worse. He is competing under the family banner because he does not wish to unfairly steal Hufflepuff or Diggory's glory, or unfairly give Hogwarts a second champion and therefore another chance to win. I said, before shooing her away from us with a gesture. Rita walked to the other side of the room, but I could tell she was pissed about how I treated her. Dumbledore, Mr. Ollivander, and Mr. Crouch entered few minutes later, and everyone began taking their seats. May I present Mr. Ollivander? Said Dumbledore, taking his seat at the judges' table and talking to the champions. He will be checking your wands to ensure that they are in good condition before the tournament. I watched the ceremony with well-concealed interest, only being distracted when Fleur smiled at me as she returned to her seat. I couldn't help but to be distracted, she was so beautiful and I just had to shag her. When Cedric admitted to polishing his wand last night, I had to resist the urge to say he must be quite flexible. Finally, when Mr. Ollivander was finished, I quickly led my family out of the room, even when I heard them mention photos. Not taking part beyond what is required shows that you don't this, and it helps remind people that you're a victim here. I said to James in explanation. My family was surprisingly understanding and supportive of me taking charge. I was correct though, and perhaps they simply acknowledged it. It was late, so we decided to go directly to dinner. We felt it time to have James to put his slanderers in their place. He needed to begin rebuilding his public image and spare it from further damage. Several minutes later, everyone was finally in attendance, so my family rose and walked to near the high table, drawing everyone's attention in the process. I noticed Dumbledore rise, but I forced him back down and restrained and silenced him, all wandlessly. I poured about 5% of my full power into it, and watched him squirm with an amused smile. Ah, he looked so scared. If I had red eyes, I could really mess with him. Everyone, James said, getting the Great Hall's attention. As you all know, I was illegally entered into the Triwizard Tournament, some of you even slandered me and claimed I did it myself. But, I'm sure my brother has shown you the error of your ways. He said, getting some muttering from the entire hall. I'm not up here because I like the sound of my own voice though, I'm about to prove my innocence. I swear upon my life and magic that I did not enter myself into the Triwizard Tournament and neither did any member of my family, and that I do not know who did enter me. Gasps broke out around the hall. Oaths on magic were serious and potentially fatal if poorly worded. Naturally, his spell to prove he still had his magic was a non-verbal and corporeal Patronus charm. that succeeded in making the sheep fawn over him once more, and demonstrated his magical prowess. Oh, and Dumbledore. My brother will be attending the award ceremony, I said, with a smile. I'm glad that you have no objections, thank you. Dumbledore glared, and began trying to overpower the spells placed on him. I was amused at how much power he was using up to break them. I didn't wait for him to though. My family and I quickly left. We had an award ceremony to prepare for, and only had a few hours to do so. Hours later, it was finally time for the award ceremony. I entered the ministry wearing my best and most fashionable clothes, and was nearly blinded by the idiotic photographers, but they took the hint and stopped after I showed discomfort. I was just lucky that my eyes would rapidly heal if they were damaged, but I continued on to the room where the ceremony was to take place, with my family following me and Nysa hanging on my arm. I could tell that she was happy to be here with me, especially because I refused Fleur's offer to accompany me here. Fleur looked humiliated at the rejection, but I explained that I had already promised Nysa that she could accompany me to the award ceremony and the Yule Ball if we were able to attend. I did offer to date Fleur some other time though, and she didn't refuse, but didn't exactly look thrilled with being my second choice. We entered the ballroom, and walked directly towards Minister Fudge and Madame Bones. Ah, Hadrian, Fudge said jovially. Herr Potter, I mentally corrected. I was just glad that I made sure my orders of Merlin said Hadrian J. Potter, and not Harry. So many believed that my name was merely Harry. Minister Fudge, I said politely in return. This is my girlfriend, Nysa White, and you already know my family. I said, gesturing to the mentioned people. A pleasure to meet you, Nysa, Fudge said simperingly. Yes, likewise, Nysa said in return. I noticed that almost everyone was giving Fudge looks of disdain, a few were giving Nysa some too. I discreetly sent some itching hexes, targeting their groins and asses, at the ones who disliked Nysa and started paying more attention to Fudge and Bones. I noticed Madame Bones giving me a knowing look, and I winked at her, causing her to start fighting her rapidly forming smirk. The award ceremony will begin soon. Per your request we omitted the usual ball and dinner, that way you can focus on your studies and training your brother. Madame Bones said, have you had any progress in learning who entered your brother into the Triwizard Tournament? No, but my main suspects are Albus Dumbledore, Alistair Moody, and Severus Snape. I said, to Fudge's shock. Yes, I'm aware I'll need to prove or disprove their guilt, but at least Dumbledore was removed as headmaster, and McGonagall was removed as deputy head. Severus Snape will most likely be fired also, which is long overdue. He's a Death Eater and probably murdered some of the students' family members, and has still been favoring the children of darker families and has bullied and harassed children of the light families. I said, turning Fudge's shock into support. He already had his right to issue detentions, and to add or remove points removed from him. He's a truly mediocre teacher too. Snape, Binns, and the cursed Dada opposition have seriously damaged Hogwarts' global reputation, but soon they will be removed and we can begin cleaning up the damage. How will you do that? Madame Bones asked, with undisguised interest. Remedial schools, most likely. Especially for would-be healers, aurors, and hit wizards. Snape probably did more damage to the ministry than Voldemort did, I said, ignoring Fudge's gasp. All while Dumbledore stupidly claimed he changed and was good and light. If Dumbledore was removed, then why is he still at Hogwarts? Fudge asked. He merely exists as a figurehead, with no real power. Once the Triwizard Tournament is over, he will be escorted off Hogwarts grounds and banned from them. I might even look into the previous Lord Black's files and see if I can get Snape thrown through the veil for any undiscovered actions. Why did my grandfather leave you his files? Sirius asked, in slight annoyance. Because you would have just gotten yourself murdered and the files would have fallen into another's hands. I replied, causing Dad and James to snicker. No, he just knew that I was the type who could successfully use the information. I noticed Fudge looked nervous, but Madame Bones looked envious of said information. Umbridge was thrown through the veil after all, and it helped that nobody liked her and wanted her gone, but that information was barely a taste of what I had. I noticed Dumbledore enter the ballroom looking quite tired. I could tell that he had used up a lot of power to break free from my spells. The power disparity was a real pain to compensate for. I can't believe Dumbledore was late to this, Madame Bones said, in clear disapproval. I can. My family recently distanced itself from Dumbledore, and he's no doubt trying to subtly insult us for it. There are dark events in his past that paint a completely different picture from the one everyone has been deceived by. His affair with Grindelwald being one, and his senility in regards Hogwarts and generally appalling behavior. He's done more bad than good in his life, yet his sycophants worship him as the leader of the light. I said, managing to finally turn Fudge against Dumbledore. The best part was that all of that information was recently made public, and completely true. It was only natural that we would distance ourselves from that darkness. Ah, James, Lily, how good to see you both. Dumbledore said, though he got rudely ignored. I seem to have forgotten where you lived, or I would have visited recently. Dumbledore, Dad said coldly. You have repeatedly endangered my son's life as well as many others' lives with either incompetence or outright stupidity. You are not our friend. You are not to visit us or ask us to join your cult. You will stay the hell away from our children or be investigated for crimes relating to endangering them, or even attempting to murder them. Dumbledore looked shocked. Honestly, he already got rejected once, what was he expecting? You're living under the Fidelius charm. Dumbledore realized. You know that's not infallible, he began in his grandfatherly tone. We know that, old man. Quit fishing for information, in public of all places. I said, angrily. Minister, can you ask the chief warlock to leave? I'd rather he not ruin my special night with his lies and manipulations. I added, in a much calmer tone. Yes, Dumbledore, you should leave. Fudge said. Dumbledore nodded and left, though he made his displeasure obvious to all. I noticed that 5 people glared at me, Doge, Ogden, Marchbanks, and 2 elderly witches, whose names I didn't know. I just smirked at them, and made them even angrier. Angry people made mistakes that I could take advantage of. I think I just made some new friends when I asked you to do that. I said, sarcastically. That's good. Fudge said cheerfully, not detecting the sarcasm. That was sarcasm, Fudge. His vapid fans glared at me. I explained, causing Madame Bones' lips to briefly upturn. Oh, my apologies, Hadrian. Fudge said nervously. No need to, Minister Fudge. I said, to ease his mind. I blame them and Dumbledore. Sometimes when people serve someone they believe to be truly good, they can be just as bad as the likes of Death Eaters and commit all kinds of atrocities in the name of a false ideal of good. Fudge nodded in agreement. A clock chimed in the background, and Fudge straightened himself up. It's time, Hadrian, Fudge said, with an undertone of excitement. He quickly got up onto the stage, making an idiot of himself in the process. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this Order of Merlin presentation ceremony for Hadrian James Potter. He is the first in history to ever be presented with all 3 classes of it. Fudge added, getting some mutters. On August the 18th he bravely defeated 10 Death Eaters, most of them members of the Inner Circle who had previous pled the Imperius and escaped justice. Hadrian Potter slew them, and prevented them from ever hurting another person ever again. Fudge paused for brief applause. For his actions of ending the threat they posed, he shall be accorded the highest honor. He will not only be presented with all 3 classes of the Order of Merlin, but will also receive the International Wizarding Order of Merit, due to his actions also saving the lives of magicals of other nations. Even more applause broke out, but Dumble's fans looked displeased. Fudge gestured for me to step onto the stage, and I obeyed his unspoken command. I object to him receiving this award. Doge called out. Fudge gaped stupidly, his momentum broken. And why is that Elphia's Doge? I asked in annoyance. You're a murderer and a dark wizard. Doge called out, getting gasps. I see your stupidity wasn't exaggerated after all. I said, offending him. I am not a murderer. The people I killed in the defense of others were the murderers. They were the dark wizards. I said, loudly. You, and people like you are selfish cowards. You won't kill murderers, even in self-defense or to prevent them from killing others, and the blood of their victims is partly on your hands. You prioritize your own personal and spiritual needs over the lives of others, and then have the audacity to judge others. My little rant seemed to have humiliated and silenced Doge. Had someone killed those Death Eaters, they could have saved countless lives, but no one did, and it was left to me. Shall we continue? Fudge asked nervously. No one objected this time. For your outstanding bravery in facing 10 elite Death Eaters, I award you the Order of Merlin, First Class. Fudge said, before placing the medal around my neck. Enthusiastic applause broke out, and Fudge patiently waited for it to die out. For your bravery of capturing Peter Pettigrew and Ronald Weasley, the former of whom later escaped, I present you with the Order of Merlin, Second Class. Fudge said, before carefully placing the medal around my neck in such a way that allowed both to be seen. More applause broke out. For your creation of a ward against portkeys and disapparition that only affects marked Death Eaters, I present you with the Order of Merlin, Third Class. Fudge said, before carefully placing the medal around my neck in such a way that allowed all three to be seen. When the applause died down, Fudge continued. ICW War Mage, Court Delacour will now present Hadrian with the International Wizarding Order of Merit. I fought the urge to smirk. Court Delacour walked onto the stage, with a fake smile plastered on his face. It gives me great pleasure to present this award to Hadrian, a candidate to become an ICW War Mage. Court said, with a smile, causing surprise with his declaration. Hadrian Potter, on behalf of the ICW, I present you with the International Wizarding Order of Merit. He said, before pinning it to my dress robes and purposely drawing blood. Oops. Sorry, Hadrian. Sometimes in life you just have to deal with annoying little pricks. He said cruelly. Is that what your wife said last night? I asked with a falsely polite smile, before purposely looking down to his groin. Court briefly twitched for his wand, which caused me to grin. Any further conflict was prevented by another outburst of enthusiastic applause, and Court walked off stage after quickly shaking my hand. I let Fudge lead me off stage, and back to my family and Nysa. I also noticed Madame Bones near them. So, Hadrian, what are your plans for this year? Fudge asked, trying to monopolize my attention. I'm going to beat Hogwarts and Beauxbatons in the dueling tournament, and complete my mastery studies in ancient studies and alchemy. Surely it will be challenging for you? Madame Bones asked. Unlikely, but I'm hopeful. Diggory's raw magical power is unimpressive. I have more skill and experience with magic, and so does Nysa. Beauxbatons assembled a more impressive team for the dueling tournament, a sorceress and sorcerer. I won't say mine and Nysa's rank in terms of magical power, but the Hogwarts team has the least skill and magical power. Well, I look forward to watching Hadrian. Fudge said nervously, not knowing what to say. Well, my first duel is in 5 days, and I intend to personally crush the Hogwarts team. I said. That pretty much killed the conversation. It was a gift I had. November 10, 1994. It was finally time for the dueling tournament, and I had a chance to humiliate Hogwarts and Amos Diggory. His idiotic bragging had finally gotten on my nerves, and I felt that he needed some humility, and it wasn't like Quidditch actually mattered. It's finally time for the dueling tournament. Team Hogwarts versus Harry Potter. Professor Flitwick said excitedly. Duelists, please step onto the platform. I obeyed, eager to beat down Diggory. Duelists, please bow. Diggory bowed, but I simply refused to do anything. Diggory looked angry at my insult, but I didn't care. Begin. Flitwick called out. Diggory began a wand movement, but I banished him into the protective barrier, and then stunned him. Harry Potter wins in 5 seconds. Flitwick said in shock, and everyone in attendance seemed to share his shock. We will grant Harry Potter a 5-minute break. I nodded respectfully in his direction and went to talk with Diggory's parents. What, no congratulations? I asked, in false surprise, amusing and indescribably beautiful women sitting near them. Based on the resemblance, I assumed she was Blaise Zabini's mother. Maybe you'll quit annoying people with your excessive and annoying bragging, and in case it wasn't clear, your son's accomplishments are worth less than hippogriff shit, so please quit bragging about an adult's skill in a meaningless children's game. You brat. Amos Diggory bellowed, drawing attention to us. Careful. If I had feelings, you would be hurting them. I said, with an amused smile. By the way, how does it feel to know that your son has the weakest magic in both tournaments? Are you angry? proud, living your life in dread, knowing that the logical next step down for your bloodline is squib and worrying for your unborn grandchildren? I asked, making Mrs. Zabini laugh. Amos was shaking in rage. Annoying, isn't it? I beat your son so quickly to teach you humility and to quit being so bloody annoying bragging about his meaningless accomplishments. If your son's best achievement is winning a Quidditch game, then by definition he is a failure and embarrassment. I turned my attention to the lovely Mrs. Zabini. She was tall, dark-haired and dark-skinned, with high cheekbones and long slanting eyes. Her Easts had to be at least be double Ds, and her long, toned legs made me fantasize about having them wrapped around me as I released inside her. Rest assured, milady, I'll actually give your son a chance to prove himself as a duelist. I said, before dotting her hand. I appreciate that, she said in a why voice and winked at me. She was willing to flirt with me to increase her son's chances of victory, and I didn't mind that at all. Well, perhaps you can thank me later, I said flirtatiously, amusing her. Perhaps, she said, though I knew she wasn't serious. Well, if not, then I just might write to you in a few years and see what happens then. Duelists, please step onto the platform, Flitwick said, with an undertone of concern. I obeyed, though I knew it hadn't been 5 minutes. This meant Flitwick was concerned for me. Duelists, please bow. Zabini did nothing, but neither did I. Impress me, I said loudly enough for him to hear. He nodded, with a prominent smirk. Begin, Flitwick called out. Zabini unleashed a barrage of non-verbal stunners, disarming charms, and body binds. I effortlessly deflected them into the protective barrier. He was just too slow to be a challenge, I realized. I quickly disarmed him, before he could even react or counter the spell. Well, at least you were much better than Diggory. Zabini didn't look all that displeased though. Harry Potter wins, single-handedly defeating the Hogwarts team, Flitwick said, causing my family and Durmstrang to cheer. Next up, Nysa White will duel Albert Ilariz. I calmly watched the duels. Nysa beat Ilariz after 1 minute of trading spells, but he simply wasn't on her level. We spent the 5-minute break reviewing what we knew of Fleur Delacour. I was confident Nysa could win. Fleur shouldn't be on her level. I knew Nysa had a large power advantage, but hopefully Fleur's father hadn't taught her anything useful. I knew Nysa could move fast and hit very hard. She even obliterated a few of my spare dummies. Nysa and Fleur were called up to the platform, and both refused to bow to the other, but Fleur blew a key my direction. I sneered in her direction in reply, which shocked her, but I noticed that Nysa was calm, and had realized that Fleur was merely trying to anger her, and hinder her performance. The duel that followed was quick, and tough, especially for a non-lethal duel, but Nysa beat Fleur down and humiliated her. I made sure to give Nysa a congratulatory key when she won. November 24, 1994. It was finally time for the first task. Dragons. I had pushed James hard since he became a champion, and he was better for it. He was 7 months ahead of his peers in the practical aspects of charms, transfiguration, and dada, and was almost that far ahead in the theoretical, but would catch up soon. I was surprised that he didn't hate me with how hard I was working him, but he hadn't even so much as glared at me. I had even taught him some basic occlumency exercises to calm himself and get him closer to eventual mastery. Mom had kept him only slightly ahead of his peers in potions, but his brewing had suffered under Snape's ineptitude, and Mom was having to undo the damage. The only good thing was that she supported his sacking now, and I found some evidence in Arcturus Black's files that I would use against Snape and Dumbledore. I had managed to deflower the Caro twins. Fortunately, they weren't so similar that the ritual didn't differentiate between them, and my power grew by 44%. I still needed to find new prey and was reluctant to target certain others. Some of the prettier and more desirable girls had apologized to James, and I didn't want to cost him or myself potential allies. At least I was fortunate enough that I had a school full of girls to shag, but that would have to wait until later. It was time for the first task, and James had went against my advice and had informed Diggory of the dragons. I wanted him to have an advantage to compensate for his inexperience, but he refused and went and blabbed to Diggory. I did secretly take measures to ensure my brother's success though. Diggory had already failed his task, getting his lower body horribly burnt and screaming like a little girl. That was my best work at sabotage, and got a lot of laughs. Fleur had encountered some difficulty, but was so far the person to beat. I just didn't have the heart to risk ruining her beauty, but the second task should ensure that she had a major disadvantage. Crumb had gotten several of his eggs smashed, and managed to get his egg before being burned and screaming in agony before extinguishing the fire and getting himself to safety. I had already ensured Karkaroff would grade my brother fairly. I offered him a safe house under the Fidelius charm in return for information on the Death Eaters when asked for, and he readily agreed. Finally, the fourth whistle sounded, and James stepped into the arena. He quickly located the horntail, and then silently summoned his firebolt. It finally arrived a short time later, and I had spent that time nervously wondering whether or not he had cast the spell properly. I began watching the strategy he insisted on using, which Moody suggested. I wanted him to slay the dragon and sail the corpse for money, but he wanted to try out flying it. Honestly, he could have slew it quicker and without just getting grazed by its tail. I watched his continued attempts, with disdain. He was wasting time on this moronic strategy, and looked like an idiot. And he finally got that damned egg. Well, at least he was okay and was in the lead, and that was what really mattered. I had to admit to myself, I wasn't pleased about being proven wrong, but I would get over it. My joy at my brother still being alive would ensure that. I watched James get gestured over to Madame Pomfrey's tent so he could be checked out. He exited the tent a few minutes later, and the judges began giving him his scores. An 8 from Madame Maxime. A 9 from Mr. Crouch. A 9 from Dumbledore. A 10 from Bagman. A 10 from Karkaroff. Our agreement was highly beneficial, at least to my brother, but I was sure it would be beneficial to myself later on. That put James securely in first place, and if he could hold on to that placing, then he could dominate the tournament by holding a comfortable point lead for the eventual maze. I was so glad that I went through Bagman's mind, it had certainly been worth the trouble. I had advanced knowledge of the 3 tasks, all the known threats in them, and I learned that he had some gambling debts that could hinder the eventual war effort. Hours later, James had finally gotten away from his fickle sycophants, and snuck into the room of requirement where we were all waiting. Sorry, James said, with a goofy smile. I had to sneak out of the party, but I brought the egg like you asked, though, all it does is make shrieking and wailing sound when it's opened. Oh, let's hear it then, I said, perfectly portraying my suspicions of what it was. James gave an apologetic look to everyone and opened it. Okay. Close it, I yelled. James obeyed, after giving me a look that said, I told you so. It's Murmish, you have to listen to it underwater. I said, willing a tub of water to form. I'm not getting BPD, James said defensively, causing Dad and Sirius to smirk. I'm glad, but, perhaps, you could simply set the egg inside, with your head submerged and listen to it. I said calmly, resisting the urge to mock him. Oh, James said dumbly. Yes, I have no desire to see you BPD, little brother. I said in amusement, and caused him to blush in embarrassment. Thankfully, he just silently put the egg in the tub and submerged his head. He resurfaced a minute later, and I quickly dried him off, with a wave of my hand. Well, I asked, with an undertone of excitement. It said, come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. And it kind of scares me. They'll be taking a hostage then, I said, for all intents and purposes just realizing it. What? Mom asked, in shock. Yeah, this tournament is dumb. I can't believe that I ever wanted to participate in it. I admitted. Sadly, all we can do is continue James's training, and look for ways for him to breathe underwater for an hour. There is a rumor that a ball will take place on Christmas, maybe whoever James takes can be his hostage. A prospective true love would make a much better hostage for him, and that might be the intention of the tournament organizers. I won't go then, James said, angrily. It's rumored to be mandatory for champions, so you'll have to go. Your hostages should actually be safe, Them losing the lives of innocents would cause a massive outcry and have the tournament permanently outlawed. I've already begun researching ways to destroy the Goblet of Fire. The process of its creation was lost, so doing that would end the idiotic tournament for good. I said, to their interest. Sadly, the only way to destroy it seems to be a spell that was classified unforgivable in over 100 countries. Luckily, however, it's not unforgivable in Britain. What spell is it? Mom asked. Hellfire. I said, causing them gasp. It's rumored to be able to liquefy goblin forged metals in moments, and the goblet was dwarf made and therefore slightly inferior. I explained. I have no plans to try destroying it, that plan is an absolute last resort, and even then I'd rather just steal and hide it under a Fidelius charm with myself as the secret keeper and take the secret to my grave. That last part was a lie, but they didn't need to know of my plans. So you'll continue teaching me the Hogwarts curriculum? James asked. Yes, we need to get you to a 7th year level and then get you comfortable with using those spells. Tonight, however, you can rest or maybe read up on the theory. You still have a slight weakness there that needs work. I'll let you go, and I'll try to think up some strategies to suggest for you. Thanks, Harry, and I'm sorry again for listening to Moody. I knew he was a suspect, but it sounded like a good plan. It was an okay plan, but you won and that's what matters. Just avoid Moody, Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore. I advised. They're all untrustworthy, and McGonagall has proven that she obeys Dumbledore above all others. You might also want to learn how to dance and begin dating the girl you want as your date to this ball. I will. James called out, before exiting the room of requirement. All I have so far is the bubble head charm, gillyweed, or a partial transfiguration. He could also flip a coin on having an animagus form useful for the task, but it's unlikely that he would. I said, to my family. I can acquire some gillyweed and teach him the charm. Using gillyweed for an hour with the charm as a backup would be a great strategy. Mom said, getting nods of agreement from all of us. I'll consider ways to study the Black Lake without giving anything away to the other champions. My snake animagus form should help, though the merpeople might attack if I do, so that just leaves doing it in human form. I said, trailing off at the end and getting lost in though. What can I do to help? Sirius asked impatiently. Stay away from the 17-year-old girls. They don't need an old man leering at them and they know you're with us, and would blame James and that will cost him support. I said seriously, causing Mom and Dad to laugh, and Sirius to glare playfully at me. I'll have you know that ladies love me. Sirius said, with a cocky smirk. Maybe older women with children or grandchildren. I hear McGonagall is single, by the way. I said, causing Sirius to look disgusted, and Mom and Dad to snicker. You do owe her an apology for all that bad behavior in your youth. You could demonstrate your skills with your other wand and put it in her holster. Harry. Mom and Dad called out, as Sirius looked like he was gonna puke. Fine. I'll stop. We'll find something for Sirius to do, but you need to get to bed, Harry. Mom said, sternly. She must have not approved of my dirty humor, which wasn't that surprising. Yes, Mom, I said in resignation, before leaving without saying goodbye. I hated being dismissed or treated like a child. I could kill everyone here and was already considering disposing of Dumbledore, Snape, Moody, and McGonagall. They were just small threats, but needed to be dealt with before they could become bigger threats. December 5, 1994. It was finally time for Team Hogwarts versus Team Beauxbatons, and the winner would face Durmstrang, and then lose. As I went over that last thought, I felt as though I had just lost months of my life, but was ironically pleased. It was incredibly unlikely that either of those teams would win, and I had every intention of not taking any unnecessary risks and costing my school the victory. Hogwarts had to suffer some major humiliations, and had to be forced to change. Of course, that was only one part of my plans. I was just glad that everyone was in attendance for the duels. It's time for the second round of dueling tournament. Team Hogwarts versus Team Beauxbatons. Professor Flitwick said excitedly. Cedric Diggory will be trying to replicate Harry Potter and Nysa White's feat of single-handedly defeating the opposing team. Flitwick said, causing Nysa and I to snort derisively. At the same time, perhaps we had too much in common. I was broken from my thoughts by Diggory glaring at us. I waved at him in an overly cheerful manner. Duelists, please step onto the platform. They obeyed. Fleur was obviously eager to humiliate Diggory, and was sneering at him. Duelists, please bow. Diggory bowed, but Fleur refused to. She wasn't going to treat the weakling with any respect, especially considering how undeserving of it he was. Diggory looked angry at being publicly insulted and humiliated again, but this time people were actually laughing at him. The entire Durmstrang and Beauxbaton's delegation, and quite a few Slytherins and Ravenclaws. Begin. Flitwick called out nervously. Fleur released her allure and began her attack with multiple stunners. Diggory shielded, but the shield was quickly obliterated by her overwhelming power, and Diggory fell to a stunning spell a moment later. I was pleased that I still held the record for quickest victory in the dueling tournament, though, Fleur nearly broke my record. Fleur Delacour wins. Flitwick called out in shock. He was, no doubt, hoping that Hogwarts would win this and continue competing in the tournament. He looked heartbroken. Most of the Hogwarts students were shocked into silence, but the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations were pleased. I will continue, and I will defeat the other member of Team Hogwarts. Fleur proclaimed arrogantly. I noticed Hilary's rise angrily, but Court forced him to sit back down and angered Hilary's parents with his manhandling of their son, though he silenced their opposition with a glare that promised pain if they interfered. Would you like a 5-minute break? Flitwick asked, in concern. Non. I will defeat him now. Fleur replied, arrogantly. I noticed her discreetly glance my direction, and I realized that she was trying to impress me. I managed to maintain my bored facade, while observing that she had adopted a more serious and determined expression. Zabini, please step onto the platform. Flitwick said nervously. Zabini obeyed, and looked surprisingly confident. Duelists, please bow. Neither of them did, but Zabini readied himself. Begin. Flitwick called out. As soon as he finished speaking, the platform erupted into a storm of spellfire. Fleur and Zabini were casting, then deflecting, and seemed to be locked in trading spellfire. Fleur was incredibly skilled, and that was beyond denial. She was faster and more powerful. I decided that if she could tolerate sharing me with Nysa and my other wives, then I would allow her a place in my life. Fleur just managed to turn the duel to her favor and had forced Zabini to resort to shielding, though she quickly blasted his shield into oblivion and stunned him. Fleur Delacour wins, single-handedly defeating the Hogwarts team. Flitwick called out. The Beauxbatons delegations broke into applause and cheer, and some of the Durmstrang delegation did too, but quite a few looked concerned. I take it she will be considered to be one of your wives or girlfriends? Nysa asked. If she can accept sharing and being second to you. I replied, making her smile. She's already second to you in skill and magical power, she might as well be second in the collective I'm forming. If she gets on your nerves, we can send her packing, though. Nysa looked relieved when I said that, and even ed me on the cheek. On January 5th, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons will duel, and the winner will take home the 1,000 galleon prize. Flitwick announced. Everyone began exiting. Nysa and I found someplace to wait on Fleur. Hello, Ari. Fleur said, flirtatiously. I see that I got your attention. Have you decided to leave your girlfriend? No, but I'm still willing to have 2 girlfriends, and Nysa is willing to share. I will be legally allowed to have a wife per title of nobility, and I have quite a bit of stamina and love say. So that's hardly a negative in my mind. I said, in reply. Why do you need both of us? Fleur asked, with a smirk in Nysa's direction. For the previously listed reason, and I'd like my wife's combined magical power to equal my own. There will be many more women invited, Fleur. Some I will impregnate, so they can continue their family lines, and some I will choose as wives for my eventual titles. Is this unacceptable to you? I asked, also noticing Court glaring at me from a distance. I'll think about it. Fleur said, nervously. Fair enough. I hope you do decide to join us, though. I think you'd enjoy yourself. I said, before she walked away. Nysa and I began exiting Hogwarts. I had a project to inspect and couldn't do it here, and couldn't yet trust Nysa with the information regarding my plots. When we went our separate ways, I disapparated away, to Black Manor. When I arrived, I found my house elves sorting the loot. How did it go? I asked, with a smile. We stole all of Headmaster's Dumble's personal books, information, and useful artifacts. No one, not even portraits or the Phoenix saw us, Master. My personal elf informed me. I began scanning the objects for tracking spells, but found none. My elves did great. Excellent. Any of them that were not in my collection? Several, Master. Though most are light or gray oriented. He replied. And the looting of the Moody family knowledge? I asked. We managed it, but we had to draw on excess magic from Black Manor to break some wards. They had wards against house elves, and we had to overpower them and dismantle other security measures. We have only just gotten back. I also checked those for tracking spells, and found none. I did see some older Auror books from the original classes that dated back to the founding of the department. I had read that they contained powerful magic, which was essentially low-class battle magic. I was looking forward to mastering it. Good. Any casualties? No, Master. Excellent. I'll return to Hogwarts then. I said, before disapparating away. I arrived near Durmstrang's ship, and quickly entered the ship with a pleased smile. When I reached the deck, I found most of the delegation waiting and Nysa was looking nervous. Most of them were sneering at me. What's wrong with these idiots? I asked Nysa, and quite loudly, offending said idiots. They think we are too weak to win the tournament for Durmstrang. Nysa informed me, with a sneer directed at them. And you squibs think you're strong enough. I've seen Muggle-borns with more magical power. I said mockingly, trying to provoke them into attacking. Honestly, most of you are so pathetically weak it would be an act of mercy to kill you, and spare your families further shame. Oh, I seem to have crossed the line. I shielded against their spells and began counter-attacking with powerful spells. I quickly blasted 9 back with a concussive spell and repeated the process on the other half, while obliterating their weak shields, and began stunning the ones near Crumb and a very pleased-looking Karkaroff. Any more doubts from the worthless rabble? I asked, with a sneer. I'll personally make sure that you suffer for this, you filthy half-blood. I'll beat your girlfriend and mother and make you watch. Arna Rosier screamed in psychotic rage. I quickly sent a powerful castration curse at him that couldn't be undone. When he screamed, and I had to resist the urge to laugh. Not now, you won't. I said, with a cruel smile. If any of you weak idiots cross me, I'll end your worthless bloodlines and the world will thank me for it. I think the events of the Quidditch World Cup prove that. I said, cowing them into submission. You will all swear oaths on your lives and magic to never even attempt harm my family or those I care for. If we refuse, Rosier asked angrily. I'll persuade you, I said, my tone perfectly conveying what my persuasion would entail, and then humiliate and break apart your families. The majority of them immediately swore oaths. I noticed most of them were neutral or had no ties to Britain. Go to hell, Potter. Rosier called out. I smirked. I was going to enjoy this. I started by telekinetically, and very slowly pulling out one of Arna's fingernails. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.